Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Okay, so if it seems like I'm a few minutes late, it's because I just did 6 minutes of the show without you. I thank you for mentioning that I was going to watch the Richard Kuklinski. As soon as I turned on my phone, I was looking at the chat going, what do you mean I'm going to? I just did. So that said, it's all set up, and now I know exactly how it's going to go. It's really interesting. This is from an interview. I can't believe that just happened. So I'll explain what just happened too very quickly. I use streaming software, so I'm using Prison Live Studio to set up all my elements of the stream and everything. And then I use a YouTube encoder, which I don't really know what it means, so I'm not going to bother explaining it. But my stream gets sent to that, and then that sends it to YouTube to know that it's like, oh, this is the stream Dan said would be scheduled. Anyway, I went live for my streaming software without turning on the encoder, which meant, as far as I could see, I was streaming. I was changing windows. Things were happening. There was movement, but it was even showing my microphone, like audio input. And anyway, my plan, and it's still my plan, I'm going to show you 6 minutes from this interview where Dr. Park Dietz interviewed Richard, the Iceman Kuklinski. He was a mob killer responsible for a minimum of 15 murders, but up to 100, and he claims over 200. Unreliable narrator in any case. Fascinating interview, and I'm going to let it run while I get my bearings here.
Why did you decide to talk to me?
Well, basically, I think I decided to talk to you would be so I could find out more about myself, since I don't know the answers, and you are a person who is highly qualified to give me answers, possibly, of what's going on. I figured this would be a good time to talk to somebody like you, or you know.
Well, why don't we turn the tables here and you interview me? I'll answer your questions.
The delight.
Interesting.
As soon as the control shifts,
I can live with that.
He's instantly happy again. But then watch as he has to go introspective, like to ask a question.
I might have a question for you.
And for context,
what do you think?
They've been talking for 40 minutes up to this point. So it's been a lot of Dr. Dietz giving his opinions to, fairly unstable and volatile man sitting right across the desk from him.
About me. Anything good, bad, or indifferent?
Yeah, some of...
What do you think about me? Anything good, bad, or indifferent?
Yeah, some of each. The
trademark Dr. Dietz wit.
The issues about your behavior, I think there are really a couple things to say. The things that I'm most sure of, based on the information you've told me, are that your principal problem has been a warp in your personality. And we classify personality according to different types. And there are two types of personality features that you have a great deal of. The first of them is called antisocial personality disorder. What it refers to behaviorally is someone who does not have a conscience, does not have remorse, does not feel a sense of guilt about most of the bad things they do, is impulsive and violent. The typical things we see before age 15 in people who earn that label are cruelty toward animals, cruelty toward people. And an awfully interesting part of that condition is that we've got a little bit of knowledge of what causes it and where it comes from. And that's where there's some good news and some bad news. The bad news is that part of where that comes from is hereditary. That there's a genetic basis to being a fearless person. And you've told me about how rarely you have any experience that even begins to resemble nervousness or fear. It takes extreme things to make you have a sense of impending danger. Normal people get fearful about a wide variety of things frequently and would be beside themselves with the kinds of experiences that you had on a weekly basis. You couldn't have done the things you did if you were capable of ordinary fear. But the fact that you're born with a genetic predisposition to fearlessness doesn't mean that it's inevitable for you to become a criminal. Because some people who have that genetic predisposition to fearlessness become pro-social risk takers. They do things like drive race cars, test fly planes, fighter pilots, bomb disposal technicians. Now, those are all jobs where it helps to have a lot of fearlessness. And in fact, some people in law enforcement are brave and have that same capacity to be fearless. And the difference between the people who grow up to be risk-taking good guys with white hats and the people who grow up to be risk-taking bad guys with a long, long rap sheet and a lot of crimes has to do with how their parents raise them. If you raise a kid with love and kindness and affection most of the time, you've got a good shot at their growing up to be decent, caring, loving human beings and treating their own kids well. But if you raise a kid the way Stanley raised you, with no love, no affection, constant abuse, beatings for no reason, all you teach is hatred. You make it impossible for that child to grow up and form strong attachments and loving, caring relationships, or to be willing to risk themselves to protect the world. So I think you got to be this kind of antisocial, psychopathic person, both by getting Stanley's genes and having Stanley's parenting and your mother's cold, standoffish way of treating you. In other words,
Okay, so that's two strikes on this podcast. The reason I'm muted is because I have a fan going in the corner. So you let me know if the ambient noise from the fan is too loud, and I will just turn it off rather than have it on. But oh boy. Okay, so that was Richard Kuklinski, mob killer, responsible for at least 15 murders. They think up to 100. He claims over 200. He's not the most reliable narrator. In any case, if you want to see more of that interview, go to the Iceman tapes, episode 3, The Iceman and the Psychiatrist. It's on a channel called Stab the Judge. They're doing a lot of content that is unrelated, but that said, they do have 3 interviews with Richard Kuklinski. The other 2 are with interviews or journalists, or are interviews with journalists. But if you're interested in seeing more coverage of that, that's a way to get there. Can't hear the fan at all. So the only thing I think the fan might be causing is it's going to leave a technical thing called the noise gate open. So I won't be as silent in between takes if I'm, doing little. It might pick up those now instead of it being silent. But if you guys can't hear the fan, then perfect. Okay, so without any further technical difficulties, we're going to switch it over. Oh, I haven't posted. I can post it after. We're going to switch it over to Dr. Park Dietz. I've rewound testimony to about, let's go 27 even. This is about 30 to 45 seconds before he makes everybody laugh by telling the district attorney that he makes sense. Sometimes you do. And let's see how this goes.
Mentioned something about a threatening letter from Elizabeth Broderick and what she read into that letter. Remember that?
Yes.
That testimony. Obviously, what people read into things in relationships, a lot of times depend on what the relationship there is, what they have between them. Isn't that correct? Am I making sense to you at all?
Sometimes.
Okay. It's probably my narcissistic tendency.
I'm not making any
They're not making any sense. But that, in other words, some people have the experience that you can go see your mother for Thanksgiving and all she has to do is say 2 words and you can come off the chair because you know the whole history behind those 2 words. And everyone else looks at you and says, what a nut. He screamed and yelled at his mother and she only said 2 words, or she only said, aren't you going to eat the potatoes? Now, sometimes when you're judging how people react to things, you're judging the history. You have to know some history behind them. Is that correct?
That can be true.
Okay. So when somebody looks at somebody who might be in a relationship where the person can say things very nicely, if it's a domineering, controlling relationship, they might respond knowing some history of what that person really feels like. I mean, what's important to them, what's not. Would you agree with that? That might bring out. Someone might read something that to you might be innocuous, to them might have lots of meanings because of the way the person's dealt with them in the past.
Yes.
Okay. So for instance, did you see photo number 69, which is Dan Broderick's house?
I'm not sure. May I see it? Yes, I've seen this.
Okay. And you don't know, did you know whether the one thing that Elizabeth wanted out of the marriage encounter, whether that was something that Dan ended up with, the couch?
Objection as to what Dan ended up with. Yeah, we'll get into that.
Do you know whether that's something that ended up happening?
Yeah, I'm thinking about trying to color correct this
I'm
myself.
not sure what you're asking, but I don't know if one of those couches is the one that came from the encounter request.
I don't think he's that red.
Did you read the diary entries that talked about where Betty wrote in her diaries about Dan demanding lists and Dan wanting things and her saying, I keep giving him the list and he keeps writing me these letters asking where they are. He won't talk to me.
Excuse me, I would ask if you're trying to confront the doctor with certain diary pages, you get the diary page and show them to the doctor.
I'm amazing.
See if you recall them.
Do you recall that?
Watch what happened. Oh, it's already happened. I fixed it.
What was the question again?
Do you recall in some diary pages where Betty was talking about the fact that she gives.
So now on my screen, I'm still seeing Mr. Redface, but I've color corrected it using my streaming software. Props to Prism Live for being somewhat intuitive. It felt off. This feels closer to right.
Dan's list that he asked for and he doesn't respond to her.
I recall talking about lists. I don't recall the particular passage.
Now, when you read the diaries were in fact 9 volumes, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And Elizabeth Broderick's writing changed dramatically from over that. When you look at the diaries and go from the beginning of the diaries to the end, There's some dramatic changes in her style of writing, is there not?
From time to time there are, yes.
Okay, and near the end of the diary, it gets to be where it's a lot bigger, her handwriting. In fact, some pages, she might only have 4 words on a page, isn't that right?
There are times it's that way.
And there are times when, do you know how, are you familiar with how she wrote?
You know, the handwriting on the page is pretty big when there's only 4 words per page. Thinking one of them starts with an F or a C.
Diaries?
I believe I know what she...
No, it didn't fix it, because I'm looking at the original video on my second screen that I'm watching to react to, so I don't have to stare at myself when I do these streams, and mine is still just as bad. So, but yeah, I applied an after the fact filter to take out some redness, and it looked almost perfect. And then a little bit more, it turned them all green and sick.
said about that.
Okay, and what's your understanding of what she said about that?
That at various times she has said that she began making what she considered journals at the advice of an attorney. She couldn't recall most of the time.
See, I can do that too.
That an attorney advised her to do it, which attorney it was. I understand that some of the entries were made contemporaneous with the events being described, and that others were made retrospectively. That is, some were made the very day things happened, or soon thereafter. Some were made at vastly different times. Inserts were made, additions and changes were made, and the intention was not so much to be a running account of the current events, but rather to try to create a document
I shouldn't have fucked around.
that would contain a great deal of information so it wouldn't be lost.
And a lot of it was about, not necessarily about her day-to-day feelings, but about what was happening in the divorce, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever look to see how many times she would have consecutive days written down? Was it a lot of the time or very little where you would be able to look at 1 month and have January 1st, January 2nd? Or was that very unusual to have that?
There weren't too many times where one had entries many days in a row.
In fact, most of the time there was very little time where you had exactly daily entries. Most of them were interspersed with going back months that were missing.
Yes, that's right.
And the diaries ended in 1988, didn't they?
Yes.
So you weren't able to tell anything after 1988 as to how she felt about certain
Sorry, I didn't benchmark where it was good, and now I'm trying to tease it slowly back to where it was. I flew too close to the sun.
things from the diary entries anyways.
Not from diaries, that's right.
Okay. Now, you talked about some of the things that she had rages about. Again, sometimes you have to put things into context.
Looks like a character on The Simpsons now, right?
Someone might be angry about certain things, isn't that correct?
Hold on.
Yes, that is sometimes necessary.
Okay. And you alluded to the Danny tapes and some things that were happening with Ruth Roth and her feelings about that.
Okay.
Did you, from her diary, were you aware at the time that she was supposed to have her children over Easter that her brothers and cousins and their families came to visit and were staying at her house and she was planning a vacation with the whole family?
I know there was such a time. I don't know what year you're talking about, though.
Okay. And you know that at the last minute at that time that she was told that she was not going to have her children with her family that had come from back east to visit?
I know about an occasion where that's what she says happened to.
Okay. And you knew that that was...
It turned out I got very lucky by just adjusting it to the perfect place initially and overshot my confidence on how good I was with that slider. It's a sensitive slider, and I will only fuck around when there's a problem with the original video.
Something that, again, to look and say why a person might be angry or upset, or why they might feel a certain way about something. Of course, you have to put that in context, do you not?
Depends on what it is you want to know about it.
Okay. Well, obviously, when you talk about someone having some kind of rage, there are times when people have rage for no reason at all. There's other times that people are very upset because things happen that are unwarranted, let's say, or they think are unwarranted.
Yes, there are many reasons people get angry.
Okay. You went through a number of things about Elizabeth Broderick going through the fact of that she was looking for Dan and Linda about what their lifestyle was, and talked about being about envy. And this shows how bad she was in, or at least how strong her disorder was.
Objection, I read this is the testimony.
Your Honor, I thought we had an agreement.
Mr. Burkhoff's supposed to do the objection. If the doctor understands, I don't have any objection to the answer.
Go ahead. Do you understand it, or is this another one of mine?
Next time I may. Go ahead.
When you were talking about some of the examples for the symptoms of her disorder, you were talking about her fixation, it appeared to be, and maybe I'm using the wrong term, on how Dan and Linda were living, finding out about them. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you take into account at all that at the divorce proceedings at some point in time, she was told that the comparative lifestyles were going to make a difference on how much money she got? In other words, if she could live on $500 a month, that's what she would get. If she could live on $2,000 a month, that's what she got.
I knew that.
So you knew that that was an issue, is that right?
I knew that she had said that Mr. Hargraves told her that that was an issue.
Now, you also, the way people react to situations, the situation itself can exasperate their personality, can it not?
The situation they're in?
Yes.
You bet.
Okay. By the way, you said that you talked to Dr. Goldsman and you read his testimony. Is that correct?
Yes, and I also read his notes.
Do you remember reading in his testimony where he said it was totally improper to read DSM-III as part of the legal proceeding?
I remember what he said about it. It came from the caveat at the front of the book, and it doesn't say that. What he said was that there is a caveat at the beginning, which I think both he and I helped draft, as a matter of fact, indicating that the reliance for legal purposes is one of the areas about which there's controversy. But he didn't say that.
This guy literally wrote the book on DSM, and you've got him, you're questioning his credentials or his ability. I guess he literally wrote the foreword, but still, that's impressive credentials.
Reading it was improper.
When you do interviews with people, do you, sometimes you do as part of your exam, sometimes you interview people and sometimes you don't, is that correct?
When I do
As far as
evaluations-
forensic testimony, sometimes you interview the people, sometimes you don't.
That's correct.
And I take it from what you said in this case, you felt that since you had some diagnostics, some other people had interviewed Elizabeth Broderick, and there's a lot of material, you felt confident in being able to give your testimony.
I felt it was possible to reach these kind of conclusions on the basis of the evidence available.
Okay, now, when you interview somebody, do you normally go through the events, including what got them into court?
If that's what I'm asked to evaluate, that's not what I was asked to address here.
Well, what criminal cases have you been involved in where you've interviewed the defendant and have not gone through the crime?
Probably 1,000 cases where I interviewed the defendant on an issue of competence to stand trial, and was specifically asked not to evaluate him at the time of the crime.
Well, when you're talking about, those are issues of competence to stand trial, how many times have you not talked to them about the crime when your testimony is not about competence, but about the issues surrounding the crime itself?
Frank, we have a sidebar. No, it's all right. You can ask that.
I love this judge.
How many times have I not talked to them about the crime?
When your
when the
testimony is
issue-
simple, yeah.
Good for you. How many times have I not talked to them about the crime? Like, about an infinite amount of times that I didn't talk to them? Did not talk to them? Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Early, he's... I missed the comment, but I read it earlier, somebody mentioning that he just knows he's out of his league. He's just trying to swim against the tides, fling a little spaghetti at the wall.
Maybe if I withdraw the question, do you normally interview them about the crime when your testimony is such as you have here, when you're talking about these issues that we have here?
Such as here, this is not something I ordinarily do. My most common role for the last 10 years in criminal trials is talking about mental state at the time of a crime. And of course, wherever possible, I will interview defendants about the time of the crime and their mental state. There's some circumstances where that can't be done, but that isn't my role here.
Yeah, and that's the key point about the 16 grand is being discussed in the chat, and it's something that I can easily agree with anyone who says it's an amount that could be lived off of, because I could live for about half a year off 16 grand, let alone a month. But if I was, married to Victoria Vanderbilt and she broke up with me and we didn't have a prenup, I would still deserve more than 16 grand a month. Is Victoria Vanderbilt even a current? I don't think she's available. I don't think she's on the market. Point being, I've used the Steve Jobs and Bill Gates references a lot. Let's take a more personal reference. I would deserve it. If I was with somebody, let's say Katy Perry, and I got married and I didn't have a prenup, I would at least get alimony for a while commensurate with the lifestyle I've become accustomed to. Even if I could live off far less, and probably would live off of far less, but I would still deserve it.
That's your understanding of the law, that your job as a forensic psychiatrist is to testify about someone's mental state at the time of the crime?
No, that's my understanding of one of the most frequently asked questions brought to me in the cases I accept.
Or are you aware in California that you cannot do that?
That's not true. Where there's a defense of insanity, one can do that.
Well, when there's no defense of insanity. Have you testified before where there's no defense of insanity?
Yes.
Okay, and are you aware that you cannot testify about the elements around the crime?
Exactly. That's why I haven't, and why this isn't an example of what I usually do.
So in those, for instance, in the Bardo case, you testified in the Bardo case, didn't you?
Yes.
And the Bardo case didn't involve insanity, did it?
No.
And you interviewed him about the crime itself, did you not?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you talk to Dr. Goldspan about his interview with Elizabeth Broderick about the crime itself?
I believe Dr. Goldspan found himself in a similar position in some respects.
Well, Dr. Goldspan talked to Elizabeth Broderick, didn't he?
Yes.
And are you aware of any restrictions on what he could talk to her about? Were you aware that he was under any restrictions? Did he tell you he was under any restrictions about what he could talk to her about?
He did not tell me of restrictions. I have an assumption about what the defense was at the time and what he would therefore be free to do, but I don't in fact know.
So you made some assumptions that there was things he was restricted from talking to Elizabeth Broderick about?
I assumed that Dr. Goldspan evaluated her about those things he'd been asked to do. And what he's asked to do is a function of what his client asks him, which is a function of what defense you've entered.
Okay. Were you aware of any restrictions, or did he tell you of any restrictions he had about interviewing Elizabeth Broderick about anything? You asked and asked. Oh, cool.
I already said no.
When you went through narcissism, one of the things that you talked about was the rage and about Elizabeth Broderick throwing things. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, when somebody throws something in a marriage, when someone gets upset, does that mean they're narcissistic?
No, it could be an ordinary temper tantrum.
Okay.
It could be something.
Okay, a couple of questions coming up in the chat. Beth of a Salesman asks, who is this court reporter? She's not our favorite. She's not Mary, but she's the second most prevalent court reporter. I think there's been one third string court reporter that's come in. If you're asking who she is as a doppelganger, she's come in looking like Laurie Metcalf, Jackie from Roseanne, with one outfit, but that's it. And then another question was Mandy's mentioning that Dan would have made it through medical school and law school just fine without Betty. This is true, but Betty also would not have been on the hook for all the debt that Dan incurred by taking those loans by being married to him. So that is the part of the Epstein credits that helped Betty get screwed in the original divorce settlement, because Dan was able to pay off those loans after they were broken up and apply half of those payments as Betty's share of his loans on the debt they incurred together as a young couple. So while Betty was working as a school teacher and at a second job to bring in, just to pay the monthly expenses. You're not accruing, you're not gaining assets at that time. So that money's just disappearing as fast as she's making it. Meanwhile, all of that debt they took on just sat there quietly under the surface until the separation, and Dan was able to use half of his later payments against Betty in the overall judgment, to the point where Betty got 2 months of alimony for her share of a $1.5 million in assets. And even those assets may have been shell gamed a little bit. Dan's brother Larry has some interesting financial moves in his background. One of them that Victoria Carmen brought up in chat is that because Linda died before Dan, Larry sued Linda's family to have her share of the assets transferred into Dan's will rather than given according to her will, because they were shared assets and Dan didn't die, so they were all his, which is a pretty shady move. So that there is some shady financial advice that Dan would have at least had access to.
Something more vicious than that.
Okay. Now, did you read Elizabeth Broderick's testimony in regards to the fact that, as to what she said about that incident?
I've read at least one account she gave that I can recall, yes.
Okay. And she talked about her son just being born, about still having staples in from an operation, about it being Dan being out with a friend of his, drinking and having the kids with him on a rainy night. And then she was mad about that. Did you read that account?
Yes, that's not the one I was thinking of. I was thinking of the ketchup bottle throwing was just a joke account.
But another one to say, how much do you think is a fair amount for alimony? So would it be 50% of the current income? Would it be 10% of the current income? There's some question about how much Dan was earning, but about $100,000 a month seems like, I think, a fair estimate if he was making about $1 million a year. So when you think $100,000 a month, 16 grand, it's still good, but it's not nearly as significant.
But did you read her account as to the? Did you read the account that she had as to about being mad about him coming home late?
Yes.
Okay. And you found that to be a sign of her narcissism?
I didn't refer specifically to that incident. I had in mind the descriptions of her throwing ketchup bottles and stereo.
Oh,
But that might be another example, depending on what she had in mind at the time.
what was the stereo incident about? I thought the stereo was about when she went out to a pizza parlor with Mourning and Dan Broderick.
Objection, testifying.
And children came home. What's your understanding that's a different incident?
I thought that was different from the Staples incident.
You would expect then that what you see here as far as narcissism and histrionic, the personality disorder.
Okay, interesting debate here. So Mandy says she didn't deserve a portion of his earnings. He worked for that money, not Betty. Plus, she abandoned her children, and he took on all the child expenses for 4 kids. So I'll put it on me again. I'll put it all on me. If I was in a relationship with someone and had made the decision, hey, I'll stay at home, I'll take care of the kids, get a local job at the grocery store, and we'll just do whatever we can to pay the bills while you go to school, and you're going to become a lawyer. So the wife becomes a lawyer. I stay at home. I spend 10, 15 years plugging away, just, paying the bills until she's able to build up a practice. And finally she starts making $1 million a year after 15 years of marriage. And we break up. It's hers. I don't get anything. Food for thought.
This is something that is, as you testified early on, is that correct? In other words, before in puberty you would expect, or at least in adolescence, you would expect that a person who has disorder.
Of course, I wouldn't be a lunatic, but at the same time, I still I should deserve something, right?
They have it by then.
A person who has any of the personality disorders, our current understanding is, has developed that disorder by the time they've become adults. And most of us think that for most of the personality disorders, the onset is even before puberty.
Now, there are times that can personality disorders be manifested from what is not a disorder because of stress or other outward stressors?
Well, there are different ways of phrasing this or conceptualizing it, but
And that's, as he says that, there's different ways of phrasing it. Same thing with the discussion that's going on. Just because there may be different opinions over whether she deserved larger or smaller amounts of alimony doesn't mean that we can't agree that the murders aren't deserved. But it goes to the argument of whether she was driven crazy by having a legitimate grievance into, I didn't get my share. And that's a much tougher argument. There's a little bit more undetermined areas where you just kind of have to go on a gut feeling. But yeah, there's more ambiguity in that. I think that, had situations been different, there's a lot of situations where, given the financial dynamic, the woman in that marriage, in that type of a marriage, would have left with a lot more than $16,000 a month. Maybe less than half, but still significantly more.
But what certainly is so is that events that occur may alter the course of an individual's behavior. All behavior is in response to the world.
Well, can you find someone who you would not characterize as having a personality disorder or one of these disorders and have them go through something very stressful in their life and come out after that with the symptoms of a personality disorder?
Who didn't have a disorder in the first place?
Yes.
No.
Is there any kind of diseases, mental diseases, that you can get from outside stressors?
There aren't any mental diseases, but there are mental conditions.
Okay. All right. What kind of mental conditions can you have?
Normal bereavement, getting sad for up to 6 months when someone dies. An adjustment disorder can occur when something goes wrong in life and someone gets upset for a time. Say someone's kicked out of college for using drugs, they can have an adjustment disorder and be depressed and angry and get in even more trouble for a period of time. Or if an individual gets beaten up and terribly bruised, they may have an adjustment disorder. Mm-hmm. Some traumas.
I think Kitten Pusher said it quite well here, so I'm going to just read that comment and let it sit. This is not a black and white situation, in my opinion. She murdered them. That is the stark truth. Their marriage and divorce is many shades of gray. We can't always have bad guys and good guys. And I think that's it. I think especially coming from a Sarah Boone case where Sarah's so clearly bad, a case like this is a little tougher to navigate because there is some victim blaming going on, and we wouldn't accept it if it was being leveled towards George in this way. But the truth is, there's been 35 years for people to come out in defense of Dan, and for whatever reason, there's not a lot of pro Dan material out there. And I'm not saying it's because it doesn't exist, but the kids have had an opportunity to speak in his behalf. Generally, they speak either for or against Betty. They don't bring up Dan's relationship with them as children. So, it's in a lot of ways similar to Sarah, and in a lot of ways so different. And I think that makes it such an interesting case to follow. And then you get little nuggets like Dr. Park Dietz and some of his first high-profile testimony. Watching court TV deal with color correction and stuff like that in the early days as well.
Particular features that are life-threatening, or where an entire community is wiped out, or where one sees a loved one who undergoes a mutilating death, can produce what's called a post-traumatic stress disorder. It can only occur with particular kinds of stressors, and there's specific symptoms and signs for that. In addition to those, there are a host of responses listed in DSM-III-R that people can have to their environments that include such things as adult antisocial behavior, Sometimes people who seem to have a normal life suddenly embezzle large sums of money or murder someone or do other things unlike their past. That's a response to events that happened to them. So there are lots of different behaviors, some of them for which we have psychiatric names that are responses to the environment. None of them is a disease, however.
When they have you seen the studies on people who are the victims of abuse? When they are tested, they come out with showing disorders.
I'm familiar with many studies of different kinds of victims of abuse, some of which show that a proportion of people who are subjected to particular kinds of abuse, such as physical torture by renegade fascist police squads in South America, will have a proportion of cases of post-traumatic stress disorder. Some show brain damage, some show enormous physical injury, some have enough brain damage to cause them to be demented. If you look at battered women studies, a proportion of battered women will have a post-traumatic stress disorder. If you look at battered kids for various kinds of abuse, we have data on how often it sometimes causes different disorders.
Well, they also find from battered women that the people will test out as having personality disorders unrelated to prior history. Or you disagree with that?
What are you referring to?
Yeah, have you read any studies that indicate that when people come out of abusive relationships that they can test as having disorders?
I don't know what you're referring to.
So you're not familiar with any studies?
I'm not familiar with any research that's ever shown that someone who did not have.
No, Mandy, we're not disagreeing with the fact, or at least I'm not, that Dan paid for everything. It's just that he used those payments against Betty in her settlement for the assets. So everything he paid off after they had separated she was on the hook for making those payments. So they took the mortgage together, took on the debt. He pays it off himself and then applied her half towards his payments. So when they were separating and had $1.5 million in assets, including the home, her share of that $1.5 million was $28,000. So there's some financial chicanery going on in this case that has, no parallels to the Sarah Boone case. Like the two of them could have lived for a year off of 1 month of Betty's alimony, which wasn't enough for her. So as much as there's similarities to discuss that are interesting because we have the knowledge of the Sarah Boone case to see the narcissism, to see some of the histrionics, there's other parts of the case that are vastly different. But I also agree. I think there's a point to be taken from the chat that's pointing out, we don't want a victim bash, and I feel bad about it when it happens, but I've been searching for material that would help paint Dan's story, and I'm just not finding a lot of it out there. The best I found was an LA Times article by Amy Wallace. Lola, you having a bad dream? That included interviews with Larry Broderick, his brother, as well as Kim Broderick, that were speaking on Dan's behalf. But there's not a lot of it out there. If there was, I would definitely be bringing it to help shape the whole argument. And as opposed to that, if we're looking at the Sarah Boone case, the testimony from George's mother alone is enough to, break your heart. So there's some stark differences. I'm going to have to comfort poor Lola here.
Disorders before had credible evidence of disorders later, other than the kinds of things I was referring to.
And how about people that come out from hostage taking? Do any of those people ever show signs of disorders?
Objection, that's irrelevant.
Well, doctor, you indicated that people have to have a disorder in very early life, but there's no way that they would be diagnosed afterwards. Is that true under every circumstance?
That's true for personality disorders, which is what I said. There are other kinds of disorders that can be acquired, such as adjustment reactions, bereavement, criminality. These are things that one can first do in adulthood.
Did they show signs of schizophrenia or psychosis?
That's it.
People who come out of, for instance, concentration camps, or come out of hostage taking, or come out of sometimes abusive relationships.
Objection, abstain.
This is the tiniest cups ever.
Will you find that sometimes the person's personality can be, certain facets of it can be highlighted or distorted because of things that happen to them?
Events can cause people to magnify their display of their pre-existing personalities.
Now, there were, you gave an indication of the difference between a clinician and somebody who's seeing someone forensically, that there's a different reason that you see them and things you talk to them about. But,
That's right. The purposes of clinical and forensic work differ.
okay. Now, a clinical, persons who are working clinical, they still do diagnosis, and those are still important, is it not?
Yes, though, even that has another purpose.
But it's not that, are you saying that if somebody was to do a diagnosis on axis 1 and 2 and 3, that a forensic psychiatrist will come out with a different diagnosis than a clinical psychiatrist?
Well, they may, but theoretically it should be the same. Since the purposes differ, the rules of evidence differ.
Well, there was a doctor, a psychiatrist that saw Elizabeth Broderick in a hospital setting over a 3-day period of time in 1986, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he diagnosed her as having a bipolar disorder, did he not?
Not originally. Originally, he said she had an adjustment disorder. And then after he saw a computerized test printout, he changed his diagnosis, and one of them was bipolar that he gave. But it was clear that was based on the test results.
Well, wasn't there the first one an admitting diagnosis, and then wasn't there a diagnosis at the time when she left the hospital, the final diagnosis?
Right, but from the context, it's clear the first one was based on what he saw and knew and thought about her. And the second one reflected the influence of this computerized test result.
Feels like
So
we
you're
need
saying
pets.
that the doctor wrote a diagnosis, he came up with that she had what was his diagnosis on axis 1?
Yeah, this was Dr. Levinson.
Yes.
And originally what he wrote was axis 1, adjustment disorder of adult life.
That was when she was first admitted to the hospital.
This is the day after she was admitted for bashing in Dan's door.
Okay, but you know whether she was admitted to that hospital the first day or whether she was transferred there.
I believe she was transferred to that hospital.
And was there a final diagnosis done?
After the test results came back, and despite the letter from Dr. Nydorf saying not to rely on this test, the diagnosis was changed, and the final diagnosis was bipolar affective disorder.
Well, he just said not to rely on that test alone, didn't he?
Well, what he said was, Gary, since there was no history available for Ms. Broderick, it was impossible to answer referral questions on the basis of this one test. It may be unreliable.
And so what you're saying is this doctor did something that you feel is totally unreliable. In other words, he made a diagnosis that's an error.
No, it makes no difference. For clinical purposes, the purpose of diagnosis is to treat the patient so as to help relieve their suffering. Secondarily, there's the purpose of statistics in the hospital, record keeping, reports to insurance companies. But what really matters in the eyes of physicians everywhere is treating the patient. When you're seeing someone clinically, you want to help them. And the treatment plan is what makes the most difference. Does he get to the right treatment plan?
Well,
Forensically, it's another matter. The truth is what matters. What's the process? What has occurred? What's the evidence for it? He's not held to those standards when he's doing this, especially when the patient's leaving the hospital and refusing treatment.
so you're saying it's not important if you go to a hospital that someone diagnosed you correctly so that they're treating you for depression? That doesn't matter?
It's precisely why it does matter that you be properly diagnosed to be treated. But the rules of evidence don't matter. Getting the right treatment matters. She was leaving. She refused treatment.
So it's important for them to do a proper diagnosis to know what kind of treatment to give.
If they're going to treat.
And obviously, when you come to a forensic psychiatrist, the forensic psychiatrist comes in to advocate a position. Is that correct?
I should hope not. No, the forensic psychiatrist comes in to answer a question. And the goal, and we don't always achieve it, but the goal we strive for, and what I've always tried to train my trainees to strive for, is to be as objective as one can and look at the evidence, see where the evidence leads one.
Okay. So the position of, well, you indicated that you testified in the Hinckley case.
Yes.
And in the Hinckley case, you worked on that for a year.
Right.
And you testified in that.
Yes.
And the jury received all your information, your testimony.
They received some of it.
And you feel that there was a lack of truth in that proceeding?
I don't think he said that here, and I don't know how relevant, so.
Well, in that case, your position was.
I really love his mannerisms. Like he's confident in his intelligence enough that he doesn't feel the need to fill silences or pretend to get it if it doesn't make sense. In fact, he widely smiles when somebody else confirms his suspicions. Like, what's going on here? Okay, thank you.
That the man didn't have a major mental illness, and that was rejected by the jury. Isn't that correct?
It's actually what happened. Well, it's sustained. What happened there is not relevant to this case.
Now, Dr. Jacobson saw the Elizabeth Broderick, did he not?
Yes, he did.
Did he make any findings of any depressive disorder?
He didn't diagnose her as having a major depressive disorder.
Well, did he make any diagnosis with depressive disorder?
I don't recall. I'd have to look at that document. I don't have it with me.
Okay. Well, when you were looking to see if she had a depressive disorder, would it be important to see what other mental health experts had to say about that?
I did. I just don't recall what everyone had to say.
Was there anyone in the jail did you look at the jail notes?
Oh, excuse me. I do recall what Dr. Jacobson told your investigator. I just remembered the typo. Your investigator wrote that it was a psychothymic disorder. I believe that's a type for cyclothymic. And then your investigator went on to characterize that as being states of psychosis and bipolar. And of course, that's not true.
Okay.
It's not what it is. But apparently, something was said about her moodiness that got put down in this way.
Okay. So the investigator wrote, it's your feeling that the investigator was not accurately reflecting that disorder?
Well, I don't think the report accurately reflects Dr. Jacobson's findings, but apparently something was said about her moodiness and must have been said about her having times she was down and times she was up.
Well, when you read the trial transcripts from the divorce trial, there was testimony in regards to Dr. Nelson about talking to Dr. Jacobson and him coming with that diagnosis. Is that correct?
Who coming with what?
That Dr. Jacobson coming with the diagnosis.
Of cyclothymic?
Yes.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And there was a prescription there was a prescription that she received at that time, Xanax. Is that correct?
I think that is right.
And what is Xanax used for?
Treating anxiety.
And is that something that is associated with depressive disorder sometimes?
These are some of the newest pets to be added.
Well, most of the people who have anxiety
That's a
disorders
sleeping position.
don't have depressive illness. The vast majority of people given Xanax for anxiety don't have anything wrong with them. It's the most commonly prescribed class of drugs in America, with many millions of people on it. But it's true that people who are depressed often get anxious too.
And how about Xanax? I mean, and how about Prozac?
Prozac's a fine drug.
What?
Is a fine drug
For what?
treating depression.
Okay. Now, do you know what she was prescribed in the jail?
Well, but we'll let it sit on Prozac as a fine drug, and nothing's come out about that since. Pause that. Does that leave the slideshow keeps going? Okay, so there has been a vote in chat. Should we pause chat to address the chat? And I see that we are 2/3 in favor of that. So here's the pause. Let's address it. I think the key thing to keep in mind in watching this trial, well, there's a few key things, and it's not like I have them in order, so I'm not going to pretend I have a list of ABC. But one, it's over 35 years ago. This is not like one of the current trials that we're watching, where we're trying to shape public opinion on some current event story. I think it's totally valid for people to come in here that have no interest in changing their mind and just want to contribute their facts to a story, the facts that they remember from watching it, or from experiencing when it happened, or from following it off and on through the years, whatever the case may be. There's going to be some people who are here that, the case is relatively unfamiliar to them, and they've got an open mind just because they don't know many of the facts. So they'll be asking questions. And there's going to be some people here that, like a lot of us in the true crime community, we don't like criminals. So it's, you're here to just have fun enjoying a crime, and you don't want to hear anything about, that mitigates the criminal's reason for doing it. That's fine too. I think the one thing that we can get kind of sidetracked as a chat is normally there is a little bit of, no, hold on, how can you think that because this? And I think it's just accept that there's going to be a lot of people with a lot of different opinions on this particular case. There's not many cases we'll be following as a group that have this much disconnect between, who the bad guy is. And for the time this is happening, it's refreshing. Just, I think we can just let it be. We don't need to get, most of our opinions on the case aren't, this is my newest logo, the Dan D True Crime. It's probably already gone. I'm watching a ghost of it. I made a new sign for myself. So, okay, well, let me just read some of the comments, because some of you aren't quite okay. And well, no, I understand. So this not my lover says this isn't about people disagreeing about Dan. This is about our group members being personally insulted by insinuations of being stupid or ignorant. That is kind of what I'm trying to get at here, is that for the people that disagree with, especially, the long timers that have been here in Dan D True Crime, you can disagree with the long timers without feeling like, without, we don't need personal attacks or insults. Like, if you don't think that somebody agrees, that's fine. We don't want personal attacks. I guess that's, let's get real basic there. That's in the community guidelines, that respect for other community members is mandatory. So you can have vastly different opinions than other people in the chat, and as long as you want to bring them up, that's fine. I even encourage people, like, if people have nothing to do with this channel or just pop in and want to try and troll me for a bit, that could be entertaining for my viewers. So, even bad faith chat, I can tolerate somebody that's, automatic gainsay of what I'm saying. So yeah, let's start there. That, disagree, but be polite, and not just polite, but respectful. Like, we're all here because we enjoy true crime content. We enjoy getting into the weeds of true crime, and sometimes we just enjoy a good laugh, and that's why I'll comment on the fashion with just as much passion. I got a fashion for the passion, as I comment on the psychology of the case, or the technical details of hearing the production crew talking to each other, or picking up farts on the microphone. Like, all of the different aspects of it are interesting to me, and that's what I want to bring to you as a wider true crime community. So if you want to settle in here and get comfortable, expect there to be some light disagreement and even some major disagreement. But the thing that should really define this community is how we can get along with each other. So, okay, so there's that. Let's just scroll through and make sure. No personal. Oh, yeah, you read it totally wrong, Beth of a Salesman. Beth of a Salesman thought that personal attacks were mandatory. No, that's incorrect. So that'll make it really easy. You just need to flip that. Beth of a Salesman's going to get a lot nicer in the chat. I see LZB has posted a link. Oh, that's probably to the community guidelines. It could be. I'm going to replace that with a pinned message. Oh, that could be the community page too. I am taking pets on the community page. That has nothing to do with this, but the pets that you see scrolling are all pets that have been submitted on the Dan D community tab, which you can access through the pinned link. Pinned links aren't coming up as often because I don't want you guys to have to dismiss constant pinned messages as long as they're at the bottom covering up the chat, so that'll only be an occasional thing. No, Sarah doesn't need any more attention, Victoria Carmen points out, but it's just someone that, for me personally, I made a content map, and I know that I've got about 2 years of Sarah content if she never says another word. If she just sits quietly without a peep, I have, well, now about a year and a half more content. I'm not going to turn every idea into something because I know she's capable of new stuff. But that's kind of what my content bank is on Sarah. Betty is a bonus. If I can continue covering Betty into the future, I want someone like you, Victoria, that knows the case to be here in the chat, to call bullshit if you think something's wrong, so that I do the extra effort into it. But also appreciate that, it's an away game. There's going to be people here that disagree with you. As long as they're respectful to you, be respectful to them. Bring in the information that I don't have. I'm happy to look into it. I'm happy to share it. I'm happy to discuss it. There's, no side of the issue I'm not willing to discuss. It doesn't mean I'll agree with everything, but I certainly will be a forum for discussion. So all of that, let's just take a break. If you feel like getting mad at someone, just give your fingers a rest. Maybe, do some finger exercises so that you can type more later, and look at the pets in the top right-hand corner. We'll let Dr. Park Dietz take us from here.
Objection goes to the period post-murders.
Sustained. After she wasn't in jail after the homicides. That's what we're talking about, isn't it?
Yes.
Could probably throw up some lemon pound cake for you,
would
Larissa.
not classify her as suffering from depression.
At what time?
Your objection is vague.
Yes.
Sustained.
The Dr. DeFrancesca's diagnosis was her diagnosis at the time that she saw Elizabeth Broderick. Is that correct? Didn't she say that she saw Elizabeth Broderick and her diagnosis would be suffering from major depression?
I don't know. I'd be surprised if it was admitted or post. Perhaps that's what she was testifying to, what was wrong with her after the homicides. But I thought she was testifying about before.
It's a good time to take the afternoon recess, Mr. Early. Take our afternoon recess this time, ladies and gentlemen. Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves, nor allow anyone else to discuss it with you, nor form any opinions until it's finally submitted to you. See you tomorrow, 9 o'clock. Have a nice evening.
Doctor, when you do and get involved in a court case and evaluation, can the person who is doing it, their ideology affect how they see the case?
Therapeutic
what have I done
ideology,
here?
psychiatric ideology can affect
What
how
have I?
one assesses a case, and that's one of the sources of bias that experts.
That's
need
my
to try to
fault.
guard
Sorry.
against.
Now, at the time that
Oh,
you
no, it's
first
not
got
my fault.
involved
No, I'm all blaming it on me and panicking. This is the guy who is recording court TV. See, YouTubing's not easy. This is Criminal Conversations. They've been doing a great job, but they may have color corrected too. This looks like the original's better. I may need to get rid of my filter. The audio, they'll fix it. But this is all them now. Yeah. See, that's what I had to do to the filter.
Therapeutic ideology, psychiatric ideology can affect.
So now I will get rid of everything I added. What the? Okay. Yeah, I'll get rid of what I added. That's the trial. Let me see the filters. I will hide the color correction filter. There we go. That's how much I had to apply in the opposite direction to make the last stuff look normal.
How one assesses a case, and that's one of the sources of bias that.
Don't worry, they're going to fix all that. I can see that it's running off of the Criminal Conversations page. So if you do want to see this trial in full without commentary, go to Criminal Conversations with a Z. They've got the entire trial. Username Peppermint Gecko with 2 Ks instead of a CK is the
More
user
about the,
that's put them all into a playlist. So if you want them in order, pick that playlist when you search Betty Broderick trial playlist. And yeah, let's see.
The things surrounding the case.
Okay. And then after you got involved in the case, did you have conversations with Dr. Goldsman?
After I was involved, there came a time when I had completed my assessment, had developed my own opinions, when I consulted with him to determine exactly what he had found that wasn't reflected in the testimony or his notes, to confirm that that was still his opinion and to explore some other issues.
But you had read his testimony and his notes before you spoke to him again, and
Yes.
used that in forming your opinion. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And during the time that when you said that there's a difference between a clinician and a forensic psychiatrist, obviously in a clinical setting, clinicians who are treating somebody have a duty to tell the person if in fact they're going to get involved, let's say, in prosecuting them at some point. Is that true?
Clinician treating a patient?
Yes.
Clinician treating a patient should not become involved in prosecuting them except in very unusual circumstances.
Okay. And did you consult with any other doctors about this case? In other words, was there anyone else who consulted about the testimony or theories of the case?
Dr. Lippian?
Okay. But anyone that was familiar with the case? Anyone from, for instance, Care Mental Health?
No. I read their records, notes, and testimony.
Okay. Now, and I take it that after you read the testimony and after you talked to Dr. Goldsman, you had a number of conversations with the prosecution. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Now, in your writings, you have talked about the fact that when someone has an opinion, that there is a danger they might become vested in that opinion. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if I've written that, but I think that's true.
And you've also been involved in compiling material on how a psychiatrist should testify, what kind of clothes he should wear, what kind of demeanor, what kind of things he should do. Isn't that correct?
You'll have to refresh my recollection. I don't recall that. I've certainly read many things where people have recommended that.
You indicated that you had edited some books or been in the process of compiling some books. Are you familiar with the mental health professional and the legal system?
Yes.
Okay, and when you edit a book, you go through, you obviously know what's in the book, and what goes in there are things that you agree with or you think are accurate. Is that correct?
I didn't edit that book.
Okay. Were you involved in that book at all?
I was on a committee that prepared it. I wrote one chapter for it and then wasn't involved with the rest of the publication.
So that's the only involvement you had with that, is that correct?
I was on the committee that drafted it. I went to a number of the meetings where this is an organization called the Group for the Advancement of Psychiatry. About 150 psychiatrists from the whole United States are invited to join. They belong to committees, and what the committees do is to write books that are then published by the name of the Group for the Advancement of Psychiatry. We're not individual authors, but the committee authors it. And we pay dues to spend 2 weekends a year sitting in a hotel in Cherry Hill, New Jersey, writing books and discussing the drafts. We discussed the drafts for that particular book meeting after meeting for several years before I became a corresponding member, and I wasn't even there for the last 3 or 4 perhaps more meetings where the draft was finalized.
Yesterday, I asked you about the use of DSM-III in court. Is it is it your position that that there is it should not be used for medical legal purposes?
That depends on the type of use.
Okay.
I think that it's the best tool we have for most purposes that involve rendering a diagnosis.
Well, when you read Dr. Goldsman's testimony, there was remember me asking a question about borderline personality disorder?
I'm sure you did, but I don't recall it. Can I see what you're referring to?
Page 1945. Yeah, just in here. Okay. If you could just start on page 1940, if you want to read this question and answer on 1945 to yourself.
Yes, I read it.
Okay. Do you agree with that position?
Well, that's not what DSM-III-R says.
Well,
DSM-3 said something rather more like that, but the revised version doesn't.
okay, so you don't agree with Dr. Goldsman's position then?
I think he was attempting to say what the book said, and that's not an accurate statement of what this book says. If you look on page 29, Roman numeral lowercase, the cautionary statement says something very different from that.
Okay, so even though he refers to DSM-III-R and says it should not be used for medical legal purposes, that was a mistake.
It's not a mistake. It's an abbreviated version of what it actually says, which is that it shouldn't be relied on by untrained people, and that the conditions described in this volume are not necessarily the same as what the law considers relevant.
I think another thing to consider in the idea of victim bashing is this is Betty's trial, and by extension, half of it is going to be spent on defense of Betty, and then a portion of that is going to be tearing apart Betty's credibility or not. But you know, because of the nature of it being Betty's trial, there's going to be a lot of time spent on Betty's defense. So by nature, you know, only so much time gets put into the victim in a trial because they're not the ones on trial. They're the victim and no longer with us. So whether bad or good, there's just not a lot of information that comes out after the fact, and probably for the best. But yeah, if for anyone who thinks that there's an overabundance of Betty defense, you know, that's the reality of any trial. All the worst people are entitled to a zealous and vigorous defense.
Points out that just because someone has a diagnosis from this doesn't mean that they have what the law regards as a mental disease or a mental defect or as disabling.
When I brought the book out, he said it's necessary for me to point out to you in the forward, there's a caveat about using this for medical legal purposes. It is not meant for that, nor should it be used for that. But I'll be happy to answer your question. Is it to be used for medical legal purposes?
Not by lawyers, but it is by people trained in its use.
Okay. Do you agree with the position that
Beth of a Salesman had a look at the community guidelines and posited or questioned in the chat I thought personal attacks were mandatory. And no, it was respect for other community members that's mandatory. Personal attacks are frowned upon, even discouraged. So just in case there was any confusion over that, mandatory is respect and discouraged is personal attacks. You can probably try and keep those two straight going forward. We'll probably avoid a lot of confusion.
That by definition, narcissists have to see themselves as nearly near perfect.
I don't see that's a definition, but it's a description that many people might apply to one of the criteria that some narcissists have.
Well, then you disagree with Dr. Goldsman says that that's a definite by definition. You do not agree with his statement. By definition, narcissists have to see themselves as pretty near perfect.
I would ask it to be some transcript.
You show them that?
So while he's reading, just in the chat replay, which I have to say,
What page, what line?
1911, Your Honor, and it's line. Goldsman's answer on lines 14 to 15.
the chat replay on the original video is much slower than the active chat in our video, so thank you very much.
Well, he's responding to a question of whether, for example, narcissists can accept frailties or problems. And I think the thrust of his answer is true, that narcissists will exaggerate their view of their own perfection.
But you don't agree that that's by definition.
I gave the DSM-III-R definition in my testimony yesterday, and that's the one I would use.
So you disagree with his definition?
Your Honor, I don't think he's defining anything in this testimony. You talk about what Dr. Goldsman said, what his position is to do that.
Sustain.
The Millon, when
I'll
you
get to
give
the
somebody
comments.
a test, can the results of the test be exaggerated or by the circumstances surrounding the taking of the test?
Well, okay, I am going to pause now because Elizabeth points out a great thing. In most murder trials, there's no space to defend the victim. And exactly. Just a great comment. The comments that are going on in the criminal conversations video, and like I said, a lot slower than the active conversation in this chat. One user, hashtag free Betty. It follows it up with, Betty is not sorry, get over it. Who else wants Betty freed? And then True Crime Fan 2 says, yeah, she's paid her dues. And then Melinda Romo says, Betty very much should be freed. Free Betty. So the first person started a free Betty hashtag ironically, and Melinda Romo picked it up unironically. So ours is not the only chat with a little disagreement. It looks like theirs is definitely a lot less active, but Don Rickles, he was fun. Don Rickles. I used to watch those celebrity roasts, like before they came back and did all the modern ones. There was the old ones with the Rat Pack and Don Rickles. So you'd have like, well, it was rarely Sinatra. It was usually the side, the hangers-on in the Rat Pack. But what was his name? There was one guy, I think he only had one big song, but was a known member of the Rat Pack and just kind of showed up at all the functions. But Joey something? Anyway, I used to love watching those comedy roasts anyway, especially when Don Rickles would come up, because it didn't matter who was getting roasted. Anyone on the dais was probably going to get one or two strays from him. No, Sammy Davis Jr. was great, but I remember him for sure. He had a great role in the Cannonball Run, I think, with Burt Reynolds. No, he did it with Dean Martin. Yeah, no, I'm thinking Peter Lawford. Peter Lawford is one of those guys that part of the Rat Pack, but if you're like, oh, one of the Rat Pack's going to be there, you'd have to like explain who Peter Lawford was and what his connection was to the Rat Pack. Joey Bishop's the other one. Thank you. Oh, you guys are brilliant in the chat. We got a smart set with us today. We've got an hour left in part Dr. Park Dietz' testimony in this video, but it does continue into the next video, which we're going to be watching in full tonight too.
By that and many other factors, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Larissa Harris says, I wish I knew Betty before the murder. She seemed fun and entertaining. I bet everyone that happens to be in the prison with Betty is so much luckier for being, like, I bet she just makes being in prison that much more delightful. And I'm not trying to forgive her crimes or anything else. She just seems like the type of person that, you know, you'll miss her when she's gone. Like, I think the people that happen to be sharing time with her are, you know, they're laughing, they're enjoying stories, and maybe they shouldn't be. Maybe they've done horrible things, but she just seems like the type of person. If I was wrongfully incarcerated, I would love to have someone like her in my life on a daily basis, just to keep it interesting.
Well, can it be relevant to the particular situation, or is it just show things over the long term?
I don't know what you're asking.
Okay. Does the is the Millon test relevant to the immediate situation?
I don't hold myself out as an expert on the Millon. I can tell you my understanding of it.
Okay. Well, if you could answer my question, is it relevant to the immediate situation?
Depends on what situation we're talking about.
And that's what I'm asking. Are there situations where that it can affect the Millon, so it can be relevant to the immediate?
Yeah, A to B says, I have to admit, Betty is funny. When I made my little short of her telling the smushing story of the Boston cream pie, I could see that being a funny story at all kinds of social gatherings that she used to tell. And it came off way better from Betty than Amber Turd telling her story of smushing the sheets, you
Situation.
know, 32 years later.
Dr. Day, asking.
Overall, you understand it, should answer, Doctor.
I don't understand it.
The Millon test shows how a person is functioning at a given time. Is that correct? Can it show that?
Well, mostly what it shows is long-term patterns, but it can also show something about current functioning, is my understanding.
Okay. Would you disagree with Dr. Goldsman's statement that it is not relevant to the immediate situation?
You can objection unless he's going to show what. He's reading from the transcript. He has
Just want to see it and see the question and answer and then ask.
And I'm referring to page 1913, answer 14 through 20.
I think what he says there is accurate, that the design of the test was to look at long-term functioning rather than to primarily tell one about someone's current functioning. I think it's also the case that there are things about the current situation that can influence the results and make the results of the test misleading.
You indicated yesterday that it was that the doctor who saw Mrs. Broderick in the hospital in 1986, it appeared to you that he changed his opinion based on the test alone. In other words, he had an opinion, then he read the test and he changed his opinion. Remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, actually, the test showed a number of tendencies, did it not? Showed a number of possible results.
The test had many different results, some of which were plausible, some of which weren't.
Okay, and do you remember, did you review Dr. Goldsman's testimony where he went through the results of the Millon test at, when he was on the stand. He was read the results of the Millon Test. Remember that testimony?
I recall he was read portions of it.
Yes, and you remember Dr. Goldsman responding that he was surprised because the test was so right on point as far as how he saw Elizabeth Broderick?
The council is voting to make the transfer to that statement.
Go ahead, Jota, got something there.
A to B has only seen bits and pieces of the Depp Heard trial, so I'll just fill you in on what I think personally was my favorite line during the whole trial. But Johnny Depp was being asked about the poop on the sheets incident and was asked how he knew that it was human feces as opposed to perhaps his dog's feces. And Johnny Depp says, "They're teacup Yorkies." Just hold on, let me give that. They're teacup Yorkies. He just stayed on it. He knew, like, come on, do the mental math there. There's little tiny, this big leopard-sized poop sitting in the middle of my bed. Was it Friday the 13th that Johnny Depp was in Carolina, or was it Nightmare on Elm Street first? I remember him getting sucked into the bed and then that like whale spigot of blood shooting onto the roof. That's my first Johnny Depp memory. And then I think he was on 21 Jump Street with like Richard Grieco and a few of the other tough young cops.
If you can read on page 1916, 12 through 16, the answer.
I think we've got out of the danger zone. We can get away from the slideshows for now.
Yes, I see.
Do you agree with the position that
Edward Scissorhands was great.
accurate, where he says he
That was a great Edward Scissorhands. It's such an avant-garde comedy, weird, surreal, even deeply, it's a little bit about depression and being alone, but very complicated, visually stunning. Would you call it a comedy? Like a dramedy? Great 90s flick, though, Edward Scissorhands. Oh, cheers. Nightmare on Elm Street, Carolina Hurtado confirms. Yeah, the early Friday the 13th, I think, was almost all no names. Jamie Lee Curtis started in the first Halloween movie. Yeah, I can't remember anyone from the first. I do have a connection to Friday the 13th, though. A kid from my neighborhood, his brother did kickboxing, and he was one of the guys that confronts Jason in Jason Goes to New York, or I think it's like Friday the 13th 8 or something like that. So there's a scene of him trying a kickboxing move and then getting sliced and diced. But it's not a significant role, but he's in it.
overwhelmed that when he read it, kept hitting on everything he felt about this lady, previous materials that he'd gone through?
I think there are portions of it that would lead one to feel that because it seemed to be so on point, but there are other portions of it that I don't think are that accurate and that really don't correspond to Mrs. Broderick's history.
Okay. So your position is that the test wasn't extraordinarily accurate, it was only accurate in some parts.
The test, first of all, I don't know everything about this test, how it was designed, what the norms are. As I said, I'm not an expert on this test. But in reading the results of the test, I think there are passages in it that anyone who knows Mrs. Broderick's history would say this is uncannily true. And there are other parts where one has to wonder how the computer came to that conclusion because it doesn't fit the facts.
If you liked Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, which is another great Johnny Depp movie, make sure you also check out Where the Buffalo Roam. It's kind of a shot for shot, not exactly, but it's the same story. It's the Hunter S. Thompson story, but with Bill Murray in the lead role. And in some ways, less surreal, more real, but also, you can tell it didn't get the budget that Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas with Depp got, so there's just some parts that are a little bit more hokey than awesome, but it's still worth watching if you're a fan of Hunter Thompson or Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas by extension. Definitely check out Where the Buffalo Roam starring Bill Murray.
Okay. So you wouldn't agree that it just kept hitting everything that I felt about this lady?
Only portions.
Does the
what did JD say? I wouldn't work for Disney again for $500 million and 50 alpacas?
Part is responds with rage, is that correct? When she's rejected, she'll respond with rage.
That's right.
Okay. So if we look at any time through when there's some major rejection, we would expect that there's going to be rage with that. Is that correct?
You should expect that if there are times when there's a rejection for something to which she felt entitled and that she thinks is
Donnie Brasco's a great Johnny Depp one. Who's Eating Gilbert Grape is great because not only Johnny Depp, but some very early Leo DiCaprio, who plays a challenged character that spends a lot of time sitting in trees. I think it was maybe Leo's biggest movie until The Basketball Diaries. He might have been like 16 years old playing a 13-year-old in What's Eating Gilbert Grape. Great movie though.
justified or that gets to the heart of who she wishes to be, that she should have either rage or shame or humiliation. That's what DSM-III-R speaks to, and I think that's correct. It doesn't have to be rage. She could also feel ashamed and withdraw from the situation. And in part, she chooses whether her reaction is to be ashamed and humiliated or whether it's to become enraged.
Now, you indicated that some of the examples of that were, for instance, her reaction to the affair. Is that correct?
I think that provides many of the most dramatic examples, yes.
Okay. Now, isn't it true that if somebody is having an affair on their wife and lying to them, telling them that they're crazy, telling them that they're nuts, blaming it on them, that they might be a little bit mad? Or do you think that that's a narcissistic reaction?
I think if a perfectly normal person has those things happen, they have every right to be angry.
Okay. And they might react with rage, is that correct?
You bet.
Okay. And I take it that somebody who goes through after finds out that their husband has been sending, not only lying about an affair, but sending the person that had the affair to their gynecologist, their dentist, while they were married, that person might get a little upset and react with a little bit of rage when she finds out that even her most personal life, while she's still living with the person, has been invaded. Would that not make a person rageful?
Objection argument, since that's not done. Sustained.
Well, you read her diaries, didn't you?
I do like Legal Bites. Legal Bites was an extension of Legal, so I definitely recommend that channel. Female host instead of male host for it, but very good at giving succinct. They'll take wider stories that are going on in the internet and distill it to its main points and really add value to whatever story you're covering just by following that alongside it.
Yes.
And at times she talks about her finding out about things about Linda that she didn't know about
Okay,
until
thank you.
after their separation. Isn't that correct?
It's definitely an advantage of doing the older trials because you don't feel that need to try and keep up with the live, like, oh, it's going, I can't, so I'll just talk over it. I think if I ever do a live trial, if I do a live trial, I'll probably still pause it, knowing that I can catch back up during the recesses and breaks. And if people need to be live, like, you know, don't want 2 to 3 minutes of lag, then go somewhere else. This is Dan D. True Crime. That's how we do it.
Oh, we're really gonna answer that.
Did you find passages in her diary that talked about Linda going to her dentist, her doctors?
That's what she wrote in her diary, yes.
Okay. And there was times that she would talk about rage and being very mad about that. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is that narcissism by itself?
There's no way to tell. If one only knows that, one doesn't know if that's normal anger or if it's magnified by narcissism.
Okay. Now, we were talking about someone you also talked about envy and her being obsessed with things that Dan had. And that was some evidence of her disorders.
It's the preoccupation with feelings of envy that is evidence for a disorder.
No, I'm glad.
Being envious in itself doesn't indicate that one's disordered.
Okay. Now, sometimes.
Yeah, and I'm pausing it a little bit more than I'd like to now, but I just posed to the chat, how's my balance between commentary and coverage, because they're discussing a different creator. And glad to hear that it's working for the people in chat anyway. I think this may become my style, where even during a live courtroom, I probably won't pause it nearly as much, but if I have something to say, I'm just going to pause it, and then you guys can have everything intact in the video, especially people on the replay crew. There's nothing you can do if the person's talking over it, but there's plenty you can do if they've paused it and you don't want to hear what they're saying. Skip.
People do, from their circumstances, get preoccupied with things that are going on that are very stressful in their life, do they not? I mean, that's a normal reaction sometimes to stimuli that happens to us.
To a point. But there can come a time that it's excessive. And if preoccupation with something stressful becomes excessive, if it begins to consume one with anger and hostility, that's going beyond what we regard as a normal response.
Thank you,
Well,
Larissa.
when somebody has something that continues to go on in their life, doesn't come to an end, you would expect that they have a reaction to that. Is that correct? I mean, there's going to be some reaction.
Well, you have to look at why it's not coming to an end. Is it not coming to an end because they repeatedly fail to resolve it?
But is that okay? But people do get caught up in things that are going on around them. Would you agree or disagree? If you don't,
Sure.
If you disagree with that, then just tell me. I disagree with that.
That people get caught up in what's going on?
Yes. Okay. And that people do get obsessed with the things. For instance, it wouldn't be unusual for a trial lawyer, for instance, if they're in a long trial, that sometimes their friends or family might just say, why don't you go away for a month? Because no matter what we talk about, you bring it back to the thing that you're working on 20 hours a day, and you're like a broken record. To other people, that happens.
Yes, it does.
Okay. And people, I take that when you look at people's personality or how they respond, you have to also look at the stressors around that. What kind of stressors there are affecting their reactions.
Depends on what one wants to know. If one wants to explain why someone's enraged, then one has to look at that. If one just wants to.
Larissa, if you've missed the backdrop, once we get done with this trial, which will be Saturday is the finale, I'm going to move back into the true crime basement, and we'll do one of my first rambles is going to be with the concrete wall on one side, my shower curtain on the other, all my little glowy devices, maybe a couple Bucky the Beaver items that Cowboy Criminology gave me. But yeah, I'll be going back to my roots for my first Friday Night Live.
Know whether this is rage or depression.
Friday Night Ramble. Friday Night Live is nothing. That's Friday Night Rambles, copyright property, Dan D. True Crime.
One may not need to look at that.
Yeah. When you look at the factors, when, for instance, you give an example of someone being enraged about something, you have to look not only on what's they're pervasive pattern, but you should look and see what might be going on at that particular time. Would you agree with that?
That's useful, yes.
And do you, is it your testimony that based on her disorders, is that she really wouldn't understand, or she has an inability to understand that people would react to her behavior?
She doesn't have any inability to understand that. She lacks the warmth of understanding of how other people feel. And so she will sometimes behave in ways that are destructive to other people, that if she were able to see what they would feel about it, might cause her to shift her priorities. But that's it, that she lacks empathy.
The Michael Peterson one is very
Now,
interesting.
Disagree with the fact that that Mrs. Broderick was depressed at times.
Just explaining why I'm talking about Michael Peterson suddenly. In the chat, it's been suggested that would be an interesting trial to cover, and the guy himself is fascinating. So his wife falls down a staircase, and don't know how it happened. You just listen to him, and you don't feel right, like that his story doesn't sound right. And at the same time, there's not a lot of evidence. It's not like, there's a ton of circumstantial evidence. There's some circumstantial evidence, but it's not a ton of it. It's not undeniable circumstantial evidence by any means. And I keep getting thrown off that the guy looks exactly like one of the Bobs from Office Space. So if you remember when you had the guy had the meeting with the Bobs, there's one guy who's kind of heavy set, glasses, more of an accountant look, and another guy who's really the lead comedy guy, Bob Slidell. He looks almost exactly like, if anyone's going to play Michael Peterson in a biopic, I would say it has to be that guy. But yeah, if nothing else, I think watching his interrogations, or because I don't know, I like having some resolution, and as far as I know, there's no resolution in that. Maybe I'm wrong, but.
Do you?
Other times she was sad.
A cowboy and Dan D stream, and we could call it a hootenanny. What night would the hootenanny be on? Hootenanny, yeah, maybe a monthly show, like the hootenanny on month-end eve.
When we people, one of the things that you see with people that are depressed are an uninterest in some of the things that normally they would have an interest in.
Well, you can see that with people who aren't depressed too. In depression, there's a particular phenomenon that sometimes occur in which things that had been highly valued activities in the past, such as a favorite hobby that was one of the more pleasurable experiences in life, is no longer of interest. The person doesn't do this thing that they always really loved to do before. And when there are a lot of examples of that persist for a long enough period every day, then that can be one of the signs of depression that we use in making the diagnosis.
Well, people who are depressed sometimes just won't do things that have become everyday routines, not just things they love, but there's just some things that they'll ignore and not do. It might be work, it might be their shopping. Isn't that correct?
Yes, they can be incapacitated and non-functional because of depression, and if that persists long enough, and if the other features are present, it could be part of a depressive condition.
Now, when you read Elizabeth Broderick's diaries, most of the time, for a long time, she was relating not so much her personal day-to-day feelings, but her feelings as they related to the divorce procedure or things that were happening around the divorce.
The diaries were mostly complaints about Dan, Linda, the divorce, and so on.
Okay. Now, in the diary, there's times that she's describing how she feels in relationship to the divorce. Is there not?
So, okay, thank you. Carolina Hurtado says Michael Peterson is free today. He served 8 years only. He won a new trial and took an Alford plea. If you don't know what an Alford plea is, all these are named for the case where it originated. So whoever Alford is basically was able to plead guilty on, the evidence is overwhelming against me, and to fight it, I would only end up being guilty. And so I'm going to take the Alford plea. I'm going to concede that the evidence against me is so severe, but I will also maintain my innocence. I'm not saying I did it, but I am admitting that you have enough evidence to convict me of it. That's how I understand an Alford plea. That said, it blows me away that Sarah never considered an Alford plea, because it seems like that's the best of both worlds for her. Oh, I don't have to admit it, but I can take the plea. So maybe that's specifically why Mr. J didn't include an Alford plea as part of the plea deal. But as far as I know, it's something that you can initiate with your own lawyer. But we know that Sarah was never going to initiate something like that too. She needed her day in court to cry her tale of wolf.
There are times she does, yes.
There's descriptions of times where she just lays in bed and cries all night and the bed is shaking like an earthquake.
There's one time that she uses that colorful language, yes.
And there are times when there's a lot going on surrounding the divorce where she doesn't even write in the diary. For instance, there's nothing from January of 86. This picks up not until July of 86, isn't that correct?
I don't recall which dates there are gaps, but there are varied gaps, including times when there are varied gaps.
The and depression can be caused by meaningful losses, is that correct?
Well, meaningful losses can cause people to mourn the loss and to become sad. Also, losses can trigger depression in people who have the biological propensity to become depressed.
Can depression be defined as a loss, a meaningful loss to an individual?
That's one way of looking at it.
Okay.
However, that's not what depression is. In other words, there are different meanings of the word depression. In common parlance, all it means is sadness. You say that someone's depressed when they feel sad and know that they feel sad. In psychiatry, that's not all we mean by it. And we recognize many different forms of depression.
Interesting. So there's a question in the chat. What's the difference between an Alford plea and a no contest plea? No contest, also in Latin, nolo contendere. That seems more like Spanish than, I guess Spanish is from Latin. It's a Latin country. Nolo contendere. The defendant refuses to admit guilt, but also does not assert innocence. They are essentially staying silent on the facts while accepting the punishment. That's no contest. Alford, the defendant expressly maintains their innocence while simultaneously pleading guilty because they acknowledge the prosecution likely has enough evidence to convict them at trial. In civil court, a no contest plea cannot be used against you as an admission of fault in a subsequent civil lawsuit. An Alford plea, because it is technically a guilty plea, it can often be used as an admission of guilt in a civil court. There we go. No contest, Alford. Very similar, also very different on some key points.
That have their own causes, their own treatments, their own natural histories.
Okay, so when I ask you the question, depression is defined as a loss, a meaningful loss to an individual, that's a simplified version, not a psychiatric definition.
Well, that's a statement of what is classically in psychiatry thought to be what's called the underlying dynamic of depression. That is, since the turn of the century, in fact, even earlier, since Sir Richard Burton, no relation to the actor, centuries ago, wrote about melancholy. The idea was that the central ingredient in depression was the loss of something. It could be the loss of someone one cared about, it could be the loss of standing, the loss of reputation, losing money in the stock market, any of these things can cause someone to feel sadness. But that's not the same as the psychiatric diagnosis of depression.
And would not anger and depression, are they not related? Really two sides of the same coin?
I would
They may be.
And does not, in this case with Mrs. Broderick, you found that she had a lot of rage. I take it that rage at some point in time is going to be vented. She has to vent that rage somehow.
She vented it all the time.
Yeah. Well, that's not unusual. People who have a lot of rage, anger to vent it, is it?
Some people let it build up, but she was always letting off steam.
And sometimes depression has been defined as turning the rage inward, has it not? I mean, people sometimes when they are rageful, they turn it inwards because they see themselves to blame for not being able to fix the situation.
This was a popular theory in the 1960s that led to a great deal of research. The theory was that depression might really be anger directed inward toward the self. And there's a lot of appeal to that theory. Most of the efforts to study this with research don't support that as the most useful way to think about this. But there certainly are times that that individuals who are angry at the world will turn their anger towards themselves. At times, individuals who are angry at themselves will turn it against others. But most people who are angry are that way for other reasons, not because they're depressed. And most people who are depressed aren't filled with rage or anger. So whatever relationship there is between the two, it isn't always there.
But it can be there.
There are times both are present.
And when Dr. Goldsman said that some people get very depressed by virtue of the rage, which they turn inward against themselves, you don't disagree with that?
Same objection, Riles.
Just, can you answer the question without looking at it? Do you want to look at the answer, Don?
I don't disagree that there are examples of that in the world.
Okay.
Does self-esteem have anything to do with depression?
Self-esteem has something to do with all of human behavior, including depression.
There we go.
So the answer to that is yes, it does have something to do with depression.
Sure.
Well, yeah, so does breathing.
And how does that? How does self-esteem
People who aren't breathing aren't depressed.
and depression, how are they interrelated?
Well, like many other aspects of behavior, if someone's depressed, their self-esteem can decrease. So that depression can cause a change in self-esteem. On the other hand, right by the same token, people who lose self-esteem may become depressed over that loss. So they interact. Depression can change self-esteem, and self-esteem can change depression.
Do people who have depression and have loss of self-esteem, do they ever look back on their life as to try to give themselves some self-esteem, what they had at the time before maybe their loss or the problems they've had?
Yes, that happens.
The when you
We have just over an hour left in this stream, and then about 3.5 hours left in the next video.
now there was
Larissa Harris says, I'm not understanding what Mr. Early's goal is and what he's trying to gain with Dr. Dietz. I agree. I think that now Dr. Dietz, at this point wasn't super well known as a trial lawyer. Like lots of his trial law experience or trial expert witness experience that we're aware of today is from trials since this trial. So he may be just really like flipping through notes like, I don't even know where to go with this. I think he's trying to learn on the fly.
Some other examples that you gave out of the marriage encounter that were dealt with her narcissism at the time that we didn't go through yesterday.
Yeah, because it's going to be a longer stream, if you're in the chat, we'll probably take like a 10-minute intermission break. I'll run a loop of a few of my videos that don't have any licensed music in it. If you've got to go, prepare a microwave dinner or something that you can do in 10 minutes, leave the chat open and go do that. If you haven't seen a lot of Dan D material, watch that and then come back. Well, that's a good point too, Kel. Yeah, Early just wants the jurors to forget the earlier testimony that broke Betty down, in my opinion. And yeah, he came on strong, and they had a real good set of questions and answers where he was very definitive with his testimony. So that's as valid as anything as far as the defense. Like, just talk long enough that they forget about what he just said. Unfortunately, redirect will be able to close up all those things one more time. But yeah, that's very possible too.
One of them was
the holiday music videos are in that mix.
The question about, or your answer about the thing that I love most about you is what you love most about me. Okay. Remember that?
I
Or the
remember
thing
what
you
referred
love
to,
me.
but that's not what it was.
It was,
What I love most about you,
is how much you love me.
right,
Okay.
and showed it.
That's a very narcissistic thing to say, isn't it? The thing I love most about you is how much you love me. I want you to want me. I need you to need me. It's a Cheap Trick, live in Japan. They went big on their Japan live song and then came back to being a big band. They were nothing until the live in Japan version of that song hit the charts. At least in my memory. I'm not a music expert, but I like that song.
Now, at that point in time, in the marriage encounter, there was a letter that she was writing to Dan, Dear Dan.
Didn't you
can
make me
have-
crazy?
Your Honor, unless he's going to use a particular passage to rebut a particular passage that Dr. Dietz testifies, I'll object to a lengthy reading of a particular marriage encounter portion of the booklet. Your Honor, under 356, I have a right to go
You can go into it. Does he get a copy of the booklet here?
But yeah, Your Honor, it's not the same passage. Why is it relevant?
356.
He can go into it. Does he
Yeah.
have-
I'm assuming
That's a great point too. A to B says, that's enough about me. What do you think about me? We watched the little bit of the Richard Kuklinski interview after I did a personal preview of it offline to make sure that it was suitable for YouTube's terms of service. That's why I did it. Okay, that little bit of retcon made me forget what I was going to say about it. Oh yeah, and that's exactly, so Richard Kuklinski's talking to Mr. Dietz for about 40 minutes, and finally Mr. Dietz says, well, what if I turn the tables? What if I let you ask me some questions? What would you ask me? And instantly Richard Kuklinski, you can see the smile because now he's in control, and he liked it. He grinned. He was kind of a little giddy almost. And then immediately, what do you think of me? Totally showing that inner narcissism. Like, he's got the chance to ask about anything. And after 40 minutes of talking about himself, he's like, okay, well, enough about me. What do you think about me? Like, what do you think about me?
copy. Do you have a copy of the marriage encounter?
In my materials on the table.
I can get you a copy here.
Your Honor, excuse me, may we put sidebar for just a moment?
Sure. The answer that you gave to show her narcissistic tendencies,
Whistler.
the
That was a series of questions that were asked of her.
Well, that's a new outfit. Look at that. That's court reporter. I think that's her best outfit of the trial. Looks like a comfortable skirt, not a form-fitting skirt. A sensible heel. Bit of red for color. But, generally gray suit. She's not trying to take attention, but just a classic cut. This is kind of, that 70s stewardess kind, or not stewardess, but like secretary. But demure and classic. Good look on the court reporter today.
One page after another with one question and then her answer, and another page and a question and an answer.
Got some kind of like a boutonniere, and I don't know if that's just a splash of color to match the shoes as a blouse, or just a bit of flair that she's got. But good luck.
Objection, yes, what the witness always referring to.
You
Well,
said
he was going to give him a copy of the marriage encounter book, so we'd have it. I think we had it there just a second ago. Why don't you just if you can just show him the page, Mr. Early, make it easier.
remember that page?
I remember this page. Okay.
And before that, there is,
That's it. Thank you, Kitten Pusher. That was the A-line skirt, very big in the 70s. Thank you. My instinct was that was the decade, and yeah, that just nice, both comfortable but also flattering. It caught the attention, but didn't show off too much. You're not a whore. Just wearing a nice, comfortable skirt.
another page with some questions, is that correct? The question.
There's a question and answer on the preceding page.
Okay. And the questions are related into, they're related type questions, is that correct?
Well, there are two different questions.
Well, they're about her dealings, why she loves him, why she wants to live with him. Why she loves him and why she was attracted to him and why she wants to stay with him. Those are the two questions, aren't they?
Yes.
And the first
Wake
question is
We caught ya.
a page long, is that correct?
He opened his eyes. He side eyes that camera, and every time he knows it's on him, it's all right. Can't just close my eyes and listen to the testimony. Now I have to open them.
The first answer.
Yes.
And there was nothing in there that you found to be evidence of narcissism?
I have to read it because I only testified to a few of the many, many examples of each feature.
Well, is it your testimony that by reading the whole book, that is a good indication of her personality disorder? And it's pervasive throughout the book?
This takes his testimony. I'm asking you.
No, that's not my position. I think if even a trained clinician were to read this whole book in isolation, I thought I testified to this yesterday, that one would not be able to conclude that she has a personality disorder, though one might spot those few clues to it that are in it, some of which I testified to in my direct testimony. In the same way that a clinician meeting her at a cocktail party might spot a few clues, but wouldn't be able to say the evidence is there because it wouldn't be there. As long as narcissists are getting what they want, they don't display themselves. As long as she has her way, things go fine. It's only when she can't have what she wants that all of this emerges.
So it's not true that narcissist has a personality disorder, that it interferes with their their life. In other words, someone can be have a narcissistic disorder and going to show on every facet of being a great person because all their needs are being met.
Not necessarily a great person, but somebody who, let's say, is the dictator of a small nation could be a narcissist and not have it affect their lives because everyone's doing everything that they want them to do. What's the problem? It's only a problem if you're not the narcissist. The narcissist isn't having a problem.
Individuals who have a narcissistic or a histrionic personality disorder can function very well as long as they get what they want. It's only if you cross them that you better watch out, because that's when they show their other colors.
And it was always apparent that
That's
Elizabeth
Betty's
Broderick
parents.
was always the center of attention getting.
That's got to be Betty's parents. If there's anyone Betty got that wave from, it's those two. The natural thing that she's got going on with her hair, that's got to be Betty's parents. Sorry if you're not Betty's parents. You're probably no longer with us at this point. But I think that's got to be, it's got to be Betty's parents.
Exactly what you want.
I don't think that was always apparent, but I think that it was clear most of the time that she was on the trajectory that would get her where she wanted to go.
Did she talk about?
Okay, I don't even care if I'm wrong. 100% that's Betty's mom. Like, the facial expressions, this is 100% got to be Betty's mom. The dad, I'm like 80% on just because he's sitting beside her. I'm guilt by association. He looks, no reason why he wouldn't be related to her. But the mom, my God, that's got to be the mom.
In her marriage encounter, she talked about what she wasn't getting and rejection, close feelings from Dan and closeness, wasn't she?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And narcissists react with rage when they're being rejected. Right.
Or shame or humiliation.
Was there anything, if you could read that passage, is that a page where you can pull something out to show that is that a page that indicates her personality disorder?
Well, no page in anything ever indicates a personality disorder. It either does or does not provide evidence of one, but it wouldn't in itself.
Does that provide evidence of her personality disorder?
Victoria, are you saying that her dad testified? And if so, was that at the 1990 trial? Because I don't remember seeing him at this trial. But there's been some days where I've been a little light on sleep, so it's possible. I'm thinking, if anything, it may have been a character witness in the first trial.
I think there are some rather subtle clues, yes.
I would ask to read it, Your Honor.
Okay, her face is color corrected, so blame that on court TV. If you were watching yesterday and she looked very red-faced and flushed, some of it may have been the testimony, a lot of it may have been the color correction on the original video. They've corrected it. I corrected it 3/4 of the way through the stream, if you watch the beginning of this one.
Okay. I assume he's going to read it to himself. Okay.
He's already done that.
If you could
This trial,
read it to yourself and tell me where those subtle clues are.
the dad...
The two things that I think are subtle clues
Wow.
are, first, there's the statement in which she says that she's wasting her time in being with Dan if it's not going to be the perfect love she would like, because she could be nurturing a relationship with someone who loves her as much as she wants to be loved. Now, that's not an abnormal statement, and in and of itself, it doesn't tell us much, but it is not always the most effective way to nurture romance, namely to threaten. If you won't give me what I want, I'll go get it from someone else. It's an expression of her need for more love than whatever amount he was in fact giving her.
And that shows she's narcissistic because she
No,
needed.
as I said, it doesn't show that. I'm talking about subtle clues you asked. I'm
Okay.
telling you. Most of the evidence of her narcissism comes only later when she's not getting her way in a grand scale. But here, she still hoped to get her way. It still looked like she was going to be able to do it.
Oh,
And the
okay.
other clue comes from something perhaps even more subtle than that, which is
Okay, so it shows, wow. Now, I guess I smoke enough pot and the jury doesn't, but it shows how easy it is to maybe oversee evidence, because I've been sitting here for all the testimony, and the dad testified just before Betty, and I'm looking up, and apparently 1990 he attended for moral support but didn't testify, and it was considered a surprise move that he did. I think maybe I was so focused on Betty testifies today by looking ahead in the testimony screen that I just kind of mentally was fast forwarding past anything he had to say just to get to Betty's testimony. Wow. Crazy, because I was definitely here for it. There we go.
there is a
Thank you, Victoria.
soap opera, gothic novel-like quality to what it
And
is
Kitten Pusher.
she longs for here. Now, it's not that it's abnormal to long for what the soap operas suggest is the ideal of romance. And it's not that it's abnormal to long for what gothic novels suggest is the ideal of romance. But in Mrs. Broderick's situation, at her educational level, with her otherwise expressed goals and values, she seems to be aspiring.
I might have to go back and find the video of the dad testifying and just play it back for all of us, including myself. Maybe that's what we'll do for the break.
To something of a more romanticized notion of perfect love than most humans are able to achieve.
Yeah.
And that is rather consistent with a histrionic style.
And you put that in context that she's at a marriage encounter where presumably the goals is how to become a happy, loving couple, right? I mean, there's passages in there where she's
Happy Lovin' Couples is a great Joe Jackson song from the album Look Sharp. Lots of great songs on that album. Sunday Papers, is she really going out with them? But yeah, Happy Lovin' Couples, that's a trigger phrase for me, apparently. 339.53.
a happy, loving couple, right? I mean, there's passages in there where she's talking about she wants to be involved with these people. She wants to radiate peace and happiness. She wants to adopt.
I'll object again unless it's referring to a passage that the doctor was providing.
You can ask him that, go ahead.
In fact, she talks about the goal of, in some of the writings there, that the reason that they're there is so that they can go out into, so that they can go back to their everyday life and spread that happiness to their family and to other friends.
There are lots of positive, upbeat statements in here. What I'm suggesting is that there is something of the longing for perfect love that really goes beyond what most people can attain and is destined to fail. If all one can accept is utter perfection and union with another person to know each other perfectly and love each other perfectly, one is going to be unhappy. That goal can't be met.
Okay. The
It's to each their own. Mandy says that she can't smoke the wacky tobacco because everything's too funny. She'd laugh at a funeral. It's not for me. Something's wrong with your brain. No, it probably means something's right with your brain that you don't need to offset it with something like this to... For me, personally, I smoke because it helps me see the absurdity of life and be content with a fairly simple existence that makes me happy. I found when I was a teenager and drinking and smoking and I don't know, kind of just doing lots of just if there's anything I didn't in moderation, it was excess. Like, so I tried to excess of many different things, but moderately. I never really got into any particular substance. I settled on weed because for me, it just kind of kept me balanced where, you know, if I had a bad day at work, I'd come home, I'd smoke, and then kind of put things into perspective. Like, you know what? He probably is just doing that because he's under a lot of pressure from his boss. And, you know, he's got like 12 people yelling at him. Plus he's got kids to feed. And I'd be more empathetic in retrospect, and I'd come to work with a better, you know, state of mind the next day. So it worked for me. But if you don't need it to keep things balanced, you know, don't smoke it. I think the lack of needing extra things like alcohol and stuff in your life is a good sign, nothing to be embarrassed about. But at the same token, there's plenty of people that need a little something to balance everything out. And as long as you're staying balanced rather than exceeding at anything, yeah, sometimes exceeding sounds like a positive thing, but no. Excess for excess sake, like there's a time and a place for everything, and that's college. It's not as a grown adult. So you know, find your balance, find your happy spot, and find something that you can keep homeostasis and equilibrium, so that you're not chasing the highs and lows. You can just have a happy life, and that's what I have to say about that.
Your Honor, I would ask to be able to read the letter to him.
Judge? No, go ahead and read.
Dear Dan.
You're reading to the jury, really. Go ahead.
Okay. The only reason I can have, the only reason.
Excuse me, is this the letter that responds to the question?
The response where he
Mother of
talked about the
cats.
doctor.
Welcome.
That's response to question 2. Is that right, Mr. Earl?
The only reason I can love is
Mr. Early, this is the response to question 2.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
My mum's in the chat is Mum of Lola, not to be confused with Mother of Cats, but a warm welcome to Mother of Cats.
The only reason I can love is hope that you will come around, but intellectually I see this as foolish, and who am I kidding? I love you and want to share all that. I am with you, but I also need to be loved by you and feel that I know everything there is to know about you, like no one else on earth ever has or ever will. Every day I live with you, I want to get a little bit closer to that goal, which never is attained fully. I never feel anything like that now, and I feel I'm wasting valuable human life seconds that could be nurturing the same goal with the person who returns the love and has the same life goal of me.
What do you want me to say?
The next question is the one.
I love how he sits in the silence.
Now, you've reviewed Elizabeth Broderick's testimony, did you not?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
He's not uncomfortable. If the guy's just going to read without answering a question, he's not going to just keep looking like, okay.
And you know that at that point in her life, she was telling Dan Broderick that she thought there needed to be more closeness in the family, that they had to have some family goals beyond just his work goals, that he had to give some time to her and the family.
I know that that's what she testified to, yes.
And you also know that there was some testimony that she accepted Dan saying, please wait, someday we can work at that, but it's going to have to be delayed so I can reach my material goals, other goals that I have. You know that too, is that right? That's at least what she's testified to.
Did she testify to that? Yes.
Okay. And so this is not someone who is saying that they can only have a Gothic love at all times. This is someone who is accepting the fact that there's going to be bumps along the way, but there's reasons to wait. There's promises that are being made. Would you agree with that? At least that's her perception.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about everything you just said, but I do agree with the thrust that that her perception was that bigger and better things lay ahead if she would bide her time.
The question that you gave the answer to that says, what are the qualities that you gave about, as your example of her narcissism, the question was, what are the qualities that most attracted me to you? Is that correct? If you would like to look at the next page.
Yes, that was the question.
And the answer that was given to that was, the number one thing I loved about you was how much you loved me and showed it. You know all the rest. In fact, I love everything about you now as I did then, except that you don't, it had love me crossed out, show your love for me. That was the whole answer. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. The
Every time I'm typing a long thing, they leave me the perfect
you
gap,
also gave
and I'm like, no,
another
I'm
example in
sunk
there
cost
about
fallacy.
not liking to be told what to do.
Yes.
Okay. That passage was actually a part of a answer over 2 pages, was it not? Maybe it would help if I showed it to you, speed up time.
Probably just as well, but I've given the info in chat for how I dose with edibles, but more of a harm reduction stance. If you're interested in trying marijuana, it's a good way to control the dose so that you don't do too much all at once and get anxiety. You can start super small and to where it's almost not noticeable. But yeah, the biggest difference is smoking it. You're going to get most of the effect immediately, and then it just kind of waves off, as opposed to eating it, where it takes a little bit for it to digest and hit you. Then it'll sit kind of steady for, the length of a movie, watching a sporting event, watching a court trial, sitting around for, 2 to 4 hour live stream. Those are the kind of things where you could take an edible and know that it's going to...
That's what you're referring to?
Yes.
That it'll wear off by the time your activity's done, and that you can have a good time. But the danger with edibles is if you haven't tested the dose before, you're getting it all at once. And if you've taken too much, there's nothing you can do to stop, as opposed to smoking. If you smoke too much, you kind of like, nah, I'm just going to put it out. If you don't feel like smoking it, you don't smoke it. If you've already eaten it, all you can do is either get sick and even if you get sick, a lot of it's in your body already. So start low, go slow. If you're not feeling it, you've taken the right dose, and then take a little bit more than that next time and keep trying more. And the CBD is supposed to be the medicinal. There are some people who claim that the CBD, once you separate it from the other parts of the plant, it's not as effective as a full spectrum. So there's some believers that say you need to get some THC with your CBD. So, but it's an unclear science at this point, and I'm certainly not a scientist. But yeah, of the two, the CBD is the one that is supposed to be purely for health benefits. The THC has the psychoactive and, body numbing, couch lock kind of effects.
The passage begins, how do I feel about my commitment to the daily 10-10? Did you know what 10-10 was?
Yeah.
10-10-7-7.
Okay, that's giving 10 minutes a day to each other, just putting aside 10 minutes a day for each other.
Right.
Okay.
And that might be it. Not My Lover says CBD was useless for me. So there's some people who say if you tried it and had no impact, maybe it's because you need to have a full spectrum. There's something about isolating parts of a plant when the whole plant's available. And you can see that with other things too, like refined sugar versus a raw sugar. Yeah, so there's something to be said for that if you're wanting to give it another try. Again, stay low dose. You don't need a ton of THC in it, but if you're at 5 milligrams THC or cut it in half, do a 2.5. That's a starter dose for a lot of grown adults that you won't really feel an effect. And if you do feel an effect, it's probably a sign that you don't want to be doing it, because if that's too strong, then you probably, maybe something different is your thing.
I'll love it, but my problem with it will be that it or the idea for it didn't or doesn't come from us. It's forced. All this time I could have been writing you love letters, no problem. The thoughts were there anyway. All this time we should have been communicating feelings for each much more than 10 minutes a day. I hate to have people tell me to do things. I like to do what I feel like doing when I feel like. Maybe 30 minutes one day, none for 3 days.
It's like me, I do what I
But
want.
I see how then it's easy to let 3 days turn to 5 to 7 to 15, then misconstruing things and feeling unattended to, and reading reactions ahead, et cetera, et cetera. I honestly can't believe you'll do it. You're too tough, too cool, too hard to write a love letter every day and let me know how you care. That was the whole passage, right?
It was, and I think the whole passage shows additional support because she says here that she needs more attending to. And I think that needing a love letter every day is pretty good evidence of constant need for admiration and attention.
So you read that's what she needs while she's at this encounter. She's saying that unless I get a love letter every day, I'll never be happy.
No, she doesn't say that.
She then talks about in her marriage encounter shortly after that, a response to how are we going to share our couple love. You remember that?
Could you direct me to where it is?
Yeah, it would be a couple pages after that.
Yes, I have it.
And if you could read that and tell me if that then showed.
Hell yeah says the smell of weed gives me a headache. Or maybe the contact high. I don't know. It reminded me of a story I heard Stephen Merchant talking to Ricky Gervais about. And I guess he was at some party, in his younger days. And, cool party, full house, everyone kind of, shoulder to shoulder, mingling around. And there were joss sticks burning, which is basically an incense kind of thing. And I guess he said to somebody, or somebody said to him, cool joss sticks. Yeah. And he gave this kind of knowing smile, I'm enjoying these. And the guy kind of, gave him a look like, what the hell's wrong with you? And because Steve, wanted to be cool, he was, no, I do these all the time. And just kept digging himself in further. And not realizing that it was basically just incense that was being burned and had nothing to do with drugs. But he was cool. He was down. He was, yeah, I'm feeling it. The smoke's heavy in the air.
What you said were the clues.
Yeah, it's one of the strongest smells of anything to smoke. If you don't smoke weed, it's going to put you off. Makes cigarettes smell pleasant.
Your Honor, unless this witness based his direct examination testimony on that particular passage on the relevancies of heavy and rigid at this point.
I'm just asking if there's anything in there. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. See what it says.
I don't think I said anything about this in the testimony.
Well, I know you didn't say anything about it. What you said is you read it and you picked out a few examples. Was that something that was totally devoid of these clues that you've seen, or is that another piece of the evidence out of that book that shows clues, either that she's looking for some striving for perfect or this gothic love or...
This one I wouldn't know how to interpret without knowing where the couple of concept came from. Perhaps that was part of what was being talked about there. I'd have to speculate to know what this means.
So there was nothing in that passage at all that you saw that was the clues?
Objection, yes, answer.
Stand.
Sir, is normally when the field of psychiatry, when you're looking at somebody to determine whether there's signs of a disorder present, do you just pick out the ones that confirm it, or do you look at the other ones that don't have any evidence and say, well, here we have one that says there's nothing here and one that says it does?
You look at both, and of course in this case there's a great deal of information at many points in her life of there being nothing wrong with Mrs. Broderick.
So for someone to be able to make that determination of whether there really is a disorder, if you're finding clues going through these letters, these subtle clues, you also need to be able to read the other ones to understand whether there's a lot of evidence here that there is no disorder. You do both, don't you?
A psychiatrist tries to look at all of the available evidence in coming to any kind of clinical or forensic opinion.
And I take it that you relied on that whole marriage encounter when you read it.
What do you mean relied?
You didn't read marriage encounter and say, I'm only going to rely on the parts that find that there's evidence. You rely also, you test your hypothesis and rely on both the ones that show it and don't show it.
I read the whole book just as I read jail records and testimony from the divorce trial and many other things. But what I relied on in my testimony was evidence of particular kinds of psychopathology and the lack thereof in other ways.
Okay.
And I justified to the lack of psychopathology in much of this book.
So once you find a personality disorder, then when you look back at evidence, if there's no clues in it or if there's no signs of the personality disorder at the time, that's because their needs are being met.
If someone has evidence that indicates that they have a personality disorder, and if that's the diagnosis given, as for example, Dr. DeFrancesca gave the diagnosis, Dr. Goldspan gave the diagnosis, and I think they're both right, then one can do nothing more than retrospectively see what evidence, if any, there was for it in the available data from other periods. And most of the data available is post-1983. And that's the data that shows these exaggerated behaviors that get labeled personality disorder. If one then goes back and looks at this marriage encounter book, there are a few examples of the same sort of thing there. But I think I've maintained all along that there is not enough evidence in this to show that she had a disorder at the time.
Now, you've read one of the things that you reviewed with Gary Levinson, notes as to his conclusions. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. And Gary Levinson, when he reached his final conclusion of bipolar affective disorder, mixed type hypomanic phase, borderline personality disorder, he dictated that report almost a month after she left the hospital. Is that correct?
March 1st.
Almost a month after she left the hospital.
That's right.
So it wasn't that when he dictated the report, he had the benefit of having her in the hospital for a number of days, having a number of interviews with her, as well as having the test. Is that correct?
He had done a consult on her in the hospital. Then the care was transferred to him for a day or so. And he had the test result and the letter saying that the test might not be reliable.
Well, the letter actually said the test might not be reliable because you're going to have to look at things going around her at the time. They don't have enough of a history.
That's right.
Okay. But you testified that the tests are meant to do long-term functioning. It's the basis of the test. Objection Vegas. It's to test long-term functioning. In other words,
That's what it's designed to.
and do you do your own testing or do you have someone else do that?
I usually don't have it done at all because you get so many misleading results.
So you're not someone who you would have problems with reading the results from a test and saying this necessarily applies to them just because it's a test. In other words, may I withdraw the question, Your Honor?
Sure.
At the time that you get a test, you do a test, there's a computer printout that tells you these are the things to look for, isn't it? Correct.
For some of the personality inventories like this, that's one way they can be scored. But many people who want to rely on the results will hand score them themselves or have someone in their own office do that so that they feel they have quality control.
Okay. And you're saying that one of the problems with these tests is you feel that they have some unreliability in it.
Well, there are many problems. I mean, the first reason I don't have occasion to use them is that they really only need to be used for one of two reasons. One is there's a diagnostic question. There's some issue that one can't resolve. And there are times, especially about brain disease, where testing is the only way to resolve a problem. But
all right, I did read that. I didn't want to surprised how this is turning into a weed stream out of nowhere, but LZB is talking to Not My Lover and explaining a past living situation. I used to have the same living situation. I'd be cooped up in my room while roommates were in the back of the house toking up like space cowboys. Return with the second half of that message.
For personality, there are always other ways to resolve the question besides testing. You can take a detailed history, you can obtain records, you can find out what other people have to say. There's always better evidence than psychological test results.
They eventually made a bong with PVC pipe and ran it from the back of the house to the front, where my room was. So I had to hit it, just because of their effort.
Personality, if one has the time and resources to obtain it. The testing is a shortcut to looking at the evidence about the person's past. In forensic work, usually...
These are all LZB true stories, so you're not just getting the Elizabeth Broderick story, you're getting the LZB story, you're getting Beth of a Salesman story, you're getting Detective Wolbefit Elizabeth's story. There's a lot of Elzies in here sharing their personal stories, and I'm all the richer for it. Thank you for being here.
We have the opportunity to look at much of the evidence, and so the testing isn't needed. Secondly, even where there is a question for which testing would be the best evidence,
Hey,
like an
Super
unresolved
Kelly.
diagnostic issue, there are problems about whether the person has honestly answered questions, not all of which kinds of deceptions.
Yeah, we're getting out of hand. We're definitely out of sorts today, but it's been a long marathon. We deserve to have a little bit of fun. Super Kelly G says that when I was young, 20-ish, I made a bong out of a water gun shaped like a dick and balls. Guys hated using it. Now I'm going to tell you, because now this is just a party prank. It doesn't hurt anyone. But when we used to have house parties that were, kind of big house parties, and often at places that you would never go again because it was just some random person having a house party. I had a friend, Corey, that he used to, he'd grab like a large tea towel, like not quite a full, bath towel, but anything, larger than a washcloth kind. Anyway, he'd get it wet and twist it up so it looked like a big dick and balls. And then he'd carefully place it in the freezer. And then near the end of the party, he would take it from wherever he carefully placed it in the freezer and put it at the bottom of the freezer. So whoever was hosting the party would, their parents, 6 months, 8 months, whenever they're cleaning out the freezer, what the fuck is this? So he just planted those little frozen dick bombs everywhere at parties. And yeah, so if you lived in the greater Vancouver area in the 1990s and found a frozen dick in your freezer, it might have been Corey. It might have been someone Corey did it to that realized that was pretty fucking funny. Now I'm going to do that when I go to parties. So. If it starts happening now, it's probably because of me. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that, but it doesn't hurt anyone. It's just you just put the cloth back in the sink and it's fine. It'll be fine. Nobody gets hurt.
Detected, people can easily spot some sorts of questions where they know it's advisable to lie and make themselves look worse than they are or better than they are. Educated people or people who've read psychology books can even fill out the forms in such a way to make themselves look like they have whatever diagnosis they want to appear to have. And even if all of that's done honestly and truthfully, there are still problems that arise from scoring errors and from interpretation errors and from which norms are applied to the test. And that's just the beginning of why I don't typically use test results.
And so you don't even use it as one of the factors.
If there is a question that can't otherwise be resolved, it might be very important. And I will look at tests that other people have done to see if there's something useful, but I rarely rely on them for much.
And in your opinion, that Dr. Levinson relied completely on the test rather than his interviews and his observations?
Well, I don't.
Is that?
I'm not in his head. I don't know. All I know is that what the record shows is zero other evidence to support it except that test.
Well, he had an interview with her, did he not?
And the fruits of that, as recorded in the chart, show no other evidence of her being manic.
He talked to her husband, did he not?
Yes, he did.
Did you see some notes in the records where her Dr. Zunemer had, he talked to Dr. Zunemer, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
And Dr. Zoomer indicated that Mr. Broderick said that his wife needed help because she was having a large problem with depression, didn't she?
I'd have to see the actual chart.
That's not something that you remember?
I remember Dr. Zimmer quoting Dan as saying a number of things about Elizabeth Broderick.
Well, sir, I understand that, but can you answer my question, then you can redirect with whatever you want. Was there a response from Dan Broderick? Was there something in the records that indicated that there was a record that Dan Broderick said that she was having a problem with depression?
I object number one to counsel's characterization, the argumentative nature of the question. Secondly, if he wants to show the doctor a record, let him produce a record and show the doctor what he's talking about.
Well, first of all, objection's overruled. If you remember, doctor, you can answer it. If not, go on from there. Do you remember seeing such a thing in Dr. Zuderman's notes?
I remember seeing something that said what Dan had to say about Mrs. Broderick. One of those things was depression, but it wasn't the language that Mr. Early just cited to me.
And obviously, you knew that Dan Broderick was a doctor, didn't you?
Yes.
And he would have some training, might know something about depression. Objections to me, that's not that.
Overruled. You can answer that. Go ahead.
There should have been a time when he knew how to use the term technically. Whether he continued to, I have no way to know.
Good answer.
Well, you've indicated Elizabeth Broderick should know some things since she was the wife of a doctor. Obviously, Mr. Broderick would even have.
Mandy13 says, I'm sorry, Dan, but your stream may be struck by YouTube today. We've gone totally off the chain. I think the worst that happens if we do get a little bit out of sorts and a little out of line is that it just doesn't get promoted in the feed. Which is fine because this is a long enough marathon that people aren't going to just jump in on day 18 of a 21-day feed anyway. If they've gotten to this point, they're either into it because they're into it. So we have a little bit more freedom of speech than in a typical video where I might be minding my P's and Q's more so that it goes out to a wider audience. But we've earned it now. We've been here for the long haul. We can say what we want when we want.
Much more knowledge than she would about medical things, would you not?
Yes.
Now, you also indicated you called.
Mandy, there are a few farts too. I feel bad. Like I thought I was going to point them all out and, even start a fart counter. But realistically, there's been too many to count. The farts and chair squeaks, the chair squeaks, the phone calls. There's a lot of very distracting elements of the trial, so it's kind of good that we're all keeping each other on point and reminding each other that there's a trial going on behind all these sound effect noises that we have to deal with.
You used the term scratch. Elizabeth Broderick, when she tried to commit suicide in 1983, you said she scratched her wrist. Remember using that language?
Yes.
Okay. Did you review the testimony of the plastic surgeon that examined her and testified about the scars that were still present on her wrist?
I'm familiar with the testimony of how difficult it was to detect them.
Well, he indicated that.
I knew Betty wasn't going to like the fact that he said scratched her wrists. So that's probably something where she made them write it down on the paper, like you've got to cross them on that. Took them quite a while to get there. This video has 17 minutes left in it, but as I said, there's a second video that we're watching. This is just the end of what we didn't have time for yesterday.
That he could still see the scars on her wrist, didn't he?
LCB sent 5 Dan D True Crime gift memberships. The recipients of those memberships are Carolyn Ross, Riley the Wonder Pup, Claire T807, Nana of 4, and Cheryl Metcalf. You've all received free Dan D True Crime memberships courtesy of LZB.
That he was still able to see them.
I think with magnification.
He was still able to see the scars on her wrist. Objection, he's misstating the evidence of the last trial, Your Honor.
Well, the doctor's answer stands.
You remember that it was with magnification?
Right.
Do you know where he saw her?
Pardon me?
Do you know where he saw her? Do you know where the exam was done?
No, I don't.
And your memory was that it was only with magnification that he saw him?
That's my recollection.
And he also testified that he looked at the scars on her legs from the surgery as to her varicose veins. And said,
That's not relevant.
Sustained.
well, you knew that she was somebody who was hard to see scars. She healed very well, didn't you? Check on the testimony.
States facts, not evidence.
Sustained.
Did you consider that when you called it, when you were talking about scratches? Did you consider the testimony that she is somebody who heals very well? It's hard to see the scars, and there are scars there.
I considered the fact she was still alive as being much more important than that.
But it was your opinion that what these were scratches that left. That was your opinion. That was how you viewed it. They were scratches.
I think scratch is a far more accurate characterization than slash.
The
Yeah, for me it was Old Spice and weed.
when Elizabeth
It was either Old Spice or Drakkar Noir if it was near Christmas and I'd just gotten Christmas cologne. 9 months of the year, Old Spice. 3 months of the year, post-Christmas, Drakkar.
Broderick was brought to the hospital in 1986, were you aware that
Actually, there were some brute years too. B-R-U-T, brute. If you want to smell like a brute, put on this cologne. It was cheap.
she was telling people there was nothing wrong with her?
Teenager cologne.
She wasn't depressed. She wasn't didn't have any problems.
I was aware that she said her main problem was that she was angry at her husband, and on another occasion said the only problems she had were legal problems.
There was nothing in there that indicated that she wanted to appear to be depressed to anybody.
That's right.
Nothing to indicate that she wanted to appear to have some kind of personality disorder.
That's right.
Nothing to indicate.
No, not my lover. This is a bonus feature of today's fan, today's stream. I have a fan going in the background, and the fan is just loud enough that it's keeping my microphone's noise gate open, so you're getting all the ambient sounds. And interestingly, I think I'm too aggressive on my noise filter because I was listening to the post commentary when I did some bonus content talking about third rail. I think it's at the end of day 15. In any case, I was listening to it just to see what I said in retrospect to make sure that I didn't get too out of line. It's good, but there's points of it where if I kind of whispered my beginning, the mic just didn't open up and it was, quiet, and then you can kind of hear what I'm saying. Anyway, with the fan on, it's kind of tripping. It's picking up all the ambient audio in the house, so I am trying to keep the mic slightly away from me so it's not like a, ring, but it's still, still my voice is coming through loud and clear. I can turn off the fan in a bit. It's cooled off a bit. It's not as dank up here as it was when I initially started.
That she would have a motive on a test or in her conversations with anybody to try to make herself seem worse than she was.
Objection is would not know what her motives would be in that.
Sustained, Mr. Fraser.
So there's nothing in the records that would indicate to you that she had some kind of motive to make herself look worse.
Of course,
Yeah, I appreciate it.
She just committed an action that could have been charged as a felony. With the vehicular assault on Dan's house, the arguable, the various
Actually, it has
characterizations
cooled.
of her attack against.
I'm going to go to my previous audio setup. We'll let it play, but we'll see. 13 Mandy, I've been surprised by the variety of sounds depending on how you listen to a stream. So initially, there's some people who have really good audio setups, and the more quiet you are, the more they can tune it to be, kind of perfect sound for them. But if you're listening, and I realized this, I was listening on my iPhone 8 to see what it sounded like for somebody that might be on, an older phone. And it sounded awful one of my first streams, and I was like horrified that some people couldn't hear it at all. So I learned a lot about how to set up a microphone so that it delivers a more consistent overall sound, and I am doing better at it. But anyway, I'll turn off the fan and we'll see if it improves or degrades things. If you want to hear me breathe heavy, that could be maybe bonus content we do after the stream today.
It's Tim face to face. The questions as to whether she had a lethal weapon in the car and what she did with it. In a lot of states, a normal person would be taken to jail and there'd be eventually a trial about committing a crime like that. This was diverted into the mental health system very early. And when we see people diverted into the mental health system after their crimes, sometimes they get the picture of what they're supposed to do.
So it was your belief that she was trying to convince them that she was mentally ill?
I don't know what she was trying to convince them, but she wasn't taken to jail like most people would have been.
Well, do you know whether that was her choice or not?
No more breathing.
I don't think they asked her, which would you rather do, go to jail and be treated like a criminal or go to a hospital and be treated like a mental patient? I think they took her to someplace that was decided by people other than she.
And can you show me in the records where the evidence that she was trying to show that she was mentally ill, depressed?
Objection, that's not his testimony.
Sustained.
One of the results was they saw her as being hypomanic at that time and still requiring hospitalization.
There's a question in the chat. Yeah, where's Beth? She's a hoot. I think Beth found out that the community guidelines said that respect for community members was mandatory when she thought personal attacks was mandatory. So ever since then, she's been relatively quiet in the chat. So maybe we'll see more of Beth later. Maybe I need to modify the community guidelines so that it encourages more personal attacks instead of less. And then we'll see Beth back again. Beth of a salesman.
Correct.
I don't know who you're asking about. The nurses thought she was friendly, smiling, and fine, but angry at her husband.
Thank you, 13 Mandy. This is a kind of a tight, bit like a tracksuit top, but it was a gift from a good friend, and I appreciate you complimenting me on it. It's nicer than something I would have bought for myself, which is a perfect gift because, yeah. Thank you.
Did the doctor indicate that she was no longer seen as being suicidal or homicidal, but continues to be hypomanic in need of continued psychiatric hospitalization?
Which doctor are you referring to?
Dr. Levinson.
I would have to see the chart. My notes reflect other things he said. He may have said that as well.
Was there
I promised in a previous stream I would do a bandana or a headband too. We have time for that this stream. I think we were looking at the Rosie the Riveter picture. I was hoping to get it in while Betty was still testifying, but it's here.
condition on discharge that he wrote on her chart?
Yes.
And did I accurately represent that?
Yes.
The, can you tell, when you have somebody who has a personality disorder, one of the things you frequently see with the personality disorder is either agitation or depression. Is that correct?
With a personality disorder? No, it depends on which personality disorder. Depression actually can occur secondary to any of them, but not agitation.
Okay. So they can be seen when there is a major depression is associated with them, is often associated with them.
No. Depression is what I was saying.
Oh, yeah.
Depression is very different from major depression. Depression just means somebody has been sad. Major depression refers to a specific diagnosis for which there must be a sufficient number of signs and symptoms
We need pets.
simultaneously for a long enough duration to warrant that diagnosis.
Do they not,
Oh.
do you not see many
Just
of the
thought of something, too. Testifying is Dr. Park Dietz. We know it's Dietz, but it kind of looks like it could be Dietz. And if you remember the old Sesame Street thing where you say, pets, 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 pets.
features of personality disorders during an episode of other mental disorders such as major depression?
We make stoned pets. We are stoned pets. We are stoned pets.
There are examples of things that depressed people can do that would be like the behaviors of people who have personality disorder. But as a rule, that's not so, no.
Well, does not the DSM-III-R indicate that many of the features, characteristics of the various personality disorders, such as dependent, paranoid, schizotypical, or borderline, may be seen during an episode of another mental disorder, such as major depression? Is that true or not true?
That's true.
The Does it not indicate that one of the associated features of a personality disorder is disturbances of the mood involving depression or anxiety? You indicated that
I testified to
anxiety.
that yesterday, yeah.
So it's true that anxiety is one of the things that you can see associated with as associated feature of a personality disorder.
Sure, I mentioned yesterday in my testimony that when people have a personality disorder, they can get sad, they can get anxious, which is nervous, they can get angry.
Thank you, Ocean Sounds
These things
One.
can all happen when people have personality disorders, as can every other emotion.
The
I think rice and beans is in there, Mandy. I'm pretty sure.
when you go through there
Might be
are
coming
also
up.
criteria for the borderline personality disorder, is there not?
Such criteria exist.
Yes. One of them is a pattern of unstable and intense interpersonal relationships characterized by alternating between extremes of over-idealization and devaluation. That's one of the criteria?
Yes.
Okay. In this case, there was times where you would see Elizabeth Broderick talk and people in very over-idolized fashion, and then examples of where she would devalue them the next time.
Nothing to be sorry about.
Their impulsiveness in at least two areas that are
Deborah Rockhill just got here, and there's still plenty to come. We're just finishing off the video that we haven't been able to finish yesterday, so we'll be going from Dr. Park Dietz cross-examination into more of Dr. Park Dietz in the next video. I'm not sure if it's cross-examination or the redirect, but we still have at least 4 more hours to spend together. So if you're just getting in, Deborah, welcome. Take a chair, sit right down. We've all been behaving ourselves. The chat hasn't gotten out of hand. There hasn't been any sensitive subjects discussed. So brand new slate. I'm being facetious. We've been we've been off the hook. There's a silliness coming to us, but this is like 22 straight days now. It's a 21-day live stream that's already into bonus time because we split some days. So people who are coming through on the replay crew and working their way through every minute of it, welcome to you. Congrats for making it this far. And for everyone who's here in the live chat, thank you for helping shape the conversation for everyone that comes behind.
potentially self-damaging. Spending, sex, substance use, shoplifting, binge eating, That also includes use of, for instance, spending money. Is that correct? Spending money they don't have. It's one of the characteristics.
No, but you read the list and then you added some language of your own.
Okay. Well, it says impulsiveness is at least 2 areas that are potentially self-damaging. Spending is one of them. Is that right?
Spending sprees, isn't that the language?
That rice and beans there, Mandy?
I don't have the language with me, but spending is one of them.
Okay. Would you like to look at it so you know if it's spending spree or spending?
That's all right.
Okay. And overeating is another.
Binge eating.
Okay. The next one is affective instability, marked shift from baseline mood to depression,
No,
irritability,
okay.
or anxiety, usually lasting only a few hours and only rarely more than a few days.
Yes,
Okay. And you see some rapid changes in her moods, do you not?
that's right.
Inappropriate, intense anger or lack of control of anger, frequent displays of temper, constant anger, reoccurring physical fights.
Yes.
That was something that you would see in hers, see in her behavior.
Some of Mrs. Broderick's behavior could be seen that way. As I testified yesterday, some of these criteria, you could take the same behaviors and classify them as histrionic
Okay, good.
or narcissistic.
So they're in
Classify them
they're
as
in the mix.
narcissistic or borderline. It makes no difference in the end which of the labels one uses because these are all interrelated. Antisocial, borderline, histrionic, narcissistic are related personality disorders, and it's in that cluster that
Yeah, sorry, Candace. We lost Beth once Beth made, she read the community guidelines wrong and thought that thought the personal attacks were mandatory in the chat. And once she realized that they're actually discouraged and we're looking for respect for other members, we haven't seen much of Beth of a Salesman. And the chat's been, super demure, and everyone's just talking about, needlepoint and spoon collections where it's gone down a level. Everyone's just a little quieter.
that she's been consistently thought to be.
Well, we also have recurrent suicidal threats, gestures, or behavior.
Borderlines do that.
And you would find that in Elizabeth Broderick.
Well, you don't find exactly that, but there are lots of episodes of homicidal threats. There are a couple episodes of her mentioning that she knows that suicidal threats can be used manipulatively. And there are...
So it's not true that you find that there's reoccurrent suicidal threats or gestures or behavior. That's not something that you would find in her.
Well, it's marginal, but maybe. I mean, that's one of the themes for her. The way I interpreted it is as histrionic attention-seeking, because people who are histrionic will do things of precisely the kind she did, whereas with borderlines, what one expects to find is they're making deep cuts longitudinally in their arms. The histrionics will often make a crosswise cut on the wrist, leaving parallel marks on the forward surface.
Okay, that's kind of interesting. We'll go back for a rewind of this, just about 30 seconds, not to provide the instructions, but to be instructive as to a serious attempt. And, trigger warning for anyone that's feeling like any kind of level of self-harm. Don't rewind, just, mute it until I put up the thumbs up again. But my mom and I were discussing this too, and she's like, isn't this the way it is? And I'm like, I'm not giving advice on how to do it properly on the stream, but I will let Dr. Park Dietz identify the difference between a histrionic attempt and a more serious one.
Is as histrionic attention-seeking, because people who are histrionic will do things of precisely the kind she did, whereas with borderlines, what one expects to find is they're making deep cuts longitudinally in their arms. The histrionics will often make a crosswise cut on the wrist, leaving parallel marks on the forward surface of the wrist, whereas in borderlines, typically the wounds are made longitudinally on the legs, on the thighs, on the upper arms. And so because of the nature of the wounds that Mrs. Broderick self-inflicted, I thought they were more in keeping with the histrionic sort. I didn't see her do any of the borderline kinds of self-destruction.
Dr. Goldsman called her slashing of her wrist a suicidal gesture, did he not? Wasn't
Yes.
that his testimony?
And he agrees, yes, it was. But as I explained, those gestures, when they're more histrionic, tend to be in that direction, whereas the ones that are more of a less about letting people know I'm trying and more about just making it happen, might be in a different direction.
It was a suicidal gesture?
So, right?
And this says suicidal gestures. So you disagree with Dr. Goldsman as to what a gesture is.
Oh, as I told you before my testimony, I think this could be called a suicidal gesture. You see, this is why Dr. Goldsman would point out the problem with DSM-III-R in court, that the use of it requires making judgment as well. It's not the legalistic, what's the meaning of this word approach, but a judgment about the pattern of behavior that's required.
His word, was it not? Suicidal gesture?
Yes, and that's one way to look at it, but this, in my judgment, is not borderline self-destructive behavior.
Yeah. All right. Let's start with morning recess. And Mr. Rotator, morning recess this time. Ladies and gentlemen, we in recess until 5 after 11. Do you have time? You're recess until 5 after 11. Please remember the admonition.
All right, recess for them means we get right back into it. That's their Menendez brothers music. We won't be watching the Menendez trial or listening to the music on the live stream. That's been muted. I will talk over it until I see some action. See that, Dr. Park Dietz is on the stand for at least an hour and a half, 2 hours. Shh. I don't have to press shh. I don't have to say shh because he's muted, but okay. He goes for 2 hours. Carrie Wells comes back at around the 2 hour mark? Early really goes that long. Holy, okay. Oh, we even get some audio. So Early goes for about an hour and a half more of raw. Turns on, oh no, it's Carrie Wells that's turning it on. I can see her royal blue suit reaching towards the, so Carrie Wells starts immediately with some audio tape for Dr. Park Dietz. And that's right around an hour and a half more of raw audio. Carrie Wells is going for... Oh, interesting. Okay, it looks like she goes for another hour and a half, and then we may get that same Dateline video. 45 minutes. Okay, well, that makes it easier on me. So we have 3 hours of raw video to watch. I'll post a link to the Dateline American Justice 2020, whatever video it is that's at the end of this stream. If you haven't watched it, you can watch it. But if there's 3 hours of this, probably 4 hours of me watching this with you. We're not going to take our intermission just yet. Maybe we'll do about 45 minutes of testimony, and then if there feels like maybe at the break between Early and Carrie Wells, we'll take our break. All right. Disney Mom missed the pets? Don't worry, Disney Mom. We'll bring back the pets. Definitely. The way that Mr. Early's going, the only thing that's saving this stream is the fact that I've been showing the pets. So there'll be more. The pets will be back. They make great pets. They make great pets. They make great pets. They make great pets.
Broderick's description of his wife when she first saw Dr. Zedimer.
I was able to see what Dr. Zedimer had said had happened sometime before that admission.
Okay, and that was that she was having some extreme problems with depression and acting out.
When he first took her there, yes.
No, I saw Beth of a Salesman.
Now,
I know. She's not going to.
When you reviewed
We will welcome her back.
Nelson's testimony, he indicated that depression was significant, that he saw this. Is that correct?
I thought Dr. Nelson say that depression was not the primary issue for her.
Well, did he indicate that it wasn't pathological, but it was significant? Remember his testimony about the depression?
Your Honor, I've asked
Say
you
it.
to show the transcript.
Well, if he doesn't remember, then I'll show him the transcript itself.
Oh, this isn't the best angle for the pets.
His answer,
You over here. Oh,
He's
Ma-
saying statistically significant.
Mary is wearing a royal purple with a dark blue, and she's 100% matching with the prosecutor. It's no longer speculation. The two of them, if not them, their assistants are talking to each other and helping them coordinate wardrobes. This is the most obvious example yet.
and that you're reading that he felt it was statistically significant?
He's talking about how many standard deviations from the mean.
Now, what,
But he goes on in the same sentence to say, but it's not the overriding issue in her personality.
okay, but it's a feature of her personality, is that correct? A feature of her makeup is depression.
Well, not of her makeup. See, people with any of the personality disorders can get depressed. And there were times Mrs. Broderick was depressed.
But she has been at least diagnosed at the hospital. The final diagnosis was one of, on axis 1 of bipolar depression, was it not?
No, it was a bipolar mania,
Okay.
which is the opposite of depression.
Okay. I'm on it. There's more pets to add to the montage, so I'll do what I can to get them there ASAP. Thank you for giving me this break to talk about it, Mr. Early. I see Disney Mom pics.
Was there a diagnosis by well, it was a bipolar affective disorder mixed, is that correct? And she was in the hypomanic phase at that time.
I had a cat, Lucky. Lucky was my cat as a young bachelor, like for, 20 years, through long-term relationship, through becoming a bachelor again. Little Lucky Bear, he was a sweetheart. Disney Mom's cat is Lucky.
That's what they said, right? And based on what they knew,
That's all I'm
I
asking.
believed it, but that we know that's not so.
But that was their diagnosis at the time.
Based on the slice of life they saw right after ramming the door, that's what they thought.
Okay. And then there was another diagnosis given, Dr. Jacobson also gave a diagnosis, did he not? Jacobson, I'm sorry.
Yes, he said, well, I'm not sure what his ultimate diagnosis was. I saw that less than a month before ramming the door, he wrote, "As for now, Betty keeps busy enough to not be seriously depressed."
Did, at some point, did you get any information that, well, first of all, what is the definition of the bipolar disorders?
Bipolar disorder is diagnosed when someone has had one or more manic episodes. This is a change from the older idea of manic depressive illness. It used to be thought that, well, what is now thought is that there is a condition known as bipolar affective illness in which people become manic, and they are then at risk of being people who will become depressed. Mania is a condition in which people have excessive energy, feel too powerful, don't feel a need for sleep. They have increased energy, increased sex drive, may do various things to excess, and may also become psychotic. If someone has had an episode of behavior that meets a particular list of criteria for mania, then they receive the diagnosis of bipolar, but it doesn't mean that they have ever been depressed. You can be bipolar without having been depressed.
Okay. Some of the areas for a manic
Excuse me.
is that the manic episode is inflated self-esteem or grandiosity, is it not?
That's one.
More talkative than usual or pressure to keep talking.
Yes.
The flight of ideas is subjective experience, thoughts that are racing.
Yes.
Do you see those at all in Elizabeth Broderick?
Well, there are things that make one have to consider that. There are times that that she was very energetic. There certainly was evidence of her having some grandiosity. None of it reached the proportions that I think qualify for a manic episode, nor was the duration of this cluster of features such that I think it would qualify. I don't think anyone ever said that they thought she had a true manic episode, but at the time of that hospitalization, they thought she was hypomanic. Now, that's a label that would be given to someone who's just very energetic and talks fast. And it's not an indication of particularly serious pathology. There are lots of highly functioning people who are hypomanic.
Well, she had, but that wasn't her final diagnosis, though, was it? Hypomanic.
I thought they said bipolar disorder mixed type hypomanic phase.
Yeah, the phase was hypomanic that she
All
was
right.
in.
Mandy,
Right, and
they're
that's
in the
only
mix.
time anyone ever thought she was
Mandy,
even hypomanic,
Disney.
let alone manic.
And you're saying that would be a diagnosis that you would give on Axis 1 if it only happens one time?
If someone had a manic episode, that would be a bipolar diagnosis on axis 1. Pardon me?
Sorry for interrupting.
In the absence of some other explanation for why they acted that way.
Well, would that be a diagnosis as a that you would give that this person is bipolar? You would give the diagnosis that's here?
If what?
If there's only the one episode, that's it. You have the one episode, no evidence of other episodes. That would be a diagnosis that you would give.
If someone had one episode of true mania,
Oh,
it would be
Lucy.
correct, ruling out other causes of that behavior, to give a diagnosis of bipolar, yes.
What is another indication is distractibility, attention too easily drawn to unimportant or irrelevant external stimuli. It's another factor that you would look for. Is that correct?
It is. That's one. Of course, Mrs. Broderick never had. Nothing distracted her from her quest.
Okay. So whatever was on, whenever she was looking at something, there was never where she would divert her attention to things that were irrelevant to to her quest.
She was quite single-minded about getting revenge against Dan and Linda.
Excessive involvement in pleasurable activities, including buying spree.
Disney Mom, look for yours in the mix pretty soon. This is coming up to the most recent editions now in the top right-hand corner montage.
Would that also be one that you would look at?
That's a feature of mania.
You didn't see any buying sprees on her part.
It looked like she was always buying.
It wasn't a spree. It was
And what would be the definition of and when they talk about the mood, is it not true that the dominant mood disturbance may be irritability and may be most apparent when the person is thwarted?
Yes.
when the creaks of the
One
chairs are the
associated
highlights.
Features is that the person does not recognize that they're ill and they resist all efforts for treatment. Is that correct?
That's a feature of many conditions. It's true in mania as well, because they feel on top of the world and everything's perfect. They don't want to give up the symptom.
Another common associated feature is rapid shifts of mood to anger or depression.
In mania, is that what we're looking at?
Yes.
Yes.
The depression may be expressed by tearfulness, suicidal threats that may last moments, hours,
No, I know they're coming.
not often days or rarely
Keep watching.
days.
Keep watching.
May I see what you're reading from?
Yes.
Disney Mom, I think yours are next to come up in the montage now. Not quite next. But very soon. I know Peekaboo Kitty's one of the ones that's right near the end of the montage now. Aww.
Right. Those are associated features, not criteria for the diagnosis.
Sometimes the depressive and manic symptoms can occur simultaneously, or they may alternate rapidly within a few days.
That can happen.
Oh, that's Carolina's dog after it tore up the cushion.
Now, when we talk about major depression, there's
You look in the top right-hand corner, Carolina Hurtado took in a rescue dog that had a problem with pillows on the early days in the Carolina household, but is now a loved member of the family and no longer eating pillows.
the associated symptoms include appetite disturbance and change in weight. Is that correct?
The associated symptoms of
A major depressive episode.
that may happen in a major depressive episode.
Okay.
But of course, that's not the most common cause for people gaining or losing weight.
Okay. But that's something that may happen.
Yes.
Disney Mom, I'm just thinking for my own personal, and I know like whenever I see something cool like that, I'm like, oh, I want to put my pets in there. I am literally just freaking the fuck out until my upload gets included in it. I'm like, what the hell? Everyone else is included? I'm not part of this? Like, my cats are cute. Lola is adorable. Why isn't Lola part of this? But yeah, no, I'm projecting. I know personally I would be dying inside if I've submitted adorable pets and they weren't part of the stream yet.
Sleep disturbance.
Yes.
Difficulty thinking or concentrating.
Yes.
Reoccurrent thoughts of death or suicidal ideation or attempts.
Right.
When you have, are you familiar with the term suicidal gesture?
Sure.
Okay, now there are times that people make an attempt or make a gesture at suicide that is not just to get attention, isn't there?
There are other reasons for suicide attempts and other reasons for suicidal gestures besides getting attention. Yes.
Sometimes you have people who do suicidal gestures. They'll have thoughts about wanting to die as a solution, but also have some very strong feelings about not wanting to die, to live. Isn't that correct?
That's something that can happen.
Okay, and that can have some effect about maybe where they might not be successful or they may not do a very serious attempt at suicide. Would you agree with that?
If somebody's not sure they want to do it,
Yes.
yes, they may do various things to prevent it from being a real.
Lola very quickly opens the stream of the montage that's in the bottom right-hand corner. It's a Lola Presents and has a very quick end screen that she shares with Cadillac the cat. But that particular video was more about your pets than mine, because mine have had their featured time on the stream. They'll get more in the future too. I'm kind of preventing them from getting too. They're thinking about forming a union, and then claiming a portion of the proceeds to be paid in Temptations and Caesar's snacks. So we can't let that happen. Show them there's more than enough cute animals out there that would be happy to be on the stream. Happy, I tell you.
Okay. And it may be part of the association, may be that they have a part of them that wants to die. And also it may be a way of getting attention or manipulating somebody. Would you agree with that?
Yes, it could be all of those things at once.
When we talk about impairment in major depressive episodes, there's various degrees, is there not? There's various types of criterion that you look at.
There are particular levels of severity that are described in the manual.
You can have a major depressive episode, and there is a code that you would then put as to the level of the severity. Is that correct?
Right. These aren't used most of the time, but the code's available.
And one of the codes is mild, few if any symptoms in excess of those requiring a diagnosis. Symptoms result in only minor impairment or in occupational function or unusual social activities or relationships. That's one.
The best thing that's preventing the animals from forming a union is the two of them don't really like each other. So I think actually Lola really likes the cat, but the cat that's a minus in the cat's eyes. Like, it's not helping Lola how much Lola likes the cat.
Is that correct?
Correct.
And even though you would have that, you can still have a major depressive episode and still have the mild, what appears to be mild symptoms to the outside world.
Not just the outside world, you can have a mild case of it.
Okay. And then there's a moderate, which is symptoms or functional impairment between mild and severe. Is that correct?
Right.
And then there's severe, several symptoms in excess of those required to make the diagnosis. And symptoms markedly interfere with occupational function or with social activities or relationships with others. Isn't that correct? That's
the only moment, and Larissa Harris says Mr. Early definitely lacks some self-awareness. That's one definite diagnosis for him. The only moment of self-awareness that he's displayed that I've seen so far this trial was when he had the telemetry to ask Dr. Dietz, am I making sense to you? Sometimes. It's a highlight of Dr. Dietz's testimony for me so far, and the majority of his testimony that I've liked came from his direct, but that was a moment of rare self-reflection, unintentional, I guess, too. Like, 'cause I don't think he meant to set himself up for a punchline.
what severe is.
That's right.
Okay. And when we're talking about severe, that means that somebody whose depression might be bad enough that they might not get out of bed or might not keep appointments or not go out socially because they're depressed. That would be more of the severe category. Interferes with their social activities.
Well, the cause of impairment in one's functioning has to be the depression.
Yes. Okay. Someone who may stay in their room at times when there's other people around or go off by themselves, that would be something that would be more of the severe because it interferes with their social activities. If it's related to the depression.
Someone who's severely depressed will often be withdrawn, will be unable to speak. People will have to come into the room and ask them if they're hungry and encourage them to eat. They will have to be spoon-fed and led to food some of the time. They will let themselves waste away without being encouraged to eat. May not have the energy to walk to the kitchen to get food, won't have the energy to walk into the bathroom and may stay in the bed. And people who are severely depressed are highly dysfunctional and can be completely withdrawn that way.
They'll find themselves walking from counter to counter, almost holding themselves up.
No, that's a more histrionic sort of behavior.
Okay. That's not has anything to do with depression.
Holding oneself up, walking.
No, in other words, if they don't have the energy, sometimes the people will find themselves going to a room and just sitting down or leaning against something just because they do not have energy to do things, going to the bathroom.
That can happen, but the real point is they feel too fatigued to do anything. They just feel absolutely overwhelmed and drained. Don't feel they have the energy to put on clothes. Don't feel they have the energy to tend to the chores, don't feel they have the energy to do any of the things that they really ought to be doing.
Okay, and you can see that sometimes in their appearance, letting themselves go, not attending to themselves physically.
For prolonged periods of time, right?
Yeah.
And again, for it to be major depression, there have to be enough of these symptoms, I think it's 5 or more, simultaneously, every day for weeks.
Well, doesn't the DSM-III say almost every day?
And I think I've said that many times in my testimony too, every day or nearly every day.
Okay. And now people who also when people have some severe or are suffering from severe depression, different times of the day can give them different energy levels, can it not?
When they're suffering from what?
When they're suffering from severe depression.
Well, if they're suffering from a major depressive episode, time of day can make a difference. When it's severe enough, they may be incapacitated all day long.
Well, we go from severe to, then after that we go to the next phase with psychotic features. Is that correct?
That's not another phase. It's a separate dimension as to whether or not people are psychotic. The assumption underlying the classification is that one could have a mild case of depression and still be psychotic. That even though mostly functioning, one could still think that one's guts were rotting from the inside, or that the world was about to come to an end, and yet still function. But I think that truth is that mostly it's the severe depressions that are psychotic, where people think that everything horrible is happening and develop delusions. And certainly anybody who's got those kinds of delusions, I would call psychotically depressed and severely depressed.
Well, there's examples of people who have severe
Hello,
depression
Dorgan.
function. Mike Wallace, for instance, is someone who has said that he's functioned, done interviews, been severely depressed, doesn't even remember what he did, but was on TV.
And Nana of 42340, welcome. I'm not sure, Nana of 4, you may have been gifted a membership on this very chat. And if so, if you just got a notification that you did receive a membership, that was LCB that gifted that out so kindly. Welcome to the chat. Good to see you too, Dorgan.
Be doing major things.
Well, he's not using the DSM-III-R language when he calls that severe. He's describing his own estimate of severity. If he were still able to function, then psychiatrically, technically, it wouldn't be severe. But it's true that there are people with major depressive illness who function very well. Abraham Lincoln suffered from it.
And are you familiar with
Yeah, good
William
reference.
Styron?
I agree.
Not his diagnoses, no.
But are you familiar with who the person is?
I like that too. He gets amused by little things like that. I really like this guy. He would be a fun guy to sit down. I don't think he has the time for it, but if he was sit down and have a beer kind of guy across from you, I bet he has some fun stories.
Styron.
Not his diagnoses, no.
But are you familiar with who the person is?
Sort of embarrassed to say, I'm not sure, but I think he's a novelist.
Yeah, from so.
It wouldn't be severe. But it's true that there are people with major depressive illness who function very well. Abraham Lincoln suffered from it.
And are you familiar with William Styron?
Not his diagnoses, no.
But are you familiar with who the person is?
Sort of embarrassed to say, I'm not sure, but I think he's a novelist.
Yeah, from Sophie's Choice, he also wrote Out of Darkness.
I don't know much about him. I've heard the name.
Yeah.
Heart of Darkness, Joseph Conrad. That's the source material for Apocalypse Now, if you haven't read it. It's a little different story, but a lot of the same themes in Apocalypse Now are there in Heart of Darkness.
Familiar with his writings about suffering from depression and getting Pulitzer Prize, showing up, functioning on a day-to-day basis.
Objection, how's this relevant?
Sustained.
What are the criteria for a major depressive syndrome?
They're as set forth in DSM-III-R.
Okay.
To have the, I'm sorry.
Okay, we've gone through some. One is a depressed mood nearly every day for for, as you indicated, a 2-week period?
Right. But it has to be a prolonged period. It's not arbitrarily really 2 weeks, but there has to be a prolonged period of this multiplicity of symptoms simultaneously.
Okay, so it can be depending on all the symptoms, it can be as short as 2 weeks or longer.
That's right.
Okay. The significant weight loss or weight gain, that's one, is it not?
Yes.
Insomnia or hypersomnia nearly every day.
Yes.
The
Zeke guy's name is here?
fatigue or loss of energy every day.
Hooray.
Right.
And some recurrent thoughts of death or recurrent suicidal ideation without a specific plan.
Right.
The
Kitten Pusher, I think he brought up 2 authors. The first one I wasn't familiar with, but then he said, what about Joseph Conrad? And I guess is trying to bring up that Joseph Conrad famously had depression but was able to do things. So if he was able to do things, then Betty could be, pretty good at doing things and still be depressed. But it's a pretty out there argument. And again, it's arguing for an argument more than it is arguing for anything that absolves her. Like, this just goes towards an argument that she was out of her mind when she did the crimes, but this alone doesn't prove it. And it seems crazy that it's worth about an hour of testimony to get to that element of doubt.
Now, when you were going through the
Zeke guy Stamey's been here all stream? Were you lying low? I think maybe I even said hello at the beginning. It turns out I saw Betty's dad testify just a few days ago, and it's completely slipped my mind. I might have to go back and just listen to what I had to say about it to see if I agree with myself at this point.
hopelessness, is that a concept that is in the area of depression?
I do remember demonstrating that I knew what her last name was, like a Bisegula, and that confirmed that she was an LCB from the start. It just became LZ Broderick instead of LZ Bisegula, but can't remember. I don't remember the testimony at all, but that confirms to me that I did see the testimony, because that's probably something I said at the same time he came out. I just don't remember it.
Depressed people often have those features.
Okay, and what does that mean?
The perception of helplessness is the feeling that one really hasn't got control and that one can't take care of oneself. The feeling of hopelessness has to do with one's perceptions of the future and the feeling that the future doesn't hold out hope, that there's nothing to look forward to. It can occur in depression.
I think before we took.
Nana 4 says, I know what she did was wrong, but I think he pushed her to the edge. And there is some support for that view in the chat. You won't find that it's the overwhelming view in this chat, but there's definitely some support for it. And that's one of the major lenses that we're looking at this trial through, is whether you can have more empathy for Betty, regardless of whether, you condemn the actions ultimately or not. But just is she a more sympathetic character than, say, someone like Sarah Boone that sets that bar incredibly low? And I tend to, agree with the fact that she does clear that bar. She's somewhat more sympathetic. I'm able to have more empathy towards her situation. And at the same time, it all comes back to the fact that you committed double homicide. How sympathetic can you be? And but it's a very interesting lens to view both the trial and, how this defense has evolved over the years to someone like Sarah using it with, absolutely no connection to the defense itself, but to the fact that there's case law that exists, and if she could bend her situation to somehow fit the definition of a battered spouse defense, that's what she was going to do. But Betty is really, this trial is one of the originators of both televised trial, but also women claiming, well, not women claiming, but just the defense coming up in court that, hey, I've been gaslit for 5 to 10 years, putting in all my effort for the family, and then just have it swooped away because he wants to go somewhere else. Apparently, no-fault divorce had a lot to do with this too. It was seen as a more liberating thing in that you didn't need to have a party at fault. But because of that, a lot of the stuff Betty grew up with, where a guy who was clearly at fault in a marriage in her eyes would have been punished for it in court, now they're just saying, well, we're not looking at fault. We're just trying to divide assets. You guys have decided that it's for the best that you're not together, so let's not decide fault. Let's just divide assets. There's a lot of nuances and a lot of debatable content in this trial, and that's what's kept us going this far. So thank you for joining the conversation, Nana, and giving me a chance to do a little catch up for anyone who's just joined the stream. Unlike Zeitgeist Amy, who's been here the whole time, and I welcomed like a newcomer to the chat. Sometimes I get out of sorts.
The break, we were talking about cyclothymia.
I wasn't.
Okay. Was there a diagnosis at some point of that? Or at least from Dr. Jacobson?
Yes, that's right.
And what does that mean?
Cyclothymia is the condition of some moodiness in which one will have days that one feels very energetic and enthusiastic, maybe excessively so, wanting to take other people out after work, wanting to do more than you expect the person to want to do.
And just to address, it's coming up in the chat that, where's all the information coming from? Because there's a lot of details being discussed in chat. I'm going to do my best on the finale, which is our Saturday all-day broadcast. After the verdict is read, I've got a little playlist of material from a lot of different content creators that have made Betty content. Some of it's significantly long. Some of it's a little bit shorter. But what we'll do is just go through that playlist, and then I'll make it a public playlist, so anyone who's interested in getting different aspects of the trial, maybe seeing it from a viewpoint they haven't seen before, maybe seeing it from a viewpoint that is more aligned with their opinion going into this trial. I'm looking for a wide variety of sources that I can point people towards. So that, because I think we've only got 2 to 3 hours of coverage on the Saturday. So the last, and we might even split it into 2 streams, call it like the end of the trial, so that it has a nice ending for people on the rewatch, and then the post-trial coverage, which will start immediately after. But yeah, I'm putting together that playlist now. There's a lot of content out there, and there's some that support. Some of it is more subjective, some of it's more objective, but there's definitely a wide variety out there. So I'm sure there'll be something for everyone in the content that aligns closer to how you're feeling about the trial.
And other days they're feeling down and leave work early, or don't feel like they have much energy, or think things are bad. But it never reaches the extremes of being a major depression, or in the other direction, a manic episode. It's a more minor vacillation of moods between feeling better and feeling worse. It's not incapacitating. Medications usually aren't even used to treat it, and it's a fairly common condition.
when you look at Elizabeth Broderick's personality disorder, I take it that you feel that it colors her way of looking at things. Would that be a good description?
It colors her way of responding to things.
And some of that, the way she responds to it, some of it is maybe based on prior incidences that she's been involved in, or that have happened to her.
That's true for everyone, yes.
When you read her diaries, did you run across any writings about the fact that, where she talked about hiding the affair and problems with Dan from the children, and that was going to be something that she didn't feel she wanted to do anymore?
I recall at least one mention of that. I don't recall where it was.
The you indicated that there were some examples of manipulation, and those were ones that you remembered with the children. Is that correct? Remembered some manipulation with the children.
Got many, many examples of manipulation with the children.
And that's something that happens in divorces at times, does it not?
Well,
Yeah.
not to this extent.
Oh,
But it happens
Sure.
in divorces at times, isn't that correct?
Yes.
that's a great distinction, because yes, it is common that kids, but just like I was saying about the very word manipulation, it has a bit of a loaded context, but in reality, everyone manipulates every day, whether it's manipulating a doorknob to get the door open, or, using a tone of voice and, please and thank you to get somebody in customer service to appreciate you or pay attention to you a little bit more than someone who is rude and dismissive. And it's not manipulative in a bad way to do it. It's you understanding how society works and manipulating your way through it. But that made me think of that. We'll go back about 20 seconds and then I'll continue my thought. 15 seconds.
Manipulation with the children.
And
Manipulation with the children. So in a divorce, yeah, it's very common that you're gonna hey, I'll take you out for ice cream. Your mom doesn't ever take you out for ice cream, does she? And little things like that. And sure, you're planting seeds. You're trying to make your kids think that it's more fun to spend time with you than the other parent. Hopefully get them on your side. But he's making a distinction between that normal sort of manipulation that happens and the manipulation that was off the charts that happened in this particular marriage dissolution.
that's something that happens in divorces at times, does it not?
Well, not to this extent.
But it happens
Sure.
in divorces at times, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Both sides can manipulate the children by putting them in the middle.
Yes.
And Nana is echoing something that my mom has been giving, me the context for. So she writes, I don't think younger people understand what it was like back then and how marriages worked. Women stayed home, cleaned, cooked, took care of the kids, didn't have a career or money. And I think that's definitely largely true. I think the biggest, the thing that makes this a really interesting time is it was almost the end of that era with the rise of women's liberation and independence. And somewhere caught in the middle was this horrific crime that both illuminated the fact of how desperate women's plights were if they hadn't murdered their husband, but in every other way was like Betty, as far as how they're being treated in the marriage and through the legal system. It resonated. It rung a tone for a lot of people that were like, it's not right. Something needs to be done. We need to have laws that codify how alimony gets paid out. He fined her for swearing. She owed him for some months. How does that work? So there's a lot of legitimate stuff. If you separate the murder from what we're watching, and obviously we're watching a double murder trial, so that separation is more academic than realistic. But if you're looking at why I think it resonated with so many people, and it's still interesting to people now, is for a lot of people, this was a wake-up call as to how shitty a situation a lot of women had it when they were trying to conform to 50s values in a rapidly evolving 80s, 90s world landscape. So, you know, there was these teasings of you have rights, you have, you know, that should be yours, but there was no case law to support it. So I thank you, Nana, for bringing this up in the chat, and it's an interesting lens to watch what we're watching, particularly when Mr. Early's questions aren't that interesting. So I appreciate having the chat bring up these sorts of situations that can give us a break from the parsing of the definition of depression.
There is, you found within her examples of lack of empathy.
I found evidence that she lacks empathy, yes.
Okay. Now, some of that can relate back to at least the circumstances.
I think my mom's asking about items in the fridge. We don't use YouTube for that, Mom. You can private message me that.
That have happened to her in the past, where she might overreact in the future to those things. In other words, if there's a set of circumstance that something has happened to her that's bad, she might overreact to that in the future by not having empathy towards her reaction might have towards third people.
Well, lack of empathy isn't an over response, it's an under response. The lack of empathy is her not
Excuse me.
concerning herself with how other people will feel about what she does to them.
The one of the
I am talking to Mom of Lola of somehow guesting. She definitely pops into the chat, but that's just to make sure that everyone's getting along. Told her to, she doesn't need to enforce anything. Everyone's pretty good at getting along, but she's keeping an eye on all of you.
examples that you've given is the fact that she, at least in your diagnosis, is the fact that she was preoccupied with envy, looking.
But yeah, I might have her come guest maybe after the verdict, pop in. Okay, we got to the end. Sit in the chair here beside me and we'll talk for a little bit. She doesn't want to sit here for 7 hours. She doesn't want to do that at all. But yeah, we might be able to talk her into coming in for 30 to 35 minutes of commentary.
For how Dan and Linda were living. Looking at Dan and Linda as to their lifestyle and envious of that.
Right.
Your Honor. As you can stand, go ahead.
The fact is that during this period of time, she was going through litigation with them, wasn't she?
Not for the entire period that she was feeling envious. Well, I guess there were some unresolved issues still.
Okay. Well, until 1989, there was no resolution of any of the property matters, was there?
At the time of the homicides, I thought a lot of things were resolved.
In the 1989, January of 89, up until the 5 years or 4 years up to January of 1989, she had been through a divorce where there had been no resolution, where the property issues had not been resolved.
Objection, Your Honor. I don't think, in this case, evidence on you basis on that.
Sustained.
Well, when you're looking at how someone reacts to something, whether they're envious, one of the situations is that there were, that you looked at, wasn't there, that there were property issues that were being litigated? Isn't that correct?
Not exactly. I mean, I was aware of the litigation. I don't know all the details of it. What I relied on is the knowledge that whatever those issues may in fact have been, we see a preoccupation with envy. For example, her becoming upset that Dan was taking Linda to the Blackstone Ball instead of her. That was nearly 2 years after the separation. Regardless of what's resolved about the property, that's still an indication of envy, or her anger at Dan and Linda for getting married.
Can you show
the
me
same
that?
month she and Dan had. And what's that? That doesn't have anything to do with what's resolved or not. For her to get angry that they chose the same month to marry in, April, that's envy. And there's a litany of these things. Even getting upset that Dan and Linda would so much as consider having children together. That's not about whether the litigation of the property was over.
Isn't that also normal things that happen to people, that when you plan to have a 20-year anniversary, where you plan to have a trip on that, and the person gets married almost the same weekend 20 years later, That's also can be hurtful, can it not, to somebody?
You bet. All of these sorts of things can cause pain, can cause upset, but she over responds. She doesn't just get upset or shed a tear and go back to life.
You know what? That's something I'm going to address too, because there's a really kind comment where Nana says, I love Mandy, but I can disagree with her and still love her. And I think Mandy is exhibiting something that every victim needs, and it's unconditional support. And if there wasn't people like Mandy giving unconditional support to victims, in a lot of cases, their story would be lost. So, there's room for every voice here, and it's really just a matter of us, this is the first time we've all hung out together as a group. We've seen each other, some of each other in other chats. We're aware of each other in some cases it's brand new. But if we really get used to, having rousing discussions that feature different viewpoints and, might have conservatives and liberals in the same chat who respect each other, all 12 of us, all 15 of us that can do that. But that would make it a really cool community to keep fostering. And it's worth it. It's worth going through the growing pains a little bit here. This is the first trial we've watched together. This is the first time we've been a Dan D true crime community. But we're laying the foundation for this to be a place where the discussion is really healthy. It's not, if I don't go with the flow, I'm going to get shouted down. And some of that is happening now, but as, we get to know each other, we'll learn, okay, no, that's just where they have strong feelings, and we'll learn to respect each other for who each other are. And this could be a really, really cool community that kind of sets itself apart from a lot of other ones because of the discussion in the chat, because of the wide variety of opinions. So I appreciate unconditional support for victims, Mandy. It should start from that, and prove her wrong if she wants to defend Dan and let the evidence say otherwise. I think that's a perfectly legitimate and important voice to have in any true crime discussion. So I'm just going to give my support to Mandy there, and to everyone who appreciates and loves Mandy, even if they disagree. That's what makes the community special.
She stays on this campaign of revenge, intimidation, harassment up till the day she kills them.
Well,
That's not normal.
okay. And you're saying that that there was no stress involved in the litigation that was going on.
Of course it was stressful. It always is.
Okay. And will
12 of each, kitten pusher. If we're sitting at 28 right now, there's 12 of each and 4 people who don't give a rat's ass. No, it's probably, I think we could max out at having 12 liberals and 12 conservatives that appreciate each other too. I think that in most cases it's 98% people who don't give a rat's ass, and you can have a smattering of both without it getting too bad. But the minute it becomes, if there's half of us and half of you, then all of a sudden you're getting into all these arguments that are just based off of what team you're on rather than authentic feelings of disagreement. And yeah, no, I was kind of joking about, I was trying to pick a number that was close to the number of people in chat and then cutting it in half for a 50-50 split. But if you guys are anything like me, for the most part, you wish that you didn't know nearly as much as you do about politics, and you could just get on with your lives, and they would, be their corrupt selves, but less so and more quietly, so we can just live instead of every day, oh, fuck, what's going on now? On that note, I'm going to post a link. There's a guy named Ryan George. He just does comedy where he talks to himself but plays 2 different characters. He did the guy who doesn't watch the news, and it's like a 2 or 3 minute skit. I'm going to post it in here because it's a nice bit of absurdist humor that kind of gives us perspective in this crazy world we live in. I'll look for that while we play this.
the stress of the litigation affect how somebody looks at it?
Objection, that's beyond what he's testified to.
Hope Roger can answer that.
Stress will affect how people feel.
Of course, one of the things you have to look at is what's happening to the person on an ongoing basis to find out why they may be continually upset. Do you not?
Objection, we've been over this area several times.
Just asked and answered, sustained.
You have to,
Rice and beans in the montage. Oh, he might be running out of steam.
in the
No.
diary, in diary number 1,
I think he sits down soon. No, never mind.
did
Sorry.
she write about the decisions that Dan was making in regard?
You know what? I would say click the link now. Normally, the YouTube would recommend don't tell people to leave your stream if they're watching the stream. You guys just want a little break. This has gotten a little bit boring. Click the link, watch Ryan George. It's like 2 or 3, it was probably 4 minutes long, like 3:50 or something like that. And then just come back here and watch it at time and a half until you've caught back up, because Mr. Early takes long breaks in between questions. I would imagine you can catch back up in no time. You can even hit the skip button if you're on a phone, 10 seconds in between questions. And if you do go watch that, come back and tell us in the chat how good it was. If you guys who do watch it enjoyed it, then I'll post it again at the intermission, and you can choose to watch that or my videos.
Her life, and he was making all those decisions on her own.
If you chose to give up politics and are happier, like it's taken a weight off your shoulders, definitely click that link, because it will support you in your decision making.
Wait, what you're referring to?
Yes.
Because I think Mr. Early is running out of things to say. So if you do want to take a little bit of a break, there's one for you. If anything funny happens in the next 4 minutes, I promise to rewind it too. So I'm time stamping that. We're at 36 minutes into the video. If anything really good happens between 36 and 40 minutes of the video, for anyone who left to watch the break stream, we will rewatch it.
She talked about being upset about.
Because I'm an objective, I'm going to read a diary entry unless Mr. Dr. Dietz relied on that particular entry.
Well, Dr. Dietz, you went through the diary and you picked out a few passages, but you indicated that reading the whole diary gives you a flavor for this person. Is that correct?
You get a very good idea from the entire diary of what she was complaining about during the time she made notes in the diary.
Okay.
But I only relied on portions of the diary that I thought showed something specifically relevant.
Well, so that if she had diary entries that talked about things that were happening to her throughout the divorce, that might have had some effect on why she might be enraged or bothered.
It's a phone. Just to clarify, part of the reason why I'm so for taking a break is because I overindulged in politics for maybe, I don't know, I don't even want to get into how long. But so I really need, almost like detox, I just needed to step away. And the headlines, it's almost like that Godfather scene, just when I think I'm out, it keeps trying to pull me back. But yeah, just for my own mental health, I needed to take a break, and it coincided perfectly with starting this channel. So I've been able to put all my energy into, making my own news and kind of my own commentary. And a consequence of that is that I just don't have literally enough time to absorb news, because so much of the time I'm creating videos or sleeping or working. So yeah, just by consequence, I'm not getting as much, but I feel much happier for it. Kitten Pusher makes a great point. It is important, so still go out and vote and, make your voice be heard, but just don't let your, your day-to-day life be consumed with supporting your political team when family, when, even just walking outside with your feet in the grass would be so much more satisfying than knowing the minutia of what the latest day's events are. I'll get back to a balance at some point. I'm just on my, I'm still detoxing.
Would you consider every diary page and those effects they might have had on her?
I was aware of what she was responding to.
Okay. So those were things that you considered.
For each of the things I relied on, I was aware of what she thought was the cause, why she thought everything was someone else's fault. There's never a time that she thought anything was her fault, and so there's always something she's blaming for it, and I knew what those were.
Well, last year when the question was asked by the district attorney at the trial, do you take responsibility for what happened in the divorce? She said, I take 50%. I take half the responsibility. Did she say that?
I don't recall if she said that or not. Her diaries sure don't have her taking any responsibility for anything.
Your Honor, if he could be directed to answer the question.
Mm-hmm.
And
Just answering your question, Mr. Wood, go ahead.
Okay.
About the diary, you switched over, you switched back, go ahead.
Your Honor, he's volunteered a statement I would like to introduce then. And will you approach the bench, Your Honor?
Oh, do you want to show him the page of the transcript about 50/50? Sure.
No. He just made it. Maybe you approach the bench, an all-inclusive statement about the diaries never showed us. I'd like to be heard.
All right.
That's the first time I've seen him be successful in, can I approach the bench? No, but I'd like to. All right. First time he's relented on that.
The page I showed you, did you consider that page?
I read it.
Okay. And did that have
I don't think that moment is worth saving for the people who might have left for the Ryan George video. It's okay, but
any significance of why she might be enraged or why she might be angry about any various items that you've mentioned out of the diary?
Sure, she indicates what she was complaining about.
Okay. Would that have anything to do with why she might be looking to see what kind of things Dan has because of problems with finances being switched?
that is a great point. Not My Lover says to another one to say, it's poetic irony that true crime is my escape from the real world stress and chaos around me. Yeah, like somehow the uncontrollable chaos of the real world it's more soothing to think of, like, you know, just a few really grisly true crime tales to, like, okay, well, it's not that bad. Get a good night's sleep and try and get on the next day. But I think there's a certain wisdom to that. I think true crime for a lot of us is an escape to something that's both more brutal but more real, more tangible. And I don't know, I can go to sleep at night after some pretty awful tales, and it's not, you know, that I'm soothed by the grisly details, but it maybe just puts my own life in perspective where, like, okay, well, got my door locked and hopefully nothing happens tonight, and nothing happened to me last night. People I love are still with me right now. Yeah, I don't know. This is something that there's a lot to unpack there. That's a good comment.
I don't understand what you're asking about problems with the finances being switched.
And to anybody who left to watch the Ryan George video, welcome back. I think you've had enough time to watch it. Nothing really happened in the trial. I even stopped to talk a lot of the time. So if you've gone back and feel like you just want to go live, well, at this point, you've already caught up. But if you're hearing this and there's, you know, some room before going live, by all means, skip to live.
Would it show her concern? Would it have, when you talked about the area of envy and the area, other areas of narcissism, would the fact of her being overdrawn no savings left at the time of being left, and problems with community money being spent on Linda before the divorce. Did you consider that in considering the amount of reaction she had later on?
I don't know if any of those are facts.
Chat's on fire today, I know.
The diaries contain Mrs. Broderick's side of a story. Sometimes I know the other side of the story. Whenever there's another living witness telling another side of the story, it seems to differ from Mrs. Broderick's, but I don't always know the other side of the story. And which things are facts and which are things she says is really for the jury to determine. I can't determine the facts that underlie some of these complaints of hers.
Did you consider those facts?
I considered her side of the story often, and where there was another living witness, the other side of the story too.
We want
But again,
redirect.
I don't have a way to resolve the factual questions that are for the jury.
The
They're going to replace court reporters before they replace questioners. Just a heads up. Oh, there's animal action outside.
in 85, was she talking at all about wanting an accounting of community property?
Objection, Your Honor. We've already argued about this. Let's see, you show the page and consider this case, we can talk about it.
Is that what you want me to do? Did you, if I can show you a page, did you consider that page?
Yeah, A to B says, when I was a kid, you didn't talk about politics, religion, or money in mixed company. And that's, yeah, I grew up with that same sort of sensibility. You only did that if you wanted to come in to get an argument. You'd like, you know, hey, here you guys, you know, we're on the wrong side of the Irish Republican Army thing. Or tell me about the Troubles. Yeah, that's, you're just asking... I don't. What wasn't a route to polite conversation anyway?
Not particularly.
Did you consider the any of the? Did you talk in the diary about problems with her house and problems about the boys being alone at home and playing with Jackson?
Your Honor.
Did you consider that?
She did talk about those things in her diary.
Did you consider those?
I considered those complaints, yes.
And let me show you a page and ask you if this was something that you could consider.
A lot of us are brought up with a similar sensibility to A to B. Looks like we can all handle that side of the community guidelines. Beth of a
I'm aware of all
salesman,
this.
we still haven't seen as much
Do you remember a page in the diary where she indicated that at some point in time?
Abstain objection, unless he's used it as a basis for.
A to B makes an interesting distinction. I'm more vocal now. I went to my first protest march at 64. Time for the old ladies to get out there and stand up for what we believe. I feel much better about issue support than political support. You know, you can certainly be political supportive of whatever politics you support. But supporting an issue, I think it's a lot easier to both discuss in the chat. If you're an advocate for a certain issue, you can usually argue the relative benefits or, you know, argue against the other side without it turning into a personal argument. And I think if you have money to give, time to give, effort to give to a cause, much better to distill it into a single cause you can really believe in than a generalized, and generally political groups will co-opt causes in order to try and get large groups of people. So, there's a wisdom to voting for the people that have at least embraced your cause, because it's going to get more support if it gets in there. But that's a great distinction. Put your effort into causes, put your effort into issues, be politically active, but don't support political parties if you can put the same effort into the issues you care about. And that's a really good distinction. Thank you. Chat is on fire today.
I think it's a problem for council.
Well, here's the question first. Go ahead.
Did you consider a page in the diary where she said that she was angry at some point, that her anger she thought was getting the
Will you still need me? Will you still please me when they're 64? The answer is yes. They're out there saying what's on their mind.
best of her, and she didn't think she should have the children at that time?
No.
I'm asking him if he.
He didn't consider.
Well, I'd like to see what diary page is referring to.
If he's alluding to the fact there's a diary page that exists, we'd like to see it. Show it to him.
Well, I'll.
Maybe this would be the time to take the morning recess, Ron.
Fine. For purposes of scheduling, ladies and gentlemen, my bailiff has relayed your consensus to me, which I certainly will comply with. You have.
That's awesome. So the jury somehow got a message to the bailiff that got the message to the judge, like, getting a little long here. I'm fucking bored. I don't want to hear another word out of Early. I think the court reporter is getting set up for a change here too.
More than patient with us. We will certainly accommodate you. We'll take our our lunch recess now until 1:30. Please remember the admonition. When we reach a convenient point with the witnesses to break between 2 and 3 o'clock, we'll take our afternoon recess at that time. And thank you for your patience with us. And this is some small way we can repay you. Have a nice lunch.
Sir, I take it you were talking.
New suit. Disney mom tied herself to a tree in the 70s with a bunch of idiots to protest cutting trees at a park in her town. Hey, look, I was 16. Some random adult came and said she would call our mothers, and we left. Disney mom, when I was in college, I followed a group of protesters that went up to Clayoquot Sound. It's in the islands off the coast of British Columbia, in between Washington State and Alaska. I guess the Yukon's on the way there too. Are we going to finish? We're going to go. Yeah. Oh, Mandy. Yeah. No, we are going to go. I'll just finish with, what am I saying here? I was saying something. Tied myself. Oh yeah. To the Clayoquot Sound protest. So that was like one of my first little dalliances in journalism, was following a real news story. A lot of people in the class at that time, we were just learning the equipment, so did little, neighborhood kind of stories that didn't have any consequence because it wasn't ever going to go on the news. But we got a big pat on the back and gold star for going out and covering a real news story, which was kind of sad for the protesters because they're doing all this stuff for the camera and we were the only news that was there. And it was like, this is for a college project. It's probably not going to get picked up, but you're doing it for you, right? You're not doing it for the fame. Well, a couple of things have come up in chat. Kitten Pusher asks, this is off topic. Does anyone know if Hear Me Out has a schedule for streaming? I never seem to know when he goes live. He tends to, I don't know about a schedule as much as a time. He tends to go between anywhere from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. Pacific time. He'll start and then could go anywhere for a few hours. If he's doing a certain topic, he does the same thing, and I copied it from him. When he was doing Lorne Miss, he would always schedule the next day after the current day, because he tried scheduling them all at once, and it overwhelmed everyone's feeds with Hear Me Out's doing 58 streams, and here they all are. So if he's covering a topic, I think that's the way to find a schedule. If not, even right about now, on any particular night, just check your subscriptions. If there's a little red dot by Hear Me Out, he'll be live streaming. Who knows? He might be on right now. Are we going to finish with Dr. Dietz today, Dan? I can't take much more. We are going to finish with him today. We're going to finish this video, which is 2 hours and 15 minutes long. I thought it was longer, but the last 45 minutes of it are the same Dateline special that was attached to a different Betty Broderick video. So I'll post that link at the end if you want more Betty Broderick coverage and you didn't watch that originally. It's attached to this video as well. But it also means we should finish this video 3 hours from now. And Dr. Dietz is on the stand. Hold on. This may be some closing argument. Yes, I think we get some closing argument from the state today. It's not going to finish it. We might get closing arguments from both today. Looks like there's a redirect that starts at around 45 minutes of raw. And then, well, then I can't tell. This video, the description says closing arguments and jury instructions. So there is that. I'll just scroll up to give the video a like. We can see Criminal Conversations with a Z hosting the Court TV video. And yeah, the description says closing arguments and jury instructions. And then it says closing arguments and jury instructions for the 4-hour video for tomorrow. So I don't know how that works. I guess there's a rebuttal argument from each. I don't know. But it does look, the short answer for after a very long answer to a short question is yes, we'll finish with Mr. Dietz today.
Now, the going through Mrs. Broderick's diary, you indicated that there was very little as far as her depression, other than you remember one thing.
Nana for Hear Me Out is a streamer doing similar things to what I'm doing now. He focuses on Diane Downs, Sarah Boone, and Lauren Armstrong. Wildly different criminals, but he's a humorous streamer. He does a lot of commentary on his streams. He's a little bit more you got to watch him. If he's your taste, you'll kind of know immediately. But yeah, if you want to check him out, his channel is Here and then like Meow with a T. I always thought at the beginning when I was seeing his, I was pronouncing it Here Meow T. Yeah, and then it's Meowt. That makes sense. That's even clever. Yeah, and Derek is somebody that he used to cover Lauren with, and was just somebody that, was really into following that case. So he jumps onto some streams as voice commentary. And then Summa Cum Loudmouth, who I highly recommend. She covers Sarah Boone quite extensively, but then also does a lot of whatever catches her interest. And she has a certain style and a great community. A lot of people in this community are from her community. It's where I got started in the chat too. So those are some shout outs to the Hear Me Outs and others of the YouTube Booniverse.
I mentioned, is that correct? There's something about shaking in her bed.
Oh, there are frequent mentions of one or the other of the sorts of symptoms that can occur in depression. But there is never, as I said, a pattern of multiple symptoms simultaneously and evidence of it being persistent enough to meet the criteria. But there are lots of references to one or another symptom.
You mean, so what she doesn't do is that in the DSM-III, don't they say that even people who are having a depressive episode, their descriptions will be sometimes just as simple as I just feel bad or I don't feel good? without, they don't explain well what they're feeling.
That's true of when patients present.
The, you talked about the sense of entitlement with the in the diary. You have that entry in the diary? Do you have that entry in the diary, or do you just have your notes?
I just have my notes.
Okay, so you did not do a entry yourself, or you don't recall doing an entry yourself as to the you didn't make a copy of that entry in the diary,
I had the complete diaries.
but you didn't make a copy. You took notes and wrote your notes down.
That's right.
Okay, what are your notes say was in the diary?
I've got,
Just vague as what part of that?
Doc, do you know what I'm referring to? There was a list of things for Christmas that you didn't have.
I don't have that under preoccupied with feelings of envy. Is that what we're talking about, envy?
Well, wasn't an entitlement?
Oh, entitlement, I'm sorry. Yes, I have that here.
Okay, and what was in the entry of that in the diary?
What I have in this excerpt is, and it's not the only excerpt from that period that I have here, but in that entry, what I read yesterday was Christmas 1987. My lifestyle has been trashed. No tree, no one to help carry it in, load the car, etc. No one to see it, no party, no kids, no attic, no coffee table, no country club memberships, no boat for parade of lights, no jag, only truck, no escort, no parties, no gowns, no presents by or for me, no ski trip, no large party, no money.
That sounds like Sarah.
Now, were you aware that some of her Christmases were alone?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to just listen to that little reading again, but if Sarah had access to those things, that's exactly how she would have written about not having them.
Gowns, no presents by or for me, no ski trip, no large party, no money.
Now, were you aware that some of her Christmases were alone?
Yes.
Okay. And were you aware that Christmases were an important part of her life before?
Sweet Billie Jean.
Yes.
And that what you read to that
Kitten Pusher as well.
That page in, was that something that was that the exact quotes from the page, summary of it?
That was a passage from that page, I think.
Sumo was one of the first YouTubers to mention my channel after I got started. Danielle was quickly behind, and then Classified Crime was the first to invite me on her channel and do some work. So still very blessed for the welcome I got from the Sarah Boone part of the true crime community in getting myself launched here. So more than happy to point people in their direction if they're new to my stream and haven't seen any of those people.
There is some material that appeared between the heading Christmas 1987 and the first line that I was quoting, my lifestyle has been trashed. But I thought I had the quotation from my lifestyle has been trashed down through no money.
Okay. Now, she has also, in other years, also made lists of things that she did not, about Christmas and things she didn't have. Is that correct?
She often made lists of various things of that sort, not just at Christmas.
Yeah. Now, showing you a entry December 6th. December 6th is another list of the things that she doesn't have for Christmas. Is that correct?
So interesting. The court reporters may be rotating out morning, afternoon, like just a couple hours each, because I believe this is the same outfit that I was complimenting earlier with the AE skirt and 70s style and sensibility from the replacement court reporter, not Mary.
I don't know what year this is. You said this was,
It's a December 6th diary entry. It's talks about some of the things about Christmas, does it not?
Another one to say Googled it. No, Judge Jackson doesn't have to respond because the reason for her ruling is clear in said ruling. Okay, thank you. Got that. Another one to say. Perfect. Thank you for the call.
yes, it does.
Okay. Now, did you take that into consideration? As her sense of entitlement?
Well, I took this into account in looking at the evidence about Mrs. Broderick. This is not about a sense of entitlement.
Well,
The answer is no.
well, but this is also a Christmas list, isn't it?
No, this is why she's depressed. According to the top of the entry, she's saying that she's depressed because the kids are with her and because she didn't get to go to the Blackstone Ball. And she's got a list of the things that are depressing her.
Okay. She's talking about overwhelmingly depressed, and she has some things that she has missing.
Objection as to counsel reading this page.
Well, he mischaracterized it, Your Honor. I'd like to at least let the jury know what the truth is.
No
Objection to that.
argument
Oh.
or statements that you mischaracterized it.
Sir, under overwhelmingly depressed, she had the things that were
Dr. Dietz likes a good cat scrap.
she's talking about overwhelmingly depressed, and she has some things that she has missing.
Objection as to counsel reading this page.
Well, he mischaracterized it, Your Honor. I'd like to at least let the jury know what the truth is. Objection to that.
No argument or statements that you mischaracterized it.
Sir, under overwhelmingly depressed, she had the things that were missing, and the things she had missing, the kids being there, right? It doesn't say missing, and then there's a column
It
next.
says missing.
And then
it
it
says, well, maybe I did misunderstand it, but it has listed their kids here, Danny and Rhett.
Yes, she's missing having any kids here. She's missing. She's saying.
Objection.
No, that's not true.
Argumentative, just ask him a question.
Okay, I'll ask you a question.
Get that cougher a glass of water, like, maybe double size the Dixie cup. Coughing through all the testimony. Poor Mary replacement trying to type it all in with got frickin' whooping cough in the jury.
Can I ask you a question? Okay. She's talking about things that are going on in December. Is that correct?
Literally choking. Nobody's doing anything.
I believe she's talking about what was happening right around then.
Okay. She talks about being overwhelmingly depressed, does she not?
She doesn't talk about it, she just says overwhelmingly depressed.
Okay. And she talks about huge weight gain, doesn't fit in any clothes.
That's there.
She talks about buying things she couldn't afford, like a Christmas tree.
She says, she implies there that she couldn't afford a Christmas tree, that's right.
Okay. And she talks about problems she was having of roofs leaking, termites in the house.
Yes.
Okay. Those are things that happen a lot of times when people are depressed, is that things, at least in their minds.
Disney Mom calling, Mary drinks whiskey straight up when she gets home. Thank you, Disney Mom. Good comment.
Everything seems to be going wrong, doesn't it?
Happens even to people who aren't depressed that everything sometimes seems to be going wrong.
Okay. And before the Mrs. Test finished, Your Honor, I would like the same courtesy of seeing all the pages he's referred to. As often.
All right there, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I'm pulling the pages out and showing them to them. I think I have the right to the same courtesy as when they ask them to refer to story.
Oh, Mandy, maybe, do you think it's the prosecutor that's doing this coughing then? Interesting. Little foreshadowing, but apparently the prosecutor is quite sick through the closing arguments, which we're quite close to. So this could be the foreshadowing of that.
Early, this is inappropriate. You have a question asking.
Doctor, could you get for me the pages you referred to in your testimony?
That's not an appropriate question, Mr. Early.
And no, not is he playing dead. I can't remember the person who it is, but whoever it is said their dog has a flair for the dramatic, and that's how they sleep, with the arms straight up in the air like that.
It's right there. Look at them all if you want later. Ask them questions.
Doctor, what diary did you get, the one that you referred to as Christmas 1987?
The one labeled Christmas 1987 on that page.
Okay, and was it at the beginning of that diary?
Detective Wolbefit, she's claiming we all tricked her down here.
Couldn't tell you.
Okay. Can you show me the other, can you tell me the other diary entries that you've looked at that you referred to?
May, June 1987. A letter to Mr. Ashworth in the diary that's undated, but the entry following it is 1086.
No, it doesn't look like Carrie's coughing yet. She's not slumped over and trying to...
An undated entry following.
Oh, I know the joke, Detective W. Yeah, she thinks it was all a trick. Now it's all backfired on her. Now she's stuck here with the rest of us in the live chat, listening to Mr. Early fumble his way around a cross-examination. Oh, it was a trick, Detective Wolbefit. The joke's on you. You're here with us now. One of us. One of us.
By one dated Easter 86.
Give her a fisherman's friend. A Ricola. Be a great time for a Ricola commercial. Disney Mom recommends sucrets. Yeah, that was big in the day.
And I need clarification of whether the question is just the ones I've testified about or others
Yes,
that
just the ones you testified.
I may have mentioned one or two that I haven't testified about so far. I haven't, for example, testified yet about the May, June 87 entry.
And when you say May, June 87, is that the date of, your understanding is the date of the diary or just the date of about the time of the entry?
About the time. Sometimes they're undated, and we've made the best effort to try to figure out the time period from the context.
The
Good point, Mandy. Thank you.
It's an entry I referred to dated January 3, 1988.
One of the jurors has a legal pad making notes.
I referred to some from her book manuscript that appear both in the diary version and the later typed version. The diary entry dated December 5, 1987.
just going to take a quick second to weigh in on the Sarah judgment. And yeah, I think the stipulation is a key moment in that, in the confusion on the final judgment from Judge Jackson. I remember the part in the trial where it seemed like Sarah, at the same time that she was like, yeah, fine, the child support, never mind, I don't want to argue it anymore. I feel like that's when she she stipulated to the 15 months that Brian's lawyer accidentally claimed, because it was actually 26 months. I think the things that go against Sarah for that are the fact that the lawyer did bring it up as 26,000 again in the closing arguments to show, just in case you thought we were claiming that, I do recognize that it was 26 months. But moreover, when Sarah stipulated to it, that's the only amount that the judge had to balance against the legal fees and other things that she was awarding to Brian. So I think she could have awarded Brian more child support to match anything that she was going to give Sarah based off of amount owed. So if there was more owing, like the other 11,000, I think she could have said, but you also still owe that to Brian going back because you didn't perform any child support during those days. The key thing about that is that Brian's lawyer argued for even, like, I don't want to make money off of this ruling. Whereas Sarah was obviously, I'm arguing for the money. Brian was arguing that whatever you may think is owed, if there is something owed, it should be balanced by these things. So I think the judge just stopped looking for things to balance against once the ledger went back into Brian's favor and was like, okay, at this point, he's up $8. I'm calling it. That's, I'm leaving it like this. I'm leaving it like this. So I think even if Sarah makes the claim on the 11 grand, I think that any new legal fees that Brian puts towards answering that will get deducted, in addition to Brian being able to claim for additional child support for all, because that goes back. It doesn't matter that he didn't file till 2022. He can claim child support from the minute that she wasn't providing child support. So that's my opinion on all of that. Sidebar. Was I on mute? No, I was.
A diary entry dated January 5, 1987.
Mom of Lola, just as I take down the pet pictures, say the pet pictures help keep me engaged. I will bring them back. I've been using the pet pictures to keep people in the chat distracted from tearing each other's guts out. It's getting violent in there. The opinions are coming from all over, from the windows to the walls. What the hell was that? What the hell was that? I hear you knocking, but you can't come in. I love that I paused just before it, too, to really give some prevalence, but... Okay, we're going to get ready. We're going to watch this at least 3 or 4 times, because this doesn't make any sense.
Pigeons.
Rhythmless pigeons.
Oh, so yeah. Even when I'm not providing the pet breaks, the pigeons come in and give everyone a little... It's getting a little boring, right? Bump, 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 bump. It sounded like a beat. Like you could really... Someone with musical talent could take that and make like a... I bet he loved it. 58. What the hell is going on?
Pigeons.
Rhythmless pigeons.
You would never see that kind of authentic moment from Sarah during the trial. This is forever. You're all giggling. You don't understand. For me, this is forever. Oh no. Okay, well, it's okay. We'll find it. It's not hard to find. 5830. Bump, 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 bump.
Pigeons.
Rhythmless pigeons.
What do you mean rhythmless? Oh, come on, Mr. Dietz. I've been on your side all trial. That's the first one you've gotten wrong. That was rhythm. I was content to just actually let it play out from there. But listen, that's a definite rhythm. It's bump, bump, ba bump, 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 ba bump, bump. Like that's something you could do it like an EDM song to that. Okay, the last one was offbeat, but that's the kind of thing that lets you know that the next part's starting.
Pigeons.
Yeah, that's a great smile. Aw. A moment of genuine mirth.
Rhythmless pigeons.
Great time for the cameraman to be on Betty there too. Wow. Even her lawyer in her houndstooth coat wearing a bit of a smile. Okay. Really last time now. Really last time. And we're just going to let it play through from here. I'm not going to interrupt it. Unless something really funny.
Pigeons.
Rhythmless pigeons. I believe those are the only diary entries that I've referred to.
And now, you talk a little bit about accepting of responsibility. Now, does that mean acceptance of some responsibility? Does that mean that a person has to say, I was just totally wrong with no reason whatsoever? Or am I making any sense?
Sometimes.
Let me give you an example.
Sometimes. Or am I making any sense? He's like, I'm not using the same line again.
Reason whatsoever? Or am I making any sense? In other words, let me give you an example.
Like you're making less sense now than you did before. At least I was ready to give you sometimes. I'm not going to call you out on the stand and say you haven't for the last hour and a half, Mr. Early.
Someone comes home, has a hard day at work, yells at their child, and then says to somebody, I was mean to my child, I had a bad day at work. Is that acceptance of responsibility?
Depends on when and to whom they say it. But yes, if they say it to the relevant people on a timely basis.
Okay. Well, for instance, in the diary, I mean, all she's doing is writing. Is that correct? In other words, she's writing it to herself, basically.
Well, she's writing it to herself in posterity. She began this on the recommendation of an attorney to document something for litigation.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, and also when you're documenting something for litigation is, at least your understanding, an adversary proceeding, usually.
For the parties, it is, yes.
Okay. So when somebody is documenting something as
Kitten Pusher, no, I didn't go to the family court trial. Not only didn't I go, my channel didn't exist during the family court trial. My channel launched probably a week and a half after the September judgment or not the September judgment, but the September deadline. Judge Jackson said, you have, 5-page maximum and it has to be here by such and such date. And Sarah missed the deadline, and then there was something that was forwarded to Australia that went to New York, and a page went missing, and then there was a letter about, this is screwed up that managed to get there before. There was a whole bunch of drama. That's when I launched my channel. It was right during the midst of that. So it was kind of, it blew my mind that I'd be the one to actually report on the judgment, like be the first YouTuber of my circle of YouTubers, at least, that went live with the reading after, I wasn't a channel when the judge said final. That's how long it has been, and actually how short my journey has been so far in being a creator. Because I was in the chats for it was Hear Me Out was there, Larry Powers, who's writing a book, was there. Daniel Siobhan was there in the window. She was the one who I think recorded the live stream and allowed a lot of the secondary viewing of it. Tanika got there late. I don't think she was there for most of the trial, but I remember her going out to it. And so that's the oranges of the coverage on Judge Jackson, and and the origins of the Dan D True Crime channel.
Reasons as an adversary proceeding, what they're going to be doing is looking at the things that they can use that the other person does normally.
That's what the adversaries will do, yes.
Okay. So it wouldn't be unusual in a diary that's being kept somewhat for her to use as evidence to have a lot of listings of what she thinks.
Brad is sitting right beside Betty's mom. That's Brad Wright, I think. Let's see if I can figure it out in 12 seconds or less. I'll put up his doppelganger, Hermie. Do I have Hermie in this list? No, he might be on this screen. He is on this screen. Come on, Hermie. Running out of time. 4, 3. Like Hermie, though. All right.
Somebody else might have done wrong. Since it's an adversary, that's why she's keeping it.
That's a good point.
Okay. Now, at times in the diary, as the years go along, the diaries, her writings become much bigger. 1988, 1987.
Well, it's difficult to be certain of that, but it would appear there's that trend. Since she didn't always make the entries at the times they're dated, and because of the jumping around, it is hard to say, but that may be what in fact is occurring.
Now, I asked you a question about, at some point in time in the diaries, she says to herself that she needs some financial security and that she's too enraged to have the children around because she can't accept responsibility for them at that time. She recognizes her own rage and that's the cause of not having some responsibility for them. Would that be some acceptance of responsibility?
Objection, states facts, not evidence.
No, it's just asking a question. You can answer that.
Did you understand the question?
I do, yeah. I think the way you phrased the entry now, that is more accurate than the one before. And that, yes, that implies some recognition that she doesn't want to be responsible for them when she's feeling this way.
Okay.
And that's a responsible thing to do.
Okay. So when you made the comment that there's absolutely nothing in the diary that shows any acceptance of responsibility, this would be at least something when she talks about that this time.
I don't know if you've seen this particular diary page that has the counsel provided.
Sure, Tom.
I didn't think we'd be getting
I don't
closing
think this statement
tonight,
as a whole
but
reflects much sense of
pleased we are.
responsibility. basically she's saying here that when she gets her money, she'll be willing to talk about custody. Right now, she's too angry to be around the children or accept any responsibility for them.
Well, she gives her reasons why she's angry, but she says that one of the problems right now with custody is that she's just too mad to have the children around, and she needs to relieve that anger so that she can deal with them. She gives a reason, though, right?
Is that a statement or a question?
It's a question.
She gives a set of reasons. She wants money, she wants her house, she wants her car, she wants her social standing, and only then will she talk about custody. And at the moment, she's too mad to be around them.
And do you know that at that time when she was dealing with Mr. Broderick, she was at least having some problems with, she didn't have any support at that time, any court-ordered support?
Well, objection, unless the doctor knows what real support Mr. Broderick was getting at that time.
Well, do you know whether there was court-ordered support? Just asking you if you know that.
No, I believe that Dan was supporting her voluntarily.
Okay. And do you know whether there was any fine system set up?
I know there came a time that there was.
And do you know whether there was any times where there was problems with, before that, no money in bank accounts?
The fine system's
I don't
messed
know the
up.
truth of those matters. I know what some diary entries said about it.
She was, at some point in time, there was diary entries, a number of them, about her being concerned with delays in the proceedings and problems with trying to get her life back on track and self-esteem, was there not?
Objection big, I just look at the time frame here.
Put a time in it, Mr. Earl.
Well, okay, we'll start with 1985. Any of the diary entries for the year 1985, were you aware of any where she was talking about the need to find out about what kind of property they had, whether she was going to have any control of it, if she was going to have any money from month to month?
Her diary,
Objection, unless the doctor thinks it's based on opinion on this particular diary, I assume that there is one.
Sustained.
Well, when you were looking to see the reasons why she might have been upset and concerned about property and what property Dan had, did you consider the diary entries that talked about problems that she was having with knowing where she stood in life?
Objection big, yes, and answer.
Mr. Earl, you can answer that. Do you consider that happening?
I considered everything and drew my conclusions based on the unreasonableness of some of this behavior, regardless of whatever the true facts may have been.
Okay. So you've answered the first question. You considered everything in the diary. Now, did you find any diary entries that talked about problems with self-esteem, not problems of not knowing who she was or what she had in life?
Yes.
Did the you were talking that there were some
I think we need
issues
pets again.
surrounding
You're losing us.
the children not being able to visit her when her family came from back east.
We
Remember
need
one
more
diary entry?
pets. We need more pets.
Overall, it was. Go ahead.
Were there, do you remember when that was?
It was in cross-examination.
No, do you remember when that was in the diary?
It was
No, I
a
don't.
cross-examination.
Do you remember a diary entry in August of '86 in regards to the Fenzels?
In objection, if he wants to show him a diary page, you can look at it and see whether or not it forms the basis of his opinion, or it's prompted to do so.
I can
Overall, go ahead and answer the question.
remember a diary entry such as that?
Such as what?
That in August 22nd of 1986, problems with the kids, her having the kids so they could visit with relatives.
Could I see the entry, please?
It's not something that you remember?
Not the way you've just described it. Right.
Do you remember a diary entry shortly after that where the Rogers family was at the beach and the kids couldn't visit at all?
I don't know.
You don't remember that?
No, I remember complaints about where the kids would be. There are many complaints about who had the kids and when, but I don't recall that specifically.
Just refresh your memory.
Yes, this one I don't know what to make of. It just says kids couldn't visit or call. I don't know where they were at the beach, whether that's because there's no phone or they were too far away to visit. Yeah, I don't know what to make of that.
The do you remember an entry of when her three brothers were visiting in LA and custody was refused?
And had custody of what?
And custody was refused.
What time frame here?
Is there a date on there, Mr. Early?
It's 1986.
Thank you.
Not specifically, no. Yes, I recall this. See, but for me, the relevance of these has to do with the fact that she would continuously complain about not having the kids when she wanted them, but sabotaged every effort that anyone made to provide her with the children.
Sir, all I asked you is, did you see this? Did you see this entry?
Sure, but I didn't rely on it for anything more than the point I just made. She complains about the things she brings about.
And there were, when you go through the diary, you can, the kids were still going to her for the things you would normally go to a mother for, like when they got hit by cars, bit by dogs, when they were left alone, when there was no babysitters, when they were scared, when they thought people were breaking into the house.
Objection to the question, unless he's going to refer to another diary page or some other piece of evidence that Dr. Dietz considers vital.
Based on relevancy, based on.
Just go in the freezer.
Maybe you can develop her.
Well, when you're talking about her entanglement, or at least her going over to the home, calling the home, finding out what Dan and Linda are spending money on, there's times in the diary where she talks about the fact that they're spending a lot of money, but their children don't have holes in their shoes. Their kids aren't taken to doctors. There's other problems that she's talking about in the diary, isn't she?
Again, let's see a diary page.
I'll show them all the diary pages, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead. It's not necessary as far as I'm concerned. You can answer the question without looking at it.
Can you answer the question?
As soon as I understand it, I probably can. This one.
When we're talking about Elizabeth Broderick's, when you're talking about her moods and how she reacts to what's going on at Dan and Linda's house, what they're spending money on, did you take into consideration and that what she was getting from that house and the things she was hearing and the things she was having to do?
I took into account what she said was going on.
And in the diary, she would make entries on some days, at least as to calls, things that she was seeing.
Yes.
The now, when we talked about the histrionic personality disorder, there was times that when you would look at the diary, where in one entry she would have somebody talking very nice about them. Another time she might look at them in a light where they looking at their negative qualities. Is that,
I
would that
have
be
pointed
correct?
out examples of that. I don't recall for what I use them as examples of. I think I've mentioned some times she did that as illustrations of her splitting or her black and white view of things. Sometimes as evidence of the shallow emotions of the histrionic, because the same behaviors can illustrate multiple features.
And that's also true that they see things with their emotion. In other words, if something is happening surrounding that person that is negative to them, they will see them in all negative light. If there's something good happening, they might see them in all positive light. They go to extremes.
There is that tendency to have extremes of emotion.
Okay, so when you read a page on a diary that talks about somebody, there may be something that have happened just at that time that makes it so that they'll see that their writing will reflect.
Little content throw out or content plug. If you enjoy Reporting Live from My Sofa, the Reporting Live from My Sofa, the podcast channel, just uploaded about 2 hours ago. It's a rewatch of Chelsea Kepsel on the stand during the Sarah Boone trial. So if you enjoy Paul and the Sofa Squad, keep that in mind for a watch after this. I'll post the link in the comments if you guys want to click into it to put it in your histories and then click back here. I don't mind if you need to leave for a minute or two. I get it. It's pretty cool content. It's going to go in my watch later as well.
That emotion at the time.
That's right, and that often happens with her, that she'll get a phone call and then she'll write about being overwhelmingly depressed. And the next entry is fine.
Okay. There were times that she wrote in her diaries where it appeared that she tried to be like Dan Broderick by writing lots of legal terms in bold strokes. Isn't that true?
There are instances of that, yes.
And obviously, can that have something to do with her self-esteem or wanting to appear as powerful as she views Dan Broderick?
Or to fight back in kind.
You indicated that when she was not the center of attention, that she was brokenhearted over not being able to be a socialite. Well, did you say anything about her not being able to have the role of a socialite?
I think that's a role that she felt the loss of, yes.
You indicate that there's also some shifts in attention that she has.
I don't recognize what you're referring to.
Okay. Were there times where she would go from one area and jump to another area that you saw?
In her diary?
Or in any of the things that you saw about her? When you were talking about the 8 categories of histrionic personality, did you talk about shifts in attention at all? You can recall.
I'm not sure what you're referring to. I talked about shifts in her emotions.
Okay. And how does that work, the shifts in emotions? Is that from just going from a very happy to sad or mad to something else?
Glad.
So is the kind of emotions you're talking about?
The examples that I referred to on direct were her things like disowning Kim. On the occasion when Kim was eager to show her new apartment, and they had a plan, and Kim was going to visit the apartment, everything seemed to be fine. And then suddenly Kim gets a phone call from her mother after she's expected her, saying, "I suddenly remembered what a traitor you are, and I won't have anything to do with you." And mother wouldn't visit. That's a shift in emotion, and a rather dramatic one.
So when you did read the testimony from the trial, you read some of the witnesses' testimony. Is that correct?
The ones that listed earlier, yes.
The You went through Dr. Detz's letter, and you
Dr.
indicated,
Dietz. Again, this is how I got confused, because it seemed like everyone was very confident pronouncing it Dr. Dietz, and there's a whole separate Dr. Dietz. And I bet Dr. Dietz is aware of Dr. Dietz. It's like, pfft, everyone gets me confused with him. He's a hack. Or vice versa. Dr. Dietz is like, pfft, he gets all the headlines. He's Dr. Dietz this, Dr. Dietz that. Oh, Dr. Dietz is the guy doing the real work.
things such as after, one of the examples you gave is after 17 years, Dan never took him on a vacation. Remember the part you read from the letter?
Yes, I do remember that.
Okay. You understand that they were married for 17 years?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, overall answers, yeah. Go ahead.
I think what came up in the settlement was not that Sarah gets basic hygiene needs, but she gets a 3-in-1 soap, shampoo, conditioner, and maybe a ration of toothpaste. So Brian's side was arguing that it's basic, and I think in the $145 a month that Judge Jackson is offering, there is some amount that's set aside for basic hygiene items that aren't supplied by the prison. I'm not sure about that. I haven't really looked into it aside from reading it live. It happened 3 days into the Betty Broderick Marathon, and I don't have time to follow pretty much anything. I've got a whole watch list of stuff that has happened now that I'm going to watch in May, and possibly do a reaction video as I catch up to the Sarah Boone-iverse.
Were you aware that there was a number of times when they went on family vacations that it was not Dan's habit to go on family vacations?
Well, I knew he took them on ski trips as a family every year, and that he took them on a family trip to a dude ranch in Santa Barbara. Those were family vacations.
Okay.
That seems like a big waste of money. Elizabeth says Sarah is also in a special program to help prisoners transition to life outside prison. And why would you have a program like that for prisoners that will never leave prison? I guess it makes them easier to deal with for the corrections officers, but still, it's a wasted space for, like, going to give death row guys, like, transitionary training so that they know how to, work a POS system.
But you understand, when they went summer, when they went camping and other things, Dan likes to ski, don't you? Did you know that?
I knew that he did, yes.
Did you know what he felt about camping, going on a car trip?
No.
During the time that, now going through the diary, did she talk about being in a panic over things that were happening to her in 1986, about leases, credit cards, money market funds, not having access to money?
She was complaining about money every year.
Did she talk about severe tension headaches?
She talked about headaches, many other bodily complaints, on and off.
Okay, in the diaries?
Yes, it didn't have to be very much for her to put it in the diary.
Well, for instance, how would you know that this wouldn't have to be very much for it to be in a diary? It says severe tension headache. Is there something there that tells you that is not a severe tension headache?
Not from that page, but there are other pages where she has a list of symptoms that are very clear. I think anyone medically trained would recognize that this is hypochondriacal complaining, because she talks about very minor sorts of things some of the time. That doesn't mean that she didn't have a bad headache this day.
Hello.
So you're saying that sometimes in there she complained about things that weren't serious?
That's right. Her threshold for putting a complaint in the diary does not appear to have been very high.
Did she talk about, being awake and crying all night?
There were days that she did.
Okay.
I think there were even a time or two when she had it for 2 days in a row of having trouble sleeping 2 days in a row, not crying all night 2 days in a row.
Did you talk about being fired from work because of attorney appointments and problems and being nervous about that?
That's what she said happened, yes.
Did you talk about her being sick, feeling sick because she misses the children?
Okay, I get it. So who pointed it out in chat? I want to give full credit. Mandy says, yes, they give them special privileges to help keep lifers behaved. If they don't behave, they lose AC and other special privileges. That makes sense. So those kind of programs are like a carrot that the prison can offer. You don't have very many ways of, someone, well, I'm in here for life. What are you going to do? Well, take away the things you like. Oh, shit, I do like that. Fine, I'll conform. No way to live your life, man.
There were times she said that.
Did you talk about day before court appearances, shaking, sick to stomach, scared of what is happening in court?
He's going to read through the diaries unless Dr. Dietz bases his opinion on it. So,
Well, Dr. Dietz, you said that you went to the diary looking for some signs of whether she was any signs of depression or illness. Those physical symptoms can be symptoms of depression, can't they? Scared, shaking, crying, feeling sick.
Not unless the person has the depressive syndrome at that time. The rest of that particular entry made me think that this was histrionic because, as I recall, that's a diary entry that goes on to say that she's completely unprepared because she has no lawyer. She'd already gotten rid of lawyers by that time, and she was very prepared.
Well, this is July 16th, 1986. Were you aware that Mr. Jaffe had never been paid the money he requested?
she actually had irrelevant.
Sustained.
What lawyer did you know that she had fired by July 16th, 1986?
That was Mr. Jaffe for one, but I don't think he made that statement.
Sustained.
What?
Elizabeth asks an interesting question that I have a quick response to. I just wonder what Sarah's going to do when it is clear to her that the $145 includes paying for phone calls to her son. I suspect that's about time that son learns that it's time to man up, son. Get a job. Pay to call your mom. Come on, you're old enough to get a job now. Do you want to talk to me or don't you? Well, man up and get a job and pay for my calls. Your former father, former husband, won't pay for it, so buck up. Just like I bucked up to go over to Muldoon's, you need to buck up and pay for a few phone calls, sonny boy.
Lawyer had she gotten rid of by July 16th, 1986?
I think Mr. Jaffe.
And it was your understanding that
While you're paying for phone calls, why don't you throw in a couple of bucks for a honey bun? I'm your mom.
that Mr. Jaffe never tried to get the money from her.
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
I would love if the son took the phone calls and started selling those for $3 a month. That I would fucking pay for. Son, if you're out there and you could bleep out everything you have to say, you could just play the one side of the conversation. Oh my God. That, make money off mom. That would be gold. And then don't give any of it back. Just keep paying for the basic phone calls so that you can get the content. I would love that for the son. And he could have a totally anonymous, faceless channel. He could even... He could have his funny friends do voiceovers in between and pretend. Oh my God, that is now my new. I'm gonna, just manifest that while I'm going to bed at night so that it's in the universe. Oh, I would love it if he did it. I would love it. And yeah, his anonymity. It's don't push yourself out. You don't need to be. But you can put all her stuff out there, just air that dirty laundry. Oh, that would be so good. Yeah, I would pay a subscription fee. I would just keep coming back month after month. Oh, this is all going to you? and you're doing it because fuck you, that's pure. I can feel good about that.
Did she talk about that when she received
Here's my cup of coffee.
some papers from Mr. Ashworth that she would get so upset that she would quit, shaking? That feels like an
Oh yeah, the youngsters, not only would they do a YouTube, YouTube would probably be the last of their considerations. The TikToks would be amazing because you could do like little 20-second long excerpts and they would be hilarious on TikTok. And people, dude, that's your mom?
earthquake.
Same objections.
Asked and answered.
Mr. Dietz will sit in silence. He will not fidget. He will not drink water. He will sit and wait for you to come up with your next question.
Did she talk about, for a period of time, that she couldn't sleep, felt like she was getting ulcers?
She wrote that, yes.
She talked about getting headaches and the kids giving up on asking to see her, talking about breaking her heart.
I don't recall that passage. This portion doesn't say what she's referring to. The preceding page may have the rest of the passage.
You have just their headaches and giving up asking to see. Is that correct?
Right.
You don't remember this page at all?
Mandy makes an interesting comment about Brian. We know so very little about Brian. Waiting 26 months to file for modification was so stupid, and definitely was, especially in retrospect. There was probably a point where he was believing, because I think he even paid for her first attorney. So there's a point where he probably thought, you know, whatever's going to happen, she'll take the plea, she'll do whatever Sarah's going to do, and, you know, this is going to, you know, last for 4 months, for 6 months. Okay, maybe for 4 more months. Oh, okay, maybe for 6 more months. Oh, okay, maybe for another 6 months. Holy fuck, it's already been 20 months. Well, fuck this. I better start looking into, you know, protecting myself. And then maybe even then a few more months. And the whole time, Sarah, don't worry, I've got my list. I'm keeping a ledger. No, I've got a list of everything you've given me. I'm Brian, would I lie to you? So I think that's how it happened. I think he got up to 26 months quite by accident. He probably really thought that the initial lawyer and court process, the whole thing would be less than a year. And then once she went to jail, then he could make his application, hey, she's in jail. I don't think he expected 4.5 years. I don't think he expected, you know, 8.5 lawyers. But that's what happened. And that was the ride that, you know, at least he cut it off at the 26 months. But I think that's how he got there. I think he really thought that, you know, it was 3 more months, 4 more months. Oh, okay, setback. Okay, but now it's 4 more months.
No.
Did she talk about before?
First one was pro bono. Oh, okay, but then the first one, isn't that the one that retires because Brian hires a lawyer then? So the first one was pro bono, and then Brian provides her with a paid-for lawyer. So the first one is allowed to step down. I remember there was, because not all of them were fired from Sarah, but I think 4 of them were definitely fired. And then, but yeah, I think the first one was a pro bono assignee that no longer relevant if there's going to be a paid lawyer.
Seeing her attorney, sometimes she would be up all night worrying. She was afraid she was losing control over her case and what was going on.
Yes, that's right.
Did she talk about
not sleeping for a week because being worried about what was going to happen in court?
She said that at one point, which I thought was another example of histrionic exaggeration. It's not biologically possible to go without sleep for a week.
Good point, Kittenbusher.
Did she talk about that she, remember?
It might be just her pure hideousness that has freed Brian from her clutches, because he definitely seems, like a narcissist's best friend. He just wouldn't give her up, and even supported her long after. So, yeah, best thing for Brian anyway. The best thing for her son. We can at least unite around feeling for the children in these true crime cases, for the Broderick children too.
Her talking about July 8th, 87, she couldn't sleep, scared of being alone.
Does everyone remember the pigeon moment?
There was an occasion when she said that. I don't recall when it was.
You know what? I don't believe it was pigeons. Why have the pigeons not been going all trial? Pigeons don't just show up for a drum roll. It was perfectly quiet. There's pigeon conspiracy begins.
You have counsel going to continue to read these entries unless it's going to relate to some portion of Dr. Dietz's opinion. It's irrelevant.
Sustained.
I'd ask the court to order counsel.
That's another question.
Sir, when you said there was very little in her diary entries that would talk about being depressed, did you consider
Anyone who's feeling depressed from listening to Mr. Early's slow question style, look forward to the fact that it'll be Carrie Wells doing the next bit of questioning. I think we have less than 5 minutes of Mr. Early before the royal blue suit of Carrie Wells stands up and picks up the pace.
Objection, I misstates the evidence. He didn't say that.
Sustained.
well, it's not your opinion that going through the diaries that there's not very much about her being, there's not very much evidence about her depression in there?
No, that's not my opinion.
Good to get the details. Thank you, chat. You guys are informative, contentious, fun, furious, flatulent. Beth of a salesman. Come on back, Beth. I know you're out there. You can do personal attacks. Nobody else. For you, personal attacks are mandatory now, but
Did you consider this page?
you're grandfathered and
the diary when
grandmothered
we're
in.
Looking at her depression.
Yes, I considered this page.
The
Thank you, Elizabeth Detective Oberfit.
she talks about being upset about not seeing her kids. Does she not?
She says, I'm sick, I miss my kids terribly, and then has a Mr. Yuck face she drew.
A Mr. Yuck face.
Now, sometimes at least some law.
She drew a Mr. Yuck face. That's almost like drawing a confused cat meme on your legal paperwork. You know, sometimes very different, sometimes very similar.
Losses can precipitate some depression, can it not?
Go back
The
a
feeling
half
of loss.
Any loss can precipitate a depression.
Now, sometimes at least some losses can precipitate some depression,
a
can
little
it
bit
not?
more.
Or the feeling of loss.
Any loss can precipitate a depression.
Not seeing her kids. Does she not?
She says, I'm sick, I miss my kids terribly, and then has a Mr. Yuck face she drew.
Now, sometimes at least some losses can precipitate some depression.
Oh, this wasn't a legal document. That was just maybe a diary entry. Mr. Yuckface is more appropriate there.
Or the feeling of loss.
Any loss can precipitate a depression or a state of sadness. The question has to do with how long one stays sad and sleepless.
Great little, you get a 2 with this comment from Elizabeth. Padilla was attorney number 2. The first was a public defender for her capital BOND bond hearing. You heard that right. I have a right to a bond. Bitch ass Cashman wouldn't give me a bond. I never got my bond hearing. She lied to me. She lied to my brother. I never got what was due me. Just tell her to be nice. I invented pretend judge so she would be nice. Her bond hearing. Thank you, Elizabeth. We're going to pin that and return to the Betty Broderick trial.
And gaining weight or losing weight and losing interest in this whole cluster of symptoms. What I've said is that the evidence in her entire history doesn't support her having had a major depressive episode. Yet there have been many times she's been depressed, angry, moody, in response to all manner of things.
There were times when she talked about her anxiety level and depressive level being very up or very down, and feeling about that in the middle of the night, didn't she?
Objection asked.
Sustained.
No, that's good clarification too, Mandy. So maybe it is that Brian hired the first one and found a pro bono lawyer for her. I remember there was definitely some involvement from Brian, but yeah, it didn't make sense that he would have been paying some 2 years worth of attorney's fees to a private attorney, like a private criminal defense attorney. But I always pictured it as that he paid the retainer and the person agreed to take it pro bono from there, because some lawyers have that too. So even if they're taking the case pro bono, as far as an ongoing fee, a minimal retainer is required, both to show that you're serious as a client, but also to have, it's almost like the Better Call Saul. Give me $20. What? If you give me $20, I can give you legal advice, and then I'm your lawyer in court, and I can't testify against you. Give me $20. There. Now I'll tell you what to do. Not quite that, but that was a good scene in that show too, and kind of related. All right, we're getting back to it. You're almost done, Mr. Early. Bedtime Lullabies, JLC. You've come at a great time. We're about halfway through this video. The last 45 minutes of the video is the 2020 or American Justice documentary made in the mid-90s about the Betty Broderick case. So I'll post the link to that at the end of this broadcast. We're enjoying the testimony of Dr. Park Dietz, who has been on cross-examination just a little too long with Mr. Early. You have missed out on the PIGEON moment. There was just a random drummer that showed up, played a riff, and disappeared. Judge said it was pigeons, and Betty laughed. Betty had a real, just a happy moment. So good for Betty. And yesterday there was a great moment where the Mr. Early said, "Am I making any sense to you?" And Mr. Dietz says, "Sometimes." The courtroom erupted because he hadn't been making much sense. And he's been doing that for about the last hour. Fortunately, he is about to sit down, and we will be bringing up the prosecutor, Miss Carrie Wells, in the next 3 to 5 minutes. You like his demeanor, not my lover? You don't have a problem with his demeanor?
The talking about being afraid about being alone, afraid of people. Is that a sign of depression?
Being alone and being afraid of people?
Yeah, being afraid to be alone, and because you're afraid of people that just may come to your house.
That could be an indication of a borderline trait. It could be an indication of feeling anxious. It could be paranoid. It could be depressed. It could be somebody who's feeling insecure that evening. It doesn't have to be pathological.
Now, some days she talked about just not sleeping or reading papers or opening mail or returning calls for days at a time, did she not?
There were days she wouldn't open the mail, especially legal mail.
And she wasn't returning calls?
Right.
Now, again, it's hard to track day to day and week to week because her diary entries may be 2 in a row and then there may be not anything for 3 or 4 weeks. Is that right?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Did she have a diary entry about problems not only with her personality, her pocketbook, and self-esteem, but just drying up her creative juices, not caring about
I may have
painting,
said it, Nana.
decorating foods?
We were discussing the Sarah history, and I may have inadvertently mentioned that Brian paid for a first lawyer, but I remember something about there being a private attorney that was replaced by the pro bono or vice versa amongst her first ones, because I remember for a video that's called The Pro Se, and I avoided the swearing for a YouTube short, but the Pro Se involved a lyric that had how many fired lawyers, and I only put up Padilla, Cashman, Bankowitz, and one other lawyer who I can't remember at this time, but I remember only using 4 images of lawyers for that video because there was only 4 that I found information about a firing as opposed to conflicting out or, you know, some other issue that was not related to Sarah. Just a coincidence. Just a coincidence.
Talking about now only being depressed.
That's one where she says that she used to be so good at those things.
Yeah, Nana. No, it was probably me. Nana's asking in the chat. I've not seen anybody say that. That's why I asked. I think Mandy was just correcting me because I just said it because, you know, I'm out here for 6-7 hours a day. Sometimes I'm going to talk shit. And if it's not for the chat, I'm not going to get corrected. So I appreciate corrections, and I appreciate people appreciating me when I'm correct. So I'll take the good with the bad.
Bows in the South, and now doesn't want to decorate.
Yes.
Yeah, I think the way it was phrased there shows more than just feelings of sadness. I don't recall all the language.
Mr. Early should have finished his questioning early. Sorry, that was a stretch.
Well, would you like to read it?
Mr. Early's questioning has gone on too late. Hobson, Winston Hobson. It's the 4th in my... I'm not bare-chested. I'm just wearing a tan shirt.
Thank you.
Now, she does talk in the passage about the things that she used to be good at and no longer does. Is that correct?
The thing she used to be creative at and isn't doing now.
Okay, and she indicates, now I'm only depressed.
Right.
Okay.
She's not throwing parties, entertaining.
Now, that's one of the things in at least some sign of depression that people lose interest in.
That was a fart.
They used to have an interest in.
Sneaky one.
It can be, but it could also be that the circumstances changed for her so that she didn't have the same occasion to decorate or cook or entertain.
Yeah, Winston Hobson was one of the pictures in my Pro Se short that featured 4 of the fired lawyers, and led up to the lyric.
The-
And now she's all alone. Ba-da-da-da-da. So Judge Craig, although one day when she met Judge Craig, he knew he must be blunt. Judge Greyrock, he wasn't playing, and that's the day she became the pro se. The pro se. The pro se. That's the way she became the pro se.
I have no further questions.
Yay!
Redirect.
No questions, Your Honor.
Dr. Beer excused.
Whoa, no questions. No redirect.
Okay.
Mr. Early, an objection?
Oh, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
We're going to go to close. We're going to start with a close. This is the beginning of close, and you were here for it. Closing arguments begin after this. Should we do a little break? We'll let it play for a little bit, and then we'll rewind it a couple of minutes if people want a break, so that we can still start with close. But during the first couple of minutes of close, you guys can weigh in on whether you want an 11-minute break.
Your Honor.
Okay, next witness.
Is there more witnesses? There's another witness. That's not. Oh, interesting. Little conversation with him before he left.
Your Honor, at this point, I wanted to ask to have Mark as people's next in order.
What's going on?
Set tape.
Cassette tape, yes.
Mark, tape 115. Do you have a transcript?
Yes, I do.
Mark,
Cassette
one copy
tape.
of the transcript 115A.
Hold on. Is the finale tomorrow? I don't think it is. What day is it today? Is it
Before you pass
Thursday?
this out, is this the, make sure I'm thinking about the right one. This one, there's going to be a stipulation as to the foundation.
Yes, there's a stipulation that this is a tape of Elizabeth Broderick and
What day is it today? Okay, well, first, I will check detective, but it's hard. The email takes me a bit, and it takes a lot of attention while I'm streaming. So if I get a break, I'll get there. But first, start a poll. Take a break? Question mark. Yes. No. I'll even put in the time. Break. It is Thursday. Okay, it's Thursday for most of us in the northern hemisphere, northern western, in the North American region and South American for that matter, and most of the UK and Europe, I imagine. It is Thursday. So it being Thursday, tomorrow is going to be probably the bulk of the closing and rebuttals and all of that. Plus, it says jury instructions here, but I can't imagine they're going to do jury instructions before. Yeah. In any case, tomorrow's going to be about as long as this, from what I know. And the only other thing I know about tomorrow's stream is I'm scheduling it for 1 p.m. instead of the 2 p.m. I scheduled this for. So whatever time this started, minus the 10 minutes that I messed up and watched the stream all by myself before going live. All by myself, don't want to be all by myself. But I was all by myself, and then realized that people were chatting, wondering, oh yeah, he's going to be here. He's going to show the Richard Kuklinski interview. It's going to be fun. I'm like, we just watched that. All right, but forgetting all of that, I do see we do have a little desire for a break, so we'll take the break. I'll set up the shorts. Let me go to the intermission. Passes me by. Girl from Ipanema, she says. He passes me by. Yeah, sorry. I thought that oh, there it is. I got to it. I'm going to start there. That's a whole nother group. I wasn't going to show dog pics. You sneaky animals. They hijacked it. I was going to show a stream. Yeah, okay, the stream's in the background. The dogs, you guys have... The pets have taken over the Dan D stream. I think this is what we want, though. Okay, so this is about 11 minutes long. I'll set up the clock widget so that people can see how long. We'll set up the properties. Cancel that. Cancel this. Properties here. 11 minutes. Delete. Start it. Launch it. Play it. Okay, I'll be back too. I'm going to use this time to refresh my medical beverages. If you need to go to the bathroom or anything like that, this playlist will be available as a publicly viewable playlist. So if you need to use this break, you'll be able to enjoy any of these shorts in entirety through the YouTube short system. This was one of my first comments that made me feel like I may have been on the radar of the flying monkeys.
A dramatic reading of a YouTube comment.
Let's turn this down a
You
little.
are obsessed, dude. Third rail has its onset of issues. But I suggest you stay in your on rail. You are not entertaining or funny. I will speak to the bozo who told me to check you out. Taking Sarah way too serious. She's nobody. Go read a book. That was a dramatic reading of a YouTube comment.
Everything was fine and dandy.
This, in turn, has compelled me to now bring attention to some of my concerns in the egregious decisions he has made prior and during my incarceration, as well as from my son personally stating, quote, Dad's laziness, empty promises, and disappointments. Beep knows without any hesitation or doubt I will do anything, anytime, anywhere, all within reason, to help him. Which is why I, as his mother, have been his go-to person in many ways, for many things, throughout his life, including while being incarcerated.
Welcome to Learn Latin with Sarah Boone. Mens rea, mens rea, mens rea. Now, say it with Sarah.
I didn't intentionally mean for this to happen.
That's a definition. We're looking for a pronunciation. Mens rea.
It was not intentional.
Sarah.
That was not my intention.
Sarah, we're trying to teach the people Latin. Stop giving your definitions and just say the word.
I'm leaving it like this, please. I'm leaving it like this. I did not intentionally do this.
Fine, we're running out of time. Let's just skip to the definition, Sarah.
No malicious content.
This has been Learn Latin with Sarah Boone.
Everything was fine and dandy.
DDTC presents a Boone's Farm playlist the whole family can enjoy. Next time you gather for a sing-along, join in with instant classics such as
Lowell, 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 Lowell. This is the place where she will dwell.
But that's not all. You'll get All I Want for Christmas is Wine, The Holly and George's ID, I Won't Be Home for Christmas, and everyone's favorite,
Last Christmas, I gave you a bike. The very next season, I said it's my bike. This year, I'm saving my fruit to make up some hooch that is special.
Yes, with the DD Holiday Collection, you'll get all this and so much more. No Holy Night. Sentencing was the most wonderful time of last year. It's beginning to look a lot like Boone lied. And we can't forget.
Mrs. Boone, I wouldn't touch you with a 39.5-foot spoon. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da-da-da.
Subscribe to Dan D True Crime today and make sure the Holiday Collection is part of your Merry Christmas season.
Allow 11 to 12 months for shipping, not valid in Hawaii or Alaska. Void where prohibited.
Nothing because former husband is bored and bitter. Totally unfair. And the cruel ego trip is disgusting and nothing to be proud of. What is the point? There is nothing left other than my dignity, which he will never have. What would our son say? How would he feel knowing the truth? And there's another pause, and I'm going to pause that because I think she's stealing from Whitney Houston there. No matter what you take from me, you can't take away my dignity. 'Cause the greatest love of all is happening to me. Alone in the middle of the dorm, and my desperation, I ask why? Why are you doing this to me? Fully and completely knowing that I have no one, nothing. And how meaningful it is to be called Beep's mother. And his response was simply, it will make you say yes now. If you keep doing as you have been doing, everything will be fine.
DDTC presents a Boone's Farm playlist the whole family can enjoy. Next time you gather for a sing-along, join in with instant classics such as
Violent night, lowly spite, Sarah's guilt in plain sight.
But that's not all. You'll also get favorites like It's Beginning to Look a Lot Like LWAP, Straight A Student, and Please, If You Don't Mind, Please. And who can forget this John and Yoko classic?
All we are saying is give me some snacks.
Yes, with the DD Holiday Collection, you'll get all this and so much more. Like A Flying Monkey's Christmas in Wales. All I Want for Christmas is Pink Shorts. Away in a Prison. And we can't forget
Hark, the herald Sarah sings. Please can I have George's ring?
Subscribe to Dan D True Crime today and make sure the Holiday Collection is part of your Merry Christmas season.
Allow 11 to 12 months for shipping, not valid in Hawaii or Alaska. Void where prohibited.
Welcome to Learn Latin with Sarah Boone. Today's word is compos mentis. Compos mentis. Now, say it with Sarah.
Compos mentis. Compos mentis. Compos mentis.
Now, try using it in a sentence.
We're compos mentis. That's what I'll say. Both of us were compos mentis. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what that word means.
I mean, we had our wits about ourselves.
Compos mentis. Having control of one's mind. This has been Learn Latin with Sarah Boone by Dan D True Crime.
DDTC presents a Boone's Farm playlist the whole family can enjoy. Next time you gather for a sing-along, join in with instant classics such as
Ronky the red-nosed bear clown. Can't get drunk but still she does.
All of the other bears frown, watching her catch a buzz.
But that's not all. You'll also get Christmas in Lowell. Will Sarah get run over by a reindeer, please? And I sing for Wing Wings. Plus this classic.
Wish list with questions for scoundrel detectives. Wine glasses full of Woodbridge white wine. Smoking and drinking in pink shorts Muldoons. These are my favorite fun things to do.
Yes, with the DD Holiday Collection, you'll get all this and so much more. Here comes Kim a Carolyn. It's that fish soap season. And walking in a winter park wonderland. And we can't forget.
Give me some cash, I need some cash. Give me some cash, I need some cash. Give me some cash, I need some cash. Give me some cash, I need some cash.
Give me what I want for Christmas. Give me what I want for Christmas. Give me what I want for Christmas. Give me what I want for Christmas.
Subscribe to Dan D True Crime today and make sure the holiday collection is part of your Merry Christmas season.
Allow 11 12 months for shipping, not valid in Hawaii or Alaska. Void where prohibited.
Welcome to Learn Latin with Sarah Boone. Today's word, mea culpa. Mea culpa. Mea culpa. To admit that you are at fault. Now, say it with Sarah.
I'm not going to say...
Mea culpa.
Oh, I never said...
Mea culpa.
I'm not going to say...
Mea culpa.
Are you trying to make it worse?
Sorry, what?
This has been Learn Latin with Sarah Boone.
Everything was fine and dandy.
You remember the documentary I was talking to you about?
Yes!
Well, I just wanted to follow up. A few things. I just finished setting up my visitor account. I went ahead, I ordered you the healthy breakfast package with diabetic glucose packs on the side.
The fact that you guys would assume that I'm that kind of person.
Well, I mean, I've been following your case for a while. I know that you reject breakfast, and I know about your need for medical sugar.
You don't know me.
You don't know me. Let's get back to the show. I'm enjoying a lovely grape popsicle. I'm going to enjoy the rest of it on mute.
So stipulate. Set stipulation. All right, pass up.
Mr. Burkhoff, your chair's a little squeaky.
Before you start, both counsel stipulate my recorder does not have to transcribe the tape. I have to take this down. Mr. Ehrlich?
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead.
No, not coming here for the exchange? No. Why not? No. You just said no. What are you going to do over there? No. What's the matter? My stomach. Well, I'm going to make a wonderful, wonderful Thanksgiving dinner with all my wonderful food, and the Boyces are coming, and the McKelsons are coming, and the Sarrises are coming. We're all going to have a wonderful time, and you guys need to be here. You don't belong in the... And your father and his drunken divorce friends, like last year. Remember last year the said your father had... Yeah. She was right. But you do it, and she's too smart to walk out on him. Well, where's Lily? Is she still there or she go away? What? Is Lily still in the room you're in or she go away? She go away. Poor little Muffy, I put her out back to get some exercise in the sunshine.
So for anyone who's just returning, you haven't missed much. I think I'm even going to go back a little bit. I don't think this is closing arguments quite yet. They dismissed Dr. Park Dietz. There was no recall. But I think this is still evidence being entered in because I don't remember this call. We can't base much off that because I totally forgot Betty's dad testifying. But this sounds like a portion of a call between Betty and Danny that I haven't heard before. So we'll go back to when she presses play. It looks like right there. And try and determine the relevance of it because none was offered. We just came back from the break and she shuffled papers and pressed play.
No. You're not coming here for the exchange? No. Why not? No. You just said no. What are you going to do over there? No. What's the matter? My stomach. Well, I'm going to make a wonderful, wonderful Thanksgiving dinner with all my wonderful food, and the Borsons are coming, and the McKelsons are coming, and the Sarahs are coming. We're all going to have a wonderful time, and you guys need to be here. You don't belong in the...
Going to get the captions up for you.
Friends, like last year. Remember last year the said your father had... Yeah. She was right. But he's a risk.
You know what? We're going to go back one more time because that looks like it's going to be a lot better for people listening with the captions up. So this is already more interesting than the last hour of coverage, so don't mind replaying. It's 1 minute.
No. You're not coming here for the exchange? No. Why not? No. You just said no. What are you going to do over there? No. What's the matter? My stomach. Well, I'm going to make a wonderful, wonderful Thanksgiving dinner with all my wonderful food, and the Borsons are coming, and the McKelsons are coming, and the Sarahs are coming. We're all going to have a wonderful time, and you guys...
Oh, if the McKelseys are coming, I feel much better, Mom. Oh, I didn't know the McKelseys would be coming. Sounds awful. The kid is like 10 years old, and it sounds like he's got ulcers.
You need to be here. You don't belong in the... And your father and his drunken divorced friends, like last year. Remember last year the said your father had... Yeah. She was right.
So I think there was a C word bleeped out by Court TV, but when you're hearing those kind of gaps in sound, you can either insert cunt or fuckface. Probably fuckface if she's talking about Dan, and cunt if she's talking about Linda. So if you're hearing those dropouts mentally, that's probably what's being dropped out of the audio that you're hearing. And it's not me doing it.
But he's a risk, and she's too smart to walk out on him. Well, where's Lily? Is she still there, or she go away? What? Is Lily still in the room you're in, or she go away? Go away.
She's asking if Lily's there. And I guess, she's still tighter with Lee as far as a child that wants her released on parole. So Lee would have probably been someone that she would have felt more comfortable if Lee was in the room talking with Danny at this time than if she wasn't.
Poor little Muffy, I put her out back to get some exercise in the sunshine, and she's crying at the back door. She wants her baby back. There's only 3 babies left now. What? Only 3 babies left. Oh, only 3. Oh, they drink milk out of a bowl. If you put a bowl of milk down, they go. I haven't given them any food yet, but they're kind of cute. And they haven't got fluffy yet. You know, they get fluffy like when you got yours, she was fluffy. Yeah. You don't have to give any away. No one has to get up. We're giving one away. We're giving one away already. to that girl that was at your meeting? We're gonna agree with. No. I can't keep them. Nobody's here to play with them. They poop all over them. Can we keep one? We were going to keep the runt, but it died. Can't we keep another one? No, we're gonna do puppies again and get them again. No, the lady who was at the meeting gets one.
Oh. Oh, she just built them all up. Like, oh, they're so cute. Oh, they're so this. And yep, they're all going to be gone. I feel bad. Like, I wasn't even going to get one of the puppies.
The girl who does my nails gets one, and Canon Christopher is getting the little boy one.
On the record? Or? Yes,
You and I have Topsy and nothing. We have our dog, Muffy, for that. No, I want a baby. You had a baby, Muffy. What a cute baby. Muffy was a cute baby. No, I want to raise another over here, and you missed her growing up because Daddy's such a right? So why did you?
If this is Danny, Danny is one of the children that is against his mom being released on parole. And then Rhett, the youngest boy, is the one that thinks that she served her time. I think this is Danny. I think most of the recorded conversations are between her and Danny.
A baby, and then you missed growing up again. Rhett, I need to tell you this.
This is Rhett. I think it says Dad in the captions, but I 100% heard Rhett there, and we'll play that again. Makes this even sadder because this is a child that's just even a couple years younger, at least a year younger than Danny.
Just growing up again.
So when you see it say Dan in the captions, listen for Rhett.
Rhett, I need to tell you this, but you gotta learn to stick up for yourself, and you gotta speak up to Daddy. He's killing you all.
So not the daddy, but at the very beginning of that was Rhett. I'm telling you, you gotta stand up for yourself. Definitely speaks to the manipulation.
Just growing up again. Rhett, I need to tell you this, but you gotta learn to stick up for yourself, and you gotta speak up to Daddy. He's killing you all. He's ruining your lives and killing you, and you've got to speak up and fight back. I'm not dead. Yeah, well, maybe you're not dead physically, but emotionally you're dead. You don't have anyone that loves you or cares about you over there, and he mistreats you, treats you like a little piece of shit. And he's a cold-hearted. What kind of a parent is that? A cold one. Bad one. Very, 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 very bad one.
Very, 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 very. I think we had testimony about people who used the word very, especially repeatedly.
You shouldn't put up with it anymore. You should tell them that. And Lily and Danny should say, and come over here.
So she's manipulating the youngest to convince the siblings, hey, let's all get on one team here.
Tell them to drop dead and go away. And then you'll be happy over here. God, stick up to him. He's a maniac. He is a raving mental maniac. That's why we don't want to stick up to him. Just get away. Just get over here. Oh, God. I'll get the police to beat the shit out of him. Do it. What? Do it. Well, first you've got to get over here. I can't just send the police over there. Why? Because he's not doing anything wrong over there. But if you can't tell the judges and the police...
Because he's not doing anything wrong over there. Well, people have been looking for, where's the testimony defending Dan? Who knew that it would be Betty that testifies on Dan's behalf?
Shit out of here. Do it. What? Do it. Well, first you gotta get over here. I can't just send the police over there. Why? Because he's not doing anything wrong over there. But if you can't tell the judges and the police that you want to be here, and you get here, then he says there's not a leg to stand on. Not a leg to stand on. Who is good court? What? He can't good court. Cut. What? You know Levinson. No. I'll get you. Okay. Well, what will you tell him? But so now
That Lee or Kim? I think that's Kim.
Okay. Maybe I'll come over and I'll bring the TV cameras and the police with me today. Would you want me to do that? Yeah. Would you? Yeah. I would like to do it too. But I can't do it. Ask Lily if she wants me to do it. Come rescue her today. This is like getting the hostages out of Lebanon. The Iranian hostages have to do a sneak attack. Who are Iranians? People from Iran.
Who are Iranians? Aw, it just shows how sweet. He's just a kid. You're talking to me about world politics, Mom? And wow. Aw. This feels like a much more authentic conversation than the one that she had with Danny, where it was, ramped up to 11 through the whole way through. And I can really feel for Rhett. This is like trying to sneak out the Iranian hostages. And I think even she's getting it wrong. I don't know about Lebanon, but is she talking about the Iran hostage crisis that Ben Affleck did the Argo movie on, but a much better movie about it is called The Great Canadian Caper, that shows how much the Canadians helped the Americans escape from the embassy using Canadian passports, and little sticks in my craw that Argo kind of revisionist history the Canadians out of it. If you want to see a good story about the Iranian hostage situation, maybe there were Iranian hostages in Lebanon too, but I definitely remember it happening in Iran. Or at least the one I remember happened in Iran.
Who are Iranians? People from Iran. So, they're always making war on everybody, being jerks. And they take
They're always making war on everyone and being jerks. That aged well.
people hostage and won't let them go. And I said, Daddy has you guys hostage. He has you hostage, little prisoners. They won't let you go. You're prisoners of war. Poor babies. Could you call
War babies. Now there is something kind of poetic about that, like to talk about, children of contentious divorces and contentious marriages prior to the divorce. That, I wouldn't put it past it being a psychological term, that there is a sort of stress associated with being in the midst of a constant war between parents as the defining background for your nurture. Something deeper to that than some of the rest of this.
talk to me? What? Is Daddy anywhere where you see him? No. Or hear him or anything? No. Where'd he go? I don't know. I just heard a little boy's voice. Maybe it's Danny. Maybe he's over here.
This does kind of remind me of the Sarah Boone case where Mr. J and Mr. Cacciatore put on a lot of Sarah's cell phone evidence prior to the closing arguments, but as their final redirect evidence in that trial, now that I think about it. Because, there was no commentary. It was just, okay, Going to press play on this. All right, that's that. We'll press play on this. Your Honor, exhibit number 15, received from the defendant's cell phone. Your Honor, exhibit 58, retrieved from the defendant's cell phone. Your Honor, exhibit 1032, from the defendant's cell phone.
Okay, Mom. Sounds like he's coming up the private road. Wouldn't that be a surprise if he came here? Yeah. That was a surprise that day you came here, remember? What, from the beach? Yeah. I hear kids down on the beach playing. You heard kids down on the beach playing? Okay. Did you hear people at the beach playing? Yeah, I hear them yelling. And I hear the waves crashing. And I hear Buffy going, she wants a baby. Rex, when are you going to get over here? I don't know. When he tells you can't come for Thanksgiving, don't you say anything back? Or you just say, oh. Uh-oh, Buffy, stop it. Buffy, stop. What is she doing? She's waiting for the baby. Well, go fight, beat up Daddy. Mom? Mom?
She just hung up.
Have a short witness?
Well, Your Honor, I would anticipate my portion of the witness will take about 15 minutes. I don't know how long cost would take.
Wow.
This Mr. Roy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our weekend Thanksgiving recess at this time. Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case
Happy
among yourselves or
Thanksgiving.
allow anyone else to discuss it with you. No form any opinions until it's finally submitted to you. Have a very nice Thanksgiving weekend. See you Monday at 9 o'clock.
Oh, thank you, Zeitgeist Amy.
Members of the jury panel are
Zeitgeist Amy reminds us that the Iranian hostage-taking 1979 was the impetus for the long-lived news show Nightline. So I imagine Nightline was probably giving nightly reports about the Iranian hostage crisis as it was happening, and then immediately after, probably ongoing reports about, what really happened, what's behind the scenes, who got rescued, who did not, all of that, and then eventually into news coverage in general. So thank you for that, Zeitgeist Amy. Good bit of history and worth my one pinned comment every 5 to 15 minutes. You're the pinned comment for now. We're just getting back to the coverage. It looks like the uploader is accessing a new court TV video for this upload. So we have 1 hour and 12 minutes left in court coverage before it moves on to a little bit of contemporary news magazine footage about the Betty Broderick case. That means we've probably got about an hour and a half left in this stream, maybe a little more. I'm always conservative. But yeah, anywhere from an hour and a half to 2 hours in this stream. That sounds more, I can probably keep to that time frame.
present. All counsel are present. Mrs. Broderick is present. As I stated to you last Monday, ladies and gentlemen, at this time we're going to have the closing statements of the attorneys. The district attorney goes first because the district attorney has the burden of proof.
This is the close. So even though she said something about I have a short witness, I don't know how long the cross is. Either we're not getting it, maybe it was so short that it was inconsequential, maybe she just decided not to call. But this is it. This is closing arguments. I'm going to update the chyrons in my other screen while you listen to the judge's instructions.
Given their closing statement to you, the defense has an opportunity to give a rebuttal argument. At the completion of their rebuttal argument, the people get one final opportunity to rebut whatever is said by the defense attorney. At the conclusion of that, I'll be giving you instructions as to the law that applies in this case. You'll then retire to deliberate.
I believe that we agreed to one more stipulation.
All right, go ahead.
One of the stipulation would be that during the last trial of Elizabeth Broderick during 1990, the defendant testified the week of October 30th, 1990 through November 2nd, 1990. After each day of testimony, it would take approximately 45 minutes to bring the defendant to the fifth floor holding tank of the Superior Court. She would stay there waiting for the Las Colinas transportation bus at the end of the court day, which transported all female prisoners back to Las Colinas. The court recessed on 10/30/90 at 4:30 p.m., on 10/31/90 at 4:23 p.m., on 11/1/90 at 4:25 p.m., and 11/2/90 at 12:03 p.m.
So stipulate?
Yes, sir.
Accept the stipulation. May I proceed, Ms. Wells?
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning.
I wanted to start off by thanking all of you for being jurors in this case, which has unquestionably taken a significant sacrifice out of your personal lives to be here and to be involved in this process, which has been a long process. We could not have the best system of justice in this world if we didn't have citizens like you who were willing to give us your time and effort. And I think that you all ought to be, frankly, proud of yourself for being here and know that we appreciate your efforts.
Know that.
You all have a job to do now, or at least you will when we stop talking at you. It is obviously a very important job. It is important to the defendant. It's important to the victims, in this case, to their families and to their friends. It's important to this community. It is also a very specific job. Your job is to decide the legal culpability of Elizabeth Broderick's conduct.
I'm just going to pause, and I'm going to try not to pause too much in the closing arguments. So this pause is partially to explain that, as well as to maybe retcon why there's that gap, because we all heard her say maybe one more witness, and then boom, it's closing. So maybe two things. One is maybe Court TV didn't do the video. Maybe the uploader just went straight to the closing arguments and missed whatever this final witness is. I'll do what I can to see if there was if there's talk of anyone who took the stand after Park Dietz, but it felt like introduction of the final evidence was the final bit of her case. So we're going to let this play out unless I have something critically important to say.
On November the 5th, 1989, and that's it. There has been a lot of evidence that you've heard about all sorts of things that I told you were going to hear about during opening statements, and that frankly the defense would like you to get very distracted with. But you have the obligation to focus on the reason that you're here. You are not here to pass moral judgments on the people that are involved. You are not here to be psychologists and decide what made Elizabeth Broderick the person that she is, or what makes her the person that she is, or why Elizabeth Broderick committed these murders. The question for you is simply, did Elizabeth Broderick commit these murders? And the answer to that question, based on everything that you've heard from no matter what the source, is absolutely yes. Elizabeth Broderick took a loaded gun and blew two people away who were lying helpless in their sleep. And having a system of laws that prides ourselves in applying to everyone across the board isn't going to mean a heck of a lot unless she's held responsible for that. What's important for all of you to realize, and I don't mean to insult your intelligence by saying this, but people always have reasons for committing crimes. Always. They never just happen out of the blue. Nobody kills somebody else because they're ecstatically happy and everything is going wonderfully in their life. It doesn't happen that way. It's a given in any murder that there's a reason, that there's a history, that there's a background, that there's anger, that things are not going the way they want them to. That's when murders occur. Our society, and by the way, don't think for a minute that our system of law is not a compassionate system.
I do have information about Deputy Maria McCullough as the final witness. So this is too bad. Maria McCullough, a San Diego County Sheriff's deputy, she was the final witness for the prosecution. She testified that Betty had returned to jail and bragged about her performance on the stand, claiming she had the jury eating out of her hands and that her crying had, quote, a really good impact. Was that removed from this video? It says that Dr. Park Dietz testified for most of the day, November 26th. We know that they took the Thanksgiving break. And then it says December 2nd, testimony officially ended after 7 weeks with Deputy Maria McCullough's statements. December 4th, closing arguments began. I'm going to rewind Carrie Wells for 30 seconds, just so you can get back to the flow of what she was saying. I will do more research, and if I can bring you a summary of Maria McCullough's testimony without interrupting too much, I'm going to do that, because you should be able to consider this. It sounds like it was like a jail guard or something like that would have been, but it should have been before this.
That things are not going the way they want them to. That's when murders occur. Our society, and by the way, don't think for a minute that our system of law is not a compassionate system. We have the most compassionate system in the world. And when it comes time to deciding what should happen to someone who's been convicted of a crime, there is every opportunity for that compassion to click in if it's appropriate. But that doesn't mean that we don't demand, and we haven't always demanded, that people be held legally responsible for their actions. Because the fact of the matter is, there are lots and lots and lots of people out there who are angry, who are depressed, who are filled with hate, and maybe justifiably so, and they don't make the choice to prey on other people to solve their problems. And that's what this case is about. No matter how you might feel emotionally about Elizabeth Broderick, for the fact that at some point along the line, her life obviously didn't turn out the way she wanted, the way she had planned, the way she felt she deserved, which is a situation that happens every day, everywhere, to many, many people. The fact of the matter is that she's the one who made the choices on how to deal with it. She's the one who chose to forego the options of making something positive out of her life and out of all of the things she had. She's the one who chose, and everyone who knew her saw this, not to build herself up, but to tear Dan and Linda Broderick down. She had the right to make those choices. People have the right to make choices, but they also have to pay the consequences for the choices they make. Before I go any further and talk about the facts of the case, the facts that prove the defendant's guilt, I want to first talk to you a little bit about the law that applies, because it's important. You are going to be hearing a whole set of instructions from the judge when we're done arguing. And listening to those for the first time, I think sometimes sounds kind of overwhelming. But it's really not as complicated as it sounds, and I'd like to try and simplify it a little bit for you. We talked a little bit about, in jury selection, about the fact that all crimes are made up of certain elements. Excuse me. I'm still fighting my cold.
Oh, there's the first sign of it, yeah.
There's a certain act that's required, and there's a certain mental state that's also required. Basically, two elements in any crime, and theft is a good example we talked about. If someone takes someone else's property, they've committed the act. Not necessarily a crime if they thought it was theirs. But if they knew it wasn't theirs, if they knew they didn't have a right to it, if they intended to keep it, then they've committed a theft. And as far as the specific issue for jurors to decide, it doesn't matter what their reasons were for committing it. It doesn't matter whether they were stealing because they were greedy or they were stealing because they wanted to put food on the table for their children. The fact of the matter is they stole. And under the law, that's a crime. And under the law, that's what jurors decide. You might think that the crime of murder, because it's obviously a serious, maybe the most serious crime, would have all sorts of complex elements, but it doesn't. The crime of murder is actually very similar to the crime of theft. It has only 3 elements. the unlawful killing of a human being with malice aforethought. Basically, those first two elements are the act, the unlawful killing of a human being. The second element, malice aforethought, is the mental state.
Okay, I'm going to rewind this again 30 seconds and give you a rundown. It's not a very detailed rundown, but there was 100% testimony from Maria McCullough. So pull that back 30 seconds just before she breaks down the three elements of murder. I told you about the jury eating out of my hands, so she testified to that. She testified that Betty explicitly commented on her own emotional display, saying, "I think my crying had a really good impact on the jury. They ate it up." And behavior in custody, the deputy described Betty as being excited, like a child would be, after her court appearances, rather than showing the grief or trauma that the defense had claimed. So these are all reports from the Los Angeles Times, and I imagine they would be Amy Wallace stories if they're coming from the... Excuse me, I totally blocked that so that you guys wouldn't have to hear a huge sneeze, but I have another one coming if that's the case. Anyway, that was the Maria McCullough testimony, and sorry for that.
It has only three elements. The unlawful killing of a human being with malice aforethought. Basically, those first two elements are the act, the unlawful killing of a human being. The second element, malice aforethought, is the mental state. Most cases have certain things that are an issue and certain things that aren't. There is no issue with respect to the first two elements of this crime here, the unlawful killing of two people. Not in this case. There's no question that Elizabeth Broderick is the one who broke into Dan and Linda Broderick's home and took a loaded gun, and with that loaded gun and with her own hands, shot and killed them. This is not what you might call a whodunit case. The only issue that she's denying, because it's the only one she can, is with respect to that third element, the mental element, malice aforethought. Well, what do we mean by malice aforethought? Aforethought is real easy. It just means before rather than after. There's no big deal about that, and there's no issue about that. But with respect to the definition of malice, what we mean by malice, this is an area where the law may be a little different than what we think of generally in with respect to terms. We generally think of malice the way that Webster's defines it, as hatred, ill will, spite. That's what malice means. But legal malice is a term of art. It means something very specific. There are two kinds of malice. It can be either express or implied. And the instruction that you're going to hear says that malice is express when there is manifested an intent to kill. And what that means is if someone kills someone else and the circumstances are such that it's clear that they wanted to kill them, then they're acting with express malice. Killing someone with the intent to kill. It's like stealing something with the intent to steal.
It's mea culpa or mens rea with actus rea. Actus rea is the guilty act. You can be guilty of something just by the guilty act. You don't have to have the guilty mind, but the guilty mind and the guilty act is it's a whole nother kitty.
And absent some specific defense, such as self-defense, that justifies that killing, that's acting with express malice, and that's murder. There's no requirement that you actually hated the person that you killed.
And as long as I interrupted for something casual, something instructive, the prosecutor is arguing for first-degree murder charges at this point. This is an argument for first-degree murder, as the trial is. Unlike Sarah, who was on trial for second degree, and that was the most that they were going to ask for in the end. This is a first-degree murder trial, and that's the ask going into this closing argument.
Or feel any particular way about them. The instruction that you'll hear says The mental state constituting malice aforethought does not necessarily require any ill will or hatred of the person killed. An example of that might be, for example, a mercy killing. Obviously not at issue at this case. In this state, people don't have the right to make those kinds of choices for other people. And if they kill someone under those circumstances...
That's interesting. Jack Kevorkian came up in the chat, and that's exactly where mercy killing and euthanasia was a fairly big topic of contention and discussion. I remember around these times, because I wasn't very familiar with the Betty Broderick case, but I do remember Jack Kevorkian and the whole discussion around assisted, euthanasia. I remember it particularly because it came up in one of the debating clubs where you wouldn't know which side of the debate you were on, so you had to do research to be able to argue both sides. And yeah, so it's a topic that I remember learning a fair bit about at a fairly young age.
It's killing with legal malice, and it's against the law. It's murder. There is also another type of malice, and that's implied malice. There are some circumstances under the law where the law says we're going to hold someone responsible for murder, even if they didn't actually intend to kill. And that's what we call implied malice. The instruction reads, malice is implied when the killing resulted from an intentional act, the natural consequences of the act are dangerous to human life, and the act was deliberately performed with knowledge of the danger to and with conscious disregard for human life. What does that mean? For example, if you have a bunch of young men driving around in a car, and one of them has a gun, and to show all the other ones how macho he is or how brave he is, he takes that gun and he shoots into the window of a house as they drive by shooting. Unfortunately, if there's a woman in that house who's sitting there watching TV and she's hit by that bullet and killed.
Not intentional.
That young man is guilty of murder. He's acting with implied malice, even though he didn't know that woman from Adam, even though he didn't know for sure there was anybody inside that house, even though he specifically did not intend to kill anybody. He may feel tremendously remorseful after having done that.
Hey,
under those circumstances, the law is going to imply malice because he certainly knew that it was likely someone would be in that house. Houses are filled with people, and shooting a bullet in there was dangerous, and he went ahead and did it anyway. That's implied malice. That's murder. Another example, based on an actual case. I think we talked a little bit about this in voir dire, the young woman who decided to stand on the freeway overpass and throw bricks down on the cars passing by.
That happened in Greater Vancouver area. It was like one of the first letters to the editor that I got published. But somebody, I think it was in a Macaulay Culkin movie, The Good Son. And anyway, copycat people were dropping stuff off of overpasses at cars. And it happened to somebody coming back near the Peace Arch border in BC. It's the Canada-Washington border. Somebody was seriously injured by somebody dropping something on one side of the overpass just so they could see the wreckage on the other side. My letter to the editor wasn't brilliant by any means, but I just suggested put up a candy cane fence, with the curved, because first off, anything significant would be a lot harder to haul over that sort of offense. But getting into the mind of the maniacs that are doing it, they're doing it so that they can watch their destruction. Like, there's a lot of people trying to appeal to their better nature, like, to the people who are doing this, think of the families. And these people weren't thinking of families. They're bad people. But get ahead of it so that they can't enjoy watching what they've done. So if you've got fences up so they couldn't, time it, they couldn't see, the destruction they cause, they're going to lose interest in having fun that way. They'll, put firecrackers in places they don't belong, do something stupid, blow up turds. Who knows what they do with their spare time now. But yeah, I remember that being a thing in the early 90s, late 80s.
She didn't want to kill anyone. She She just wanted to scare people. She wanted to create a commotion. She wanted to get some attention. Actually, as it turned out, Malice. Because he certainly knew that it was likely someone would be in that house. Houses are filled with people, and shooting a bullet in there was dangerous, and he went ahead and did it anyway. That's implied malice. That's murder. Another example, based on an actual case. I think we talked a little bit about this in voir dire. The young woman who decided to stand on the freeway overpass and throw bricks down on the cars passing by. She didn't want to kill anyone. She just wanted to scare people. She wanted to create a commotion. She wanted to get some attention. Actually, as it turned out, she was depressed. Well, one of those bricks plunged into the windshield of a car and hit a man, and it caused an accident and killed 2 people. She was guilty of murder. That's implied malice. You cannot do dangerous things like that and expect to not be held responsible when a likely result occurs.
Like leaving your boyfriend in a suitcase overnight when they're yelling, "I can't breathe, babe, I can't breathe." Can't do that. Not allowed.
What kind of malice do we have in this case? There is no question that Elizabeth Broderick killed Dan and Linda Broderick with express malice. There was manifested, absolutely manifested, an intent to kill them at the time she unloaded that gun into their bodies. And we're not talking right now about premeditation or what she was thinking about before or what degree of murder this is. The question with respect to simply the crime of murder deals with what her intent was at the time she actually fired that gun. And ladies and gentlemen, you do not point a .38 caliber gun that you know is loaded with hollow point bullets at 2 people who are only inches away from you and start shooting unless you intend to kill them.
Little reminder, it's nice that it pulled it away on the pause. A little reminder that that gun was passed amongst the jury and they were given the option to fire the gun from the gallery so that they could feel how much weight it took to pull the trigger, which was calculated at 12 pounds per trigger pull. So it was 12 pounds of pressure, not just a trigger that if you're holding it down or you keep lightly pressing it, it wasn't a trick shooting gun. It was a proper gun that required a deliberate gun press. But crazy to me to think that if I was in the jury, they would have handed me a gun to point and shoot. Obviously, unloaded and locked out, but still, I wouldn't want to put my hands on a murder weapon. Like, crazy.
This is not a water pistol, and she knew it. She was not shooting blanks, and she knew it. She was not aiming up into the air to scare them. She intentionally fired that gun at 2 people. And it doesn't matter what she was thinking about at any time before or at any time after. At the time she shot them, she had made the choice to shoot them. Even their own witness, the defense witness, Manny Lopez, the officer from the Border Patrol Task Force, he said that there's no question when you get to the point of pointing a gun at somebody and shooting, you are intending to, and his quote was, eliminate the target. No one but Elizabeth Broderick caused that gun to be pointed at their bodies. No one but Elizabeth Broderick caused that trigger to be pulled, and pulled again, and pulled again, and pulled again, and pulled again. At that point, no matter what else she was thinking, she was intending to eliminate her targets, and her targets were Dan and Linda Broderick. No matter what else she wants to say to
that pause there, and we're going to watch it again just to, I'm going to give a round of applause. If everyone saw me stifle a sneeze, I am sure that she just stifled a big moment. She just kind of powered it down and like, no, I'm going to be okay. I think we even have to go back earlier. You can see that's the determination face. Something's coming up, and it might just be a cough. It might be a cleared throat. Whatever it is, she powers through it.
be pulled and pulled again and pulled again and pulled again and pulled again.
Here.
At that point, no matter what else she was thinking, she was intending to eliminate her targets, and her targets were Dan and Linda Broderick.
Here we go.
No matter what else she wants to say to you.
I don't know that that was a pause for effect as much as it was a necessary pause just to get herself back. And kudos if it was, because, you know, only noticeable to me sitting here 2 inches from the screen and with headphones on.
You now about what happened in that room that morning and what and why her reactions were what they were. The cold, hard facts of what actually happened in the room are indisputable. There is no getting around them. And there is no getting around the fact that that first shot into Linda was right through her chest as she lay flat on her back in her bed. If she had time to react at all to the defendant being in there pointing a gun at her, she sure as heck didn't have much.
Good night,
was still
Deborah.
lying there in the bed. She didn't.
Deborah, as long as you're about to be leaving the chat here, just a heads up, we've got about an hour left in this video, or just a little bit more than an hour. And we'll be starting tomorrow with a video that is titled Closing Arguments. So it may be that Carrie Wells' argument stretches into tomorrow, because I don't see Jack Early standing through the end of this video. Yeah, that could very well be the case, that closing will continue tomorrow. If you're leaving us tonight, tomorrow's show will be starting 1 hour earlier than today's show started. So whatever time this episode broadcast, if you're looking for the next episode, 1 hour earlier. And that'll give us plenty of time so that it doesn't get as late as it is tonight as we're closing out the stream.
Have time to sit up. She didn't have time to dive off the bed. She didn't have time to do anything to protect herself. That gun was pointed at her heart. The trigger was pulled when it was pointed at her heart, and she could do nothing to protect her life. There is no...
A to B is asking us, she is 25 minutes behind. Should she just go live? I think that is the advice I would give, if you guys can forward it to A to B, because you can always go back and rewatch, but you can't always engage with the chat. So
around the fact that the defendant had to then change her aim, change her direction of pointing that gun in order to shoot Dan Broderick in the back. She had to shoot Linda in the bed. She had to point at Dan and shoot him in the back. If she had just closed her eyes and shot bang, 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 it would have all been in a cluster right there in the bed where Linda was lying, and the bullets weren't. There is no getting around the fact that after she shot Dan, she then shot at Linda again. There had to have been enough time for him to have rolled off the bed. There had to have been enough time for her to have rolled into the position that she was in. She had to have changed her aim again from Linda to Dan to Linda again to accomplish that last shot into the back of Linda's head.
maybe I should look up the Cacciatore yoga, because this has been a long stream. Anyone who's been involved the whole time might need to do some stretching. Maybe that's the way we'll close the stream, is with maybe a minute of Cacciatore leading the ladies through yoga, should I be able to find that footage.
She claims, I panicked and I shot. Even their own expert, Manny Lopez, again, when he was asked the question, was this a panic shooting? He said, no, this was not a panic shooting. He's seen panic shootings. A lot of officers have seen panic shootings, and the bullets go everywhere. This was simply good shooting, good, accurate shooting. And this was shooting by someone who had experience with guns. No matter what Elizabeth Broderick wants to say to you now, we know, for example, from Steve France, who had seen her practicing shooting back in 1986 at targets, that she knew how to shoot a gun. That's what drew his attention to her, was how good she was shooting. She was putting all those bullets right into the center cluster, the bullseye. He wasn't doing that. The point is, she knew how to handle a gun. She knew what to expect from shooting a gun. She knew that there was going to be a kick, and she controlled it to affect these shots. Even though she denies it now, along with many of her denials, she has bragged.
That is a great point, Billie Jean. Yeah, prior to the beginning of the closing arguments, there was quite an interesting phone call between Betty and Rhett that we haven't heard yet, and definitely bears listening to. And there was also a witness that you didn't miss. All of us missed it. They talked about it happening. I gave a little summary of it, and if I can find any more information about Maria McCullough's testimony, we'll start the show tomorrow with a little breakdown of the missing witness.
In the past about being a good shot. She bragged to Gail Forbes. Gail Forbes testified years before when they were in Berkeley and driving by a shooting range, how she bragged about being a marksman when she was in college and winning awards for that. It's interesting that Maria Peralta, the woman who testified from the jail, said the same thing, that the defendant had bragged to her about being a marksman, about winning awards in college. I don't think that Gail Forbes and Maria Peralta had ever been able to get together to get those stories straight. She was saying the same thing.
That's a good call. Gail Forbes and Maria Peralta did not run in the same social circles, yet had the same stories to tell about Betty. No opportunity to network those stories, unless they got to sit in the courtroom with each other. That would have helped, but I don't think they got to. It was just Betty's friends at the end. Maybe state witnesses aren't able to be in there, but defense witnesses. That was really weird, seeing them just get up out of the gallery and go to the stand.
Defendant says, I just barely entered the room, which we know as a matter of fact is not true. She had to have come substantially into that room in order to make those shots, in order to get that shot that went through the wall. I just barely entered the room. Linda immediately yelled, call the police. Dan moved towards the phone, and I flinched and shot. You're going to have to use your own common sense about which came first, their moving or her shooting. I submit that it's much more reasonable to assume that they didn't start moving until after she started shooting. You have to think about the circumstances there that morning. This was 5:30 in the morning on a Sunday morning. It was just barely dawn, not a heck of a lot of light. They had been out late the night before, by the testimony, having dinner, having drinks. They would have been sound asleep. Her simply walking into that room quietly, which is what she said, was not going to wake them up, was not going to wake them up to the point where Linda would have immediately yelled, call the police. People don't wake up from a dead sleep and respond instantaneously like that. She wouldn't have even had time to focus on what was going on.
What the fuck?
It just doesn't wash. Do not forget that this business about Linda yelling, call the police, was never testified to before by Elizabeth Broderick.
Trial 2, not 1.
And this is crucial. She had the exact same opportunity the last time she testified to describe what happened in that room. And there was not one word about anyone yelling, call the police. Wouldn't you think that was pretty important? I mean, that's basically why she's saying she shot them this time. Somehow she forgot to mention that last time. Somehow that's never been mentioned to anyone else during any of the interviews she's ever given about these killings, including Dr. DeFrancesco, who asked her specifically about it. The first time she ever said anything about anyone yelling, call the police, was when she said it to you here in this courtroom after having talked about this case for 2 years. She has embellished her story. She has tried to make it sound better because it wasn't quite good enough last time. She had to come up with something a little bit more to give her an excuse for shooting. Really, this whole issue, we'll talk about this issue, the whole issue, I submit, is really academic. Even if Linda had yelled, call the police, even if Dan did roll and try to reach for the phone, even assuming that's true, how does that in any way excuse her conduct in shooting them? What did she expect them to do? I mean, when they're awakened in the dark to see that someone has broken into their home and is standing over them, pointing a gun at them, what does she expect them to do? That's like a robber who goes up and puts a gun in somebody's face and says, give me your money, and the victim yells, help, and he shoots and kills them. And then he says, but gosh, it wasn't my fault. They yelled help. Is that what she's saying? It's not my fault I shot them. When they saw me pointing a gun at them, they tried to run for cover and yell help. How does that excuse her conduct? Even if they did move in response to seeing her there in the room, what did they do? The only thing they did was move away from her to try to get cover, help. There was no lunging at her. There was no throwing anything at her. There was no grabbing any weapons. There was no threatening to hurt her. Nothing. Even assuming the truth of her testimony, they tried to get away and she shot them in the back. That is murder. What about the rest of her story about what happened that morning? She says she was just going to confront them. I was just going to have it out with them, and if they weren't going to give me the kids, I was going to kill myself. Well, first of all, there is no way that she had any real expectation of truly having some fruitful conversation with Dan Broderick that morning. I mean, think about that. She knew he wasn't going to talk to her under those circumstances. She knew, it's undisputed, that he hadn't wanted to talk to her under normal circumstances for years, let alone being awakened at 5:30 in the morning in bed with his wife, with her standing over him pointing a gun. No way. If she really wanted to confront them, that's what she says, why didn't she confront them? This woman knows how to confront when she wants to, ladies and gentlemen. She has done it many times before, and the threat of him calling the police never stopped her before. Her own testimony about the last alleged confrontation that they had, which was way back in 1988, a whole year before, she described an incident where she went over to the house to talk to him. He was out in the front, he was gardening. He told her to leave or I'm going to call the police. And she said, go ahead, I'm not leaving. She basically called his bluff. And he backed off. He didn't call the police. He said, okay. Nothing happened. She wasn't arrested. That was the last experience she had with him in that regard. Why was there some reason to expect anything different this time? Especially given the fact that she's got a gun this time. She's the one who unquestionably had control over that confrontation. Why did she sneak into the back room of that bedroom? That was never explained by her. She claimed she went into the back door of the house because she didn't want to give them a chance to hear her coming and call the police, because she wanted to have this confrontation. But she never explained why she went this circuitous route to get into that bedroom, why she went down the hallway and through the TV room and in that back door. If she wanted to confront them, once she got into the house, once she got up to the top of the stairs, there's the door to the bedroom, why didn't she walk into the bedroom and confront them? That's what somebody bent on a confrontation would do. And even if they did move, she's got the gun. All she has to do is say, hold it, don't move, we're gonna talk. She said she brought the gun for a show of force, to make them listen to her, do what she wanted. Well, why didn't she use it for a show of force then? If she had truly wanted a confrontation, she would have had it. She didn't. If she had truly wanted to commit suicide when she didn't get what she wanted, she would have. She didn't. If they were diving for the phone and yelling, call the police, they obviously were not in a listening or negotiating posture, and she knew that, but that gun never got pointed at her. It only got pointed at them, and it got pointed at them immediately. The truth is, she never intended to to commit suicide that morning.
Welcome back.
Maybe
Another one.
she's threatened that before in the past, but somehow it never happens. And it certainly wasn't going to happen then. She said that morning to Kim, that morning when she called and talked to Kim in Arizona, she said, it was either him or me, and I couldn't let him win. That's a pretty definite statement of intending to kill someone. I couldn't let him win. If she had killed herself, he would have won. Dan and Linda would have won. They would have had themselves. They would have had their happiness. They would have had their kids. They wouldn't have her around bugging them anymore. And they'd be able to say, see, she was crazy, which the thought of drove her extremely angry. She hated the thought of them calling her crazy. There was no way she was going to give them the satisfaction of that. And she even specifically said that. Letters, she had sworn to herself she would never give them that satisfaction. No matter how much talk there is about her being depressed over this period of time, which I don't really think there's any dispute about, the fact is that there is no evidence, none, all the way from 1985 to 1989, that she ever made any attempt to commit suicide or even a gesture. Never. There is no evidence that she ever wrote anything, and she does a lot of writing about wanting to kill herself. She never wrote.
That could have been about Sarah too. She does a lot of writing. All right. Interrupted her flow. She's doing really good here. I'm going to give her a chance to get the momentum back.
Any attempt to commit suicide or even a gesture. Never. There is no evidence that she ever wrote anything, and she does a lot of writing about wanting to kill herself. She never wrote anything about it. She never told anyone, I'm so unhappy, I want to kill myself. What she said over and over and over was, I'm so unhappy, I want to kill Dan and Linda because they're the ones that made me this way. If by some...
She's probably been so annoyed by the coughing, and now she's like, fuck, I don't want to be the one. Now everyone's going to think I was the one coughing through the whole trial, not Typhoid Mary and the jury giving it to the entire 10 by 20 courtroom.
Some chance there might be
Welcome
some
back, Nana
tiny
4.
speck of doubt about what her intent was when she shot them that morning. That speck has got to completely disappear when you look at what she did immediately after shooting them. After she unloaded the gun, she knew exactly what she'd done. And whether you believe the testimony that she gave at the trial last time, that she heard all 5 shots, which is what she testified to, I heard the 5 shots and she banged them out, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Whether you believe that testimony or whether you believe her testimony here in this courtroom that I just heard one big explosion, the fact of the matter is she knew she'd fired her gun, and she knew she'd fired it at them. She saw Dan had fallen off the bed. She saw that Linda was obviously motionless on the bed. She even said to Lee that morning that she heard Dan say to her, okay, you shot me, I'm dead. If she hadn't hit them, they would have unquestionably been still moving. They would have been yelling. If Linda before had been yelling, call the police, after she'd shot those bullets, she would have been yelling. If she didn't have a bullet through her brain. Elizabeth Broderick didn't panic and run out of that room. She didn't go, oh my God, what have I done, and rush over them to see if they were okay. She walked around the bed and pulled the phone out of the wall. Actually, what appears to have happened is that she walked around the bed either to make sure that she had shot Dan or to maybe say some final word to him. And that's when she saw him reaching for the phone, when he was down on the ground there reaching for the phone, because that's when she took her gun and hit him over the hand as he's reaching for the phone. That's what she told Dr. DeFrancesca. She hit him over the hand.
That's an interesting detail, too. Wow. Must have come up, but smart to put it in the closing because I forgot about it.
She had to come all the way around the bed and walk. There's not a whole lot of room here to negotiate.
Just like the courtroom. Probably about the same room between the bed and the wall there as there was between the pony wall for the jury and the bloody bed that was assembled in the courtroom.
Through here, this door of the armoire is open. Come all the way around here. The phone is up here on the nightstand where Dan is reaching for it. She's standing right there, hitting him over the hand when he's reaching for the phone. That's when she heard him, although she denies making the statement now to Patty Monahan, that's when she heard him gurgling in his own blood. And ladies and gentlemen, that's exactly what he would have been doing, gurgling in his own blood. As she's...
Oh, he just gurgled. Sorry, that's a Sarah Boone reference.
Hitting him. And when she realized that he was obviously injured, but not dead, that's when she pulled the phone out of the wall. This is not panicked conduct. This is intentional, calculated, deliberate, incredibly cold conduct. There is
intentional and malicious. It's a good argument. Carrie Wells is making a strong argument here.
No question she was thinking about her goal, and she was acting to accomplish that goal. She wanted them to die. And she told Lee, her daughter, that morning. She intentionally pulled that phone out so he couldn't save himself. That is acting with express malice.
And that kind of lends me, again, like bringing it back to Sarah, but the reason she kept saying not intentional, not malicious, is I think she got some very, the legal advice I think she got was, Brian, look up what it takes. So Brian looked up some stuff on his phone because she knew hers would be taken. And Brian looked up, what are the elements of, murder? And, okay, well, it says here, if it's not intentional and not malicious, you could get manslaughter. Not intentional, not intentional, not intentional, not intentional. What was the other one? Magnificent? If it wasn't magnificent? Malicious. Oh, okay, I'll remember. Not intentional, not malicious. Not intentional, not malicious. Not intentional, not malicious. There's something like she was saying it like abracadabra and expecting, like the lights to turn on for Chelsea and Scott. Like, oh, fuck. This whole time we thought it was intentional and malicious. I don't know. Sorry for wasting your time. Is there anything on the list we can get for you? George's rings, anything we can do for you while you're here? You made the trip. Thank you for all your time. Taken away from Carrie Wells' excellent closing. We'll go back 1 minute. Not a minute. We'll go back half a minute. 2:24:30.
Conduct. There is no question she was thinking about her goal, and she was acting to accomplish that goal. She wanted them to die. And she told Lee, her daughter, that morning. She intentionally pulled that phone out so he couldn't save himself. That
I'm going to pause again because Zeitgeist Amy raises both a concern and, a nice problem to have. The one thing I'll regret when Dan D's channel grows, as it inevitably will, thank you, is the smallest chat group. I like interacting with folks, but the larger the chat, the harder it is. I appreciate you. And it's a real concern. And I think one way I'm going to try and help get around it is to continue to use the entire clock for my live streams. So it's never going to be like always 5 p.m. on Fridays. The night Friday one could start as early as 2 p.m. actually as early as noon my time and start as late as midnight my time, and then the morning one could basically start as early as midnight, like, when it's technically 12:01 a.m. or noon my time. And I'll space them out, but they'll be different times. So it's always going to be different parts of the world that it's more convenient to see a Dan D stream. So if you like the smaller streams, maybe you want to tune in on, the show that's kind of tuned for the Australian audience. Everyone's always welcome, but I think that'll help me have both smaller, more chatty streams, as well as, if it gets big, it gets big. And that's where the mods are really going to come in handy too. Like, there's a lot of you I've been upgrading as mods for spending the time getting through the Betty Broderick trial together, helping foster a respectful attitude in chat, modeling sassy but fun behavior. And that's going to be what keeps this channel fun and chatty for the next group that does come. You guys will be leading the chat as the moderators and, help surfacing the sub conversations that are interesting so that they don't get lost in the wash, and we'll pause and take time to discuss things and celebrate the community. I don't want to ever forget the fact that I'm a community first creator. So I think by focusing extensively on community, that's going to give me the freedom to cover a vast array of topics. And that's the secret to longevity as a YouTube creator. There's one thing to do the stuff you know well, and that's definitely how to get started. But if you don't develop your personality, develop your community, you can't grow. And that's my vision for how this channel grows, is all of you who are here in the chat as moderators. If it gets bigger, you guys are going to be moderating many sub chats within the chat, hopefully. and yeah, making sure that I'm talking about the most interesting ones in the stream and pausing, making time for everyone. So thank you for raising that concern. And yeah, when we cross that bridge, I'll make sure that I don't forget where I came from. We're 37 subs away from getting to my 1,000 full monetization. So I know I've got a plan for the future anyway. Thank you.
Is acting with express malice.
Hey Candace, fuck you. That didn't feel normal. No, it didn't. Somebody can clip that now too. Like, you see Dan just giving the finger to one of his chatters? He's gotten big. I remember when he used to be lowercase Dan D. Now he's got capital letters on the side of the Hollywood Hills.
It's actually pretty hard to imagine anyone acting with any more malice, either in the legal or the lay sense.
Oh, poor Carrie.
The important thing to realize, or the interesting thing maybe to realize, is that even if you set aside the issue of whether or not she was acting with express malice, with the express intent to kill, even if you accept everything that she says is true, even if you don't doubt her credibility whatsoever, you buy the entire story, she has still, by her own testimony, admitted killing 2 people with implied malice. You don't have to necessarily buy the express malice. There's implied malice here without question.
There we go. And now she's basically arguing for second degree. Even if there is any doubt on first degree, you're 100% on second degree. So this is kind of her backup argument. She was engaging in activity so dangerous that there's no excuse for not knowing that people could die from doing what you did.
The fact is that she's the one, and this is undisputed, who intentionally
Hey, fuck you, Candace. There's a new Dan D video. Fuck you. Is that normal?
chose to go over to their house that morning.
That'll be a great ringtone. Hey, fuck you, Candace. Ah, fuck you, too. Quit fucking phoning.
She had lots of other choices. In fact, she testified. She'd even specifically contemplated
Hey,
other choices.
Carolina.
She could have gone down to the beach to take her walk like she contemplated. She made the choice not to. She could have gone into the other room and talked.
Nana, you're interested in modding? The reason everyone is a mod that isn't green is for a couple of days in this stream. I did, if you're not green, you're blue days. So anyone that was showing up as gray but had been showing up regularly to the Betty Broderick chats got themselves a blue wrench, and provided they used it with a workmanship and skill expected of a wrench. Well, they don't get wrench; they get shields. I still see them as wrenches. In any case, that's how the chat went blue. But for anyone who is green and interested in being a mod, just mention you'd like to, and I'm just gonna go ahead and assume that Nana wants to be a mod. So welcome both as a member and a moderator to the channel, Nana. Ba-ba-da-da.
To Brad Wright, who was there in her house to talk about what was going on. She could have called her friend Ronnie Brown, who went on walks with her early in the morning lots of times to talk about what was going on. She could have called her attorney to say, hey, what's going on here? What are we going to do about this? She chose to go over to their house seeking a confrontation. She chose, and this is undisputed, she admits, she chose to take a gun with her in order to have that confrontation. She chose, and she admits, that she knew the gun was loaded. She admits she knew she wasn't supposed to be there in their house. She had no right to be there. She was committing a crime just by breaking in there. She admits that she specifically chose to take that gun out of her car and take that loaded gun into the house.
Just so everyone knows, Detective Wobbuffet can handle 50 fast chats and still keep track of the 50 fast chats that she was monitoring prioristically to coming into our chat. So we can always lean on Detective Wobbuffet when we need chat monitorization.
And into the room to make sure that they do what she wanted them to do. Whether you believe her when she said she just wanted to confront them or not, the fact is, the undisputed facts are that they were in their own home, minding their own business, lying in their own bed, sound asleep, when she broke into their house, when she snuck into their room, and when she started shooting. They ended up dead, and she walked away. Even accepting everything she says as true, the law does not allow people to charge into other people's homes with loaded guns to confront them, catch them totally off guard, helpless and defenseless, kill them both, and then say, but gosh, I really didn't mean to.
Look at that stylish coat from the man in the second row. Is that a sheepskin coat? That is Joe Cool in a room full of fans to be wearing your winter warmth coat. That looks like a young Kato Kalin from a distance. That is a fine looking jacket, young man. Cameraman likes it too, I'm sure. If of all the people that the cameraman could zoom on from this point, guaranteed it's Mr. Sheepskin Jacket.
This is certainly much more egregious and intentional conduct than throwing bricks off an overpass or even doing a drive-by shooting. This is murder.
Cameraman wants to go back to Carrie Wells and he can't. He's like, wow, sneakers, jeans, and a sheepskin coat. This guy he's following his own fashion laws. Do we see the sneakers in the feed? No, you need to see his whole look. And I'm sorry for this, but if you've been following the feed, you're probably a fan of the fashion coverage. So let's really get him centered. There we go. So this is the man who caught my attention sitting in the gallery. It's got like the, I can't see my arm pointing out, but there's some sneakers. Those don't even look like good sneakers. There were good sneakers in the 70s, and those are not them. Kind of high water pants. Usually with a high top sneaker, you'd have a bit of a clumping of where it's kind of stuffed in, and that's what I remember the look being anyway. So he's got like old sneakers with high water pants, and then this fantastic, look at that coat. The coat was a gift from somebody with fashion sense. He's like, I'm going to be on camera. I'm wearing my good coat. He didn't have any other good clothes, like he didn't have good pants and good shoes that he wanted to be on camera. Maybe he only thought he would be shot from the waist up. I personally am wearing my pajamas because I knew they show up a little bit there. I knew I'd only be shot from the waist up. So I wore this nice collared shirt that I haven't worn in a while, and I knew nobody would call me out, but we're calling out this guy. It's a fantastic coat. The coat is almost too good because it calls attention. Did he bring snacks? Does he have a little plate of sushi or something underneath, or looks like a little boat of fried chicken? Or this is Spicoli. This is the inspiration for Spicoli here. Might have snacks for everyone. Maybe they're just snacks for himself. You can almost see like the hand symbol turns into, yeah, I'll have one of those. All right, that's enough time. We've spent it. Been a really good closing argument with Wells. Let's recenter the shot and let's go back a little bit so we can remember what you were saying before I got transfixed by this gentleman's fantastic coat.
Them, catch them totally off guard, helpless and defenseless, kill them both, and then say, but gosh, I really didn't mean to.
This is a San Diego courthouse, if anyone's wondering if the fashion has anything to do with the area. San Diego, California, 1991. Yeah, there's no real good explanation for that outfit, but it exists nonetheless.
This is certainly much more egregious and intentional conduct than throwing bricks off an overpass or even doing a drive-by shooting. This is murder. What I've been talking about so far is the crime of murder, simply the crime of murder. The starting point of all murder is second-degree murder. There are only 2 degrees, first degree and second degree. If it's not first, it's second. Everything's second, if it doesn't come within one of the definitions of first-degree murder. And that's the...
Fairly certain that's Kim Broderick. She's had a few different looks, but that looks very much like what I remember of Kim Broderick, which technically was 22 days ago that I would have seen the coverage, but it feels like 3 years ago.
Only issue for you all in this case is this first-degree or second-degree murder. The law provides that there are certain types of murder that are first degree, basically based on the manner in which they're committed. And this is just a matter of law.
She's doing the closing. Please stop calling. John Denver. That's who had that coat. Thank you. Carolina? On one of his album covers. Okay. John Denver. Blue Ridge Mountains, West Virginia. Almost Heaven. Which, not to go on a side tangent, from what I understand, that's about West Virginia, not West Virginia. Because apparently if you look at a map, the Blue Ridge Mountains are most of the stuff in the song is from the western part of Virginia, which West Virginia is its own state and doesn't have some of those geographic features. I don't know that for sure, but it's something I've definitely heard somebody else correct someone on. But yeah, that's a John Denver coat. That could be John Denver's son just sitting here checking out the trial.
These are just some examples. They're not all of the examples. But if you commit a murder by using a bomb, it's first degree. If you commit a murder by using armor-piercing ammunition, it's first degree. If that young man who did the drive-by shooting had used armor-piercing ammunition, everything else being the same, it's first-degree murder under the law. Lying in wait, if you use poison, if it's deliberate and premeditated, during the commission of certain crimes, robbery, burglary, rape, if a young man breaks into a house to commit a burglary, he doesn't want to kill anybody. He wants to steal a television set. But maybe he's confronted by the occupant. He's scared. There's an altercation. He pushes the man. The man falls and hits his head on a brick and dies. That's first-degree murder, even though he had no intent to kill him, as a matter of law. Elizabeth Broderick committed first-degree murder. Absolutely. Because under the law, this was willful, deliberate, and premeditated. I don't really think that there's too much here that you wouldn't expect on what the definitions of these things are. Willful means intentional. Deliberate means after careful thought and weighing of considerations. And premeditation means considered beforehand. It's the same thing as aforethought, before as opposed to after. The law is real clear that there is no set time that's required for a killing to be deliberate and premeditated. There's no requirement that it be thought about for 1 minute or 5 minutes or a half hour or a day or 2 weeks. The instruction that you'll hear says, the law does not undertake to measure in units of time the length of the period during which the thought must be pondered before it can ripen into an intent to kill, which is truly deliberate and premeditated. The time will vary with differing individuals and under varying circumstances. The true test is not the duration of time, but rather the extent of the reflection. A cold, calculated judgment and decision may be arrived at in a short period of time, but a mere unconsidered and rash impulse is not such deliberation and premeditation as would make the crime first-degree murder. So the question is, was this a decision based on reflection and thought, or was it a rash impulse? That's the question. Elizabeth Broderick's decision that morning was unquestionably a considered decision. She had been considering killing these two people, thinking about killing these two people, maybe not seriously, but absolutely thinking about it for years. And that's what makes it the exact opposite of a rash impulse. A rash impulse is something that happens when all of a sudden you're presented with a situation that you weren't expecting, that catches you totally off guard. You just react. You don't think about it. You don't have time to think about it. You react immediately. That's what a rash impulse is. For example, not really dealing with the facts of this case, but you might have a guy in a bar who's maybe had a few drinks, maybe had a bad day, and some other guy starts flirting with his girlfriend. And he gets angry and he tells him to cut it out. And the other guy says, pound sand, maybe calls him a couple of bad names, calls his girlfriend a couple of bad names. And the guy just explodes. And he grabs a mug of beer and he smashes him over the head and kills him. That's murder. But it's not premeditated murder. He wasn't thinking about killing that guy before he went into the bar that night. He didn't even know him. He wasn't thinking about doing it until the immediate instant that he picked up the mug and did it. What occurred here is not even close to that kind of situation. She had been doing an incredible amount of thinking about killing these two people for years, these two people who she hated so badly.
Nana, just so you're up to speed with the chat, medical snacks are a term that has come to regular parlance within a Sarah Boone chat because Sarah claimed that she has not diabetes, it's something closer to liabetes. She's liabetic. She lies about having the symptoms of diabetes and claims that she has low blood sugar. It was so ridiculous that at one point during her trial, she made her lawyer make a motion for snacks. And the lawyer had to stand up in front of Judge Kranick and say, Your Honor, my client would like 5 peppermints and 2 Zuzus and 1 Schwizzle stick, and didn't say exactly that. 5 peppermints, I know for sure. Poor James Owens, sheepish as hell, just like, I understand my client, it's a long day. She gets her bunk kicked at 3 a.m. Sarah must have said, if you don't do this, I'm firing you just like I fired everyone else. In any case, the motion was denied, but that didn't stop Sarah from claiming the need for medical snacks on an ongoing basis. So we all like to have a little fun at her expense and make sure we've got our medical snacks ready for every long podcast. I smoke medical cigarettes because those help get me through. Even the medical air we breathe, it's all diabetic medical air. And welcome, Nana. It's hard when you're jumping into a community to like, what are all the inside jokes? So never feel bad about asking. If anything, it makes us all smile remembering when we first heard about medical snacks for the first time.
Some of the many sorts of statements and things that she had been saying over the years.
And Judge Kranick was so good. I've looked over your motion, Mr. Owens, and the motion is denied. He denied the motion for medical snacks with as many words as he sentenced her to life in a Florida prison. It was just like that. I understand that they get cookies in the morning breakfast packet, and there is also a peanut butter and jam sandwich. Is that correct? Yes. So the motion is denied, and we'll be moving on with other court business.
Off with her statement to Gail Forbes way back in 1985 when they first separated, that life would be better if I just killed Dan. That was probably, back there in 1985 when they just separated, that was probably just an expression of anger and hurt and being upset. But that became a very repeated theme for her, that life would be better for her if he were dead. She said the same thing to Danny in that taped conversation that you heard. And that's a tape that you might want to listen to again. Because she tells Danny, I wish he'd just die. I wish he'd just get drunk and drive off the road. Then we'd all be happy.
Thank you, Maud.
She couldn't be happy knowing that he was out there living his life and knowing that he was living it with someone else, with Linda.
Candace, that's exactly how this community is going to keep up with the chats and keep everyone included when it gets busy. Few capital letters and Dan, important question from the chat. That's exactly, that worked out really well. Thank you, Candace. Thank you, another one to say, and thank you for asking, Nana.
She admits that in one of those messages that you heard on the machine, where she says, I close my eyes and I see you and Linda doing all your wonderful things, and you're going to be so sorry. She couldn't stand the thought of them doing things together, and she was going to make them sorry. Those messages that you've heard, which, by the way, most of them had nothing to do with the children and getting in touch with the children, they're relevant not just because they show the extent of her anger towards Dan and the extent of her hate to Linda, but they give you a feel for the fact that this woman was not a passive, submissive, beaten down woman. This woman, when you listen to those messages, is absolutely in control. She's in control, she's demanding, she's angry, she's vengeful. She talks about being so upset because Dan had so much control over her. She says that a lot. Well, you've heard those messages, and again, you might want to listen to them again. You saw her testify. I submit to you that no one controls this woman. No one, not even her own attorney. She says and does what she wants, when she wants. She always has, and she always will. She claims she was so afraid of Dan. I was terrorized by him, she says. If you're truly afraid of something or someone, you run the other way, you stay away, you don't continually bang them on the head. That makes no sense, and that's what she was doing. A woman who is truly afraid of what her ex-husband, for example, might do, does not intentionally aggravate him, does not intentionally taunt him, does not intentionally demand that he do things now or else.
She could be arguing at the Sarah Boone trial right now. this argument word for word would have been just as appropriate in Mr. J's clothes as it is here. Even give that in that context, let you re-listen to what she said, and then just bring it back. Go 30 seconds.
Hang him on the head. That makes no sense, and that's what she was doing. A woman who is truly afraid of what her ex-husband, for example, might do, does not intentionally aggravate him, does not intentionally taunt him, does not intentionally demand that he do things now or else, does not express glee over publicly embarrassing him, does not threaten to kill him over and over. This is not a woman who was afraid. She's the one who said, in one of those messages, she says to Dan, Lily tells me you're afraid of me. You better damn well be afraid of me. And he was afraid of her. And as it turned out, he obviously had good reason. This anger, these threats were going on nonstop. According to the testimony of her children, in 1985, in 1986, in 1987. In 1987, she's telling Ruth Roth things like, I won't be the single mother of 4 children. He'll die first. Not, I'll die if I don't get my children, but he'll die if I have to take responsibility for them so that he can go on and be happy. The primary thing going on there was not depression in the sense that she wants to have you believe, in the sense that it was somehow making her dysfunctional. The primary emotion was anger and rage. Dr. Roth said that Elizabeth Broderick was probably the angriest woman she'd ever met. And she had met and worked with thousands of people going through divorces, many, many, many of which were in situations every bit as bad or difficult or worse than Elizabeth Broderick. This was 2 years after separation, in 1987, and she is still saying things like, and this is a quote, that little fucker was mine, and he'll stay mine.
And this was a quote, I can curse.
She was still refusing to accept he wasn't hers anymore and doing everything she could to make him pay for it. That was in March of 1987 with Dr. Roth. She was still refusing to take the children in December of 1987, claiming she didn't have enough money. That was the same time when she was spending hundreds and thousands of dollars shopping at Saks and Nordstrom's and Robinson's and iMagnin. Any mother who truly wanted her children would not.
Yeah, Candace, you and Beth of a Salesman can welcome people with a professional fuck you. We'll explain that that's just the way we do things. You don't understand. That's how we talk to each other.
Let a shopping spree at Nordstrom's stand in her way. Her priorities were clear, and it was making life difficult for Dan and Linda. That was in 1987. What about 1988? That's when she's writing in her diary.
Love these poster boards. Where did you even go in 1991 to get a 6 by or a 4 by 3 sheet of quadroplast? A big piece of poster board. That's got to be at least 5 feet. Although we think the prosecutor's tall too.
There is no better reason in the world for someone to kill than to protect their home, possessions, and family from attack and destruction. You have attacked and destroyed me, my home, my possessions, and my family. You continue to repeatedly attack and steal and destroy. You are the sickest person alive. A law degree does not give you license to kill and destroy, nor does it give you immunity from punishment. No one will mourn you.
Wow, that's quite a letter to write to somebody who you kill and then have presented against you in court, blown up to 100 times its original size. This is some of that Betty Broderick style self-snitching. This is before the digital age, so Betty both managed to record evidence against her on paper, as well as on a recording machine. Quite a trailblazer in the recording evidence against you.
This doesn't say there is no better reason in the world to hate or to be angry or to take you to the cleaners in court or to make your kids hate you or just to make your life miserable. This says there is no better reason in the world to kill. And no one will mourn you.
Maybe that's a good point. So Nana 4 points out she was the coffer today, and that's probably 100% correct, which means she's doing a great job stifling it for the sake of her own argument here. She probably let out a few during Early's arguments that were like, not objections, but still not giving a shit that might have been stepping over his conversation.
This is a direct and specific deliberation over an act of killing. She's thinking about the reasons for doing it, and she's thinking about what she thinks the consequences are going to be. No one will mourn him. And that comment that no one will mourn you is interesting in the context of her anger after she kills them when she finds out that people are mourning them. Her comment to Amy Wallace, the reporter, was she was tired of hearing people mourn Dan and Linda. It always makes me mad when people call them the victims. She'd previously thought about this, and as far as she was concerned, people weren't supposed to mourn them, and they were, and she was angry about it. This claim that she was upset, that she never got to tell anyone afterwards how sorry she was, is incredible. It's a lie. Nothing prevented her from doing that. Nothing. She wrote letters to hundreds of people. She gave interviews to dozens of newspaper reporters. She probably made thousands of phone calls, and not once did she make any effort to tell anybody she was sorry. The most recent statement that she made in October of this year to People magazine was that she had no remorse. I won't accept the blame for what happened. I didn't have the affair. She is saying that to you because she's playing her audience. She's doing exactly what Dr. Dietz says she does. She plays to her audience. She knows what she has to say to get the intended result. And she's hoping that by saying that, one of you is going to feel you should excuse her for her responsibility in these acts. And don't you think the most important people in the world for her to have said anything about being sorry for these killings would have been her children? She never told Kim she was sorry for killing her father, a father that she knew Kim adored. She told Kim in that conversation from jail, I did it for you. That was basically what she said. I did it for you. He was making you so unhappy. He wasn't paying for college. Talk about laying a guilt trip on a child for the rest of her life. I killed your father for you? In late 1988, she wrote a letter to Dr. Dietz. Dr. Dietz was the psychiatrist or psychologist who testified at the divorce trial and made a recommendation that she should not have custody of the kids. And she was angry about that. And you'll see that letter. It was referred to by Dr. Dietz. It's a very interesting letter. You can feel when you read it her absolute rage and anger. And it's directed not only then at Dan, but at Dr. Dietz, because he's had the nerve to go against her, to make a recommendation against her, to suggest that at that point she was not the perfect mother. It's filled with the exaggeration and the histrionics and the anger. One of the statements that she makes in that letter, Mr. Broderick did not become what he is because he was married to a whiny weakling of a wife. He knew what I could do for him. He knew I was a better, stronger person than he. This is a quote. He picked the right girl to marry, but he picked the wrong girl to. she's gonna get him back. That's what she's saying. He picked the wrong girl to mess with. Even her own witnesses, some of the witnesses that the defense put on, Melanie Coors, who was the interior decorator that knew her, testified how angry and frustrated she was because she wanted to get him back and couldn't figure out a way to do it. Another defense witness, Vanjie Burt, the woman who testified that she hadn't seen the defendant for a while. She saw her in the summer of 1989 before these killings and described how she was still filled with hate and said, "I'll get his ass yet." Hate and revenge. In 1989, after the judgment, the divorce judgment, she wasn't just talking in generalities anymore. She wasn't just crossing pictures out of family pictures. She wasn't just defacing other pictures. She wasn't just vandalizing his property. She wasn't just writing about murder as a likely result when you don't get what you want in a divorce. She was getting much more specific. She did buy a gun in March of 1989, the month before the wedding. She's got several reasons for that now. I submit that it's interesting that there was no evidence presented, no evidence that she ever told anyone about those reasons back then when she bought the gun. She claimed something about being upset because the house had been burglarized, being upset because a boy that Kim was dating, Tom, was making threats. Interestingly enough, Kim would not have even been home at that time. She was away at school in March of '89. She didn't get back until May. Not one witness corroborated that she told them about these concerns for her personal safety to the extent that she felt she needed to buy a gun back then when she did it. In fact, Brad Wright testified that she told them she bought the gun because shooting was a hobby. Don't you think if she was concerned about her safety to the extent she felt she had to buy a gun to protect herself, that she would have told Brad Wright that? Actually, the day she bought the gun was the day that she had learned that Linda had tried to retrieve the wedding list that had been stolen, that she'd been brought back into court that day, and she was extremely angry about that and ordered to return the list. She was humiliated by the court by being ordered to return the list. And after being angry and humiliated about what was going on and thinking about and realizing the wedding was coming up, that day she left court and she went to the gun store and she bought a gun. And that's exactly when she started telling people that she was going to use that gun to shoot Dan and Linda. She told Sylvia Cavins, one of the housekeepers, she was going to shoot him in the head at the wedding. Sylvia was concerned about that statement. It was not an idle threat like, I hate him, I want to kill him. She was concerned enough to tell Dan and Linda about it. Kim testified she threatened to kill him at the wedding all the time. She told Sylvia Cavins another time she was going to kill him, and when the jury heard her story, they'd let her off. She said the same thing to Kim and Lee. How the world would thank her if she killed Dan Broderick.
Delusions.
That's thinking about the consequences, ladies and gentlemen, whether they're right or not, or reasonable or not, she's thinking about them. And the judge is going to tell you that a person doesn't have to meaningfully and maturely reflect about the consequences. All they have to do is think about them. And no matter what she says about those threats, she talks about like it was no big deal. They were taken very seriously. I mean, people don't go hire security guards for their wedding because some idle threats are being made. A friend does not set up a beeper system with someone else at the wedding because these are just idle little threats.
Yeah, no, I think those were legitimate
about
threats.
Elizabeth Broderick's obsession over Dan and Linda getting married. She had taken the wedding.
I think it's even very legitimate to think that the fact that he hired security is the only reason nothing happened. Because if Betty had known that there was no precautions, she very well might have thought it was an opportunity to, to ramp up the Boston cream pie incident. I wouldn't be surprised if she'd smush a wedding cake, that's for sure. It's the Garth Brooks song. Showed up in boots and ruined your black tie affair. Last one to know, the last one to show, the last one you thought you'd see there.
shopping list. She was obsessed about the details of the wedding. She was talking about engraving the date of the wedding on a watch that she bought. She refused to go out of town. People were definitely concerned. This woman was going to kill somebody.
Only difference is Garth Brooks, when he toasted his ex, he said, "We may be through, but you'll never hear me complain." And that's where those two stories bifurcate, to use a term I learned in this trial.
She says Dan wasn't even really concerned. He was just making a big deal out of it. He just was spreading rumors about me. Well, he made the very chillingly prophetic statement himself only a few months before at the divorce trial, when he said, "I don't think there is any amount of money in this world that is going to be sufficient for you. You want me, you want my money, you want my death or my ruination in this community, you want me destroyed and over and done with, and unless and until that happens, you are not going to be happy." And he was right. After the wedding, she started putting the gun in her pocket when Dan would come over to pick up the boys. She admits that. Why did she do that? Not because she was afraid of Dan Broderick. I mean, all the evidence is, again, even from her, that he actively avoided her. He was afraid of her. He did everything he could to avoid contact. He would even stay out in front of the house and honk the horn so that the boys would come out so that he could avoid contact. Why is she putting that gun in her pocket? Why is she showing that gun to her son, Danny, as they're driving away and she's showing him she's got the gun? What she's hoping for is a confrontation. She's hoping he's going to do something, get angry at her, confront her, so she'll have an excuse to shoot him right then and there. And the problem was he wouldn't do it. He wouldn't confront her. He wouldn't give her the opportunity. And so she had to think of another way to do it. Over the summer and fall following the wedding, there wasn't much of an opportunity to do it. Dan and Linda first went on their honeymoon. She was gone the entire month of July to Canada. Then they went to Greece. Then she went to San Francisco. Then they went back east. Then they went to Notre Dame. Then she went to Acapulco. The weekend of November the 5th was probably the first weekend in months that both of them had been in town, and she had the children. It's also right in here during this time when she's saying things like what she said to Linda David, one of the housekeepers. "I know Dan and Linda just want to be left alone, but that's not going to happen. I'm either going to make his life a living hell or I'm going to murder him." Linda David took that statement real seriously. It was very disturbing. It was not an idle threat. And right about this time, Kim's keys disappear one day when she's with her mother. A rather interesting coincidence. It's also during this time that she's filed a motion for custody of the boys, and she's learned that Dan is seriously considering not fighting, giving her the boys. And that evidence is undisputed. Kathy Cafaro, his attorney's testimony is undisputed that that was his position. It's undisputed that he hadn't filed an opposition. Remember her statement to Ruth Roth, "I'm not going to be the single mother of 4 kids. He'll die first." Well, she was just about to become the single mother of her kids. And deep down inside, she was just as infuriated by the thought that she'd end up being stuck taking care of these kids while he was free to go on and start a new family with Linda. She specifically complained about him starting a new family with several people. She complained about Linda leading her life, Linda being Mrs. Daniel T. Broderick, years after their separation. She complained about that to Helen Picard the day before she killed her. She told PJ Hathaway she was so angry at Dan she wanted to kill him the day before she killed him. The important thing you have to understand when you're dealing with the concept of premeditation and deliberation is that the actual decision to kill doesn't have to be made long before the actual killing. The actual decision to kill does not.
What happened there? What was she smiling at? The jury getting themselves back together?
The actual decision to kill does not.
A tiny bit further.
Long before the actual killing.
I get it. Probably somebody in the jury signaled the bailiff, and she paused to allow the bailiff to come over. Maybe it's water, maybe it's a napkin, something like that. But yeah, that's probably what happened right there.
The actual decision to kill does not have to be made long before the killing. It's not my position, for example, that when she bought the gun in March of 1989, or some specific time in September or October, that she decided on November 5th, I'm going to kill him. That's not what happened. I think it's pretty clear from the evidence that she didn't.
If anyone's wondering about who Wayne and Garth are, because we've got some Garth Brooks chat as well as who is Wayne's World. Mike Myers, Dana Carvey played them. They are the ones that brought Bohemian Rhapsody back from not being a current tune to being, I think, top 5 in the current charts. It was one of the longest gaps between being a top 10 song, I think, since Twist and Shout, which was a Beatles song that was later reused by Ferris Bueller. Same thing, the original had a resurgent many years later, but I don't think it went quite as high up as...
firmly make that decision until that weekend.
Hey,
She
Danny
had been
Siobhan.
thinking about it for years.
You're actually just here for the very end of it all, but welcome. As your kids, that's the most adorable ones when you get a welcome from one of the little adults in Daniel Siobhan's chats.
She had been seriously ruminating over it ever since she bought that gun. She had been formulating real possibilities ever since she lucked onto Kim's keys. And the circumstances fell into place that weekend. It's interesting that she admitted herself when she testified that she was upset because, in her view, Dan and Linda never suffered a moment through all those years that she had suffered. Well, she decided now it was their turn to suffer. She says it herself in that letter that she writes to Kathy Cafaro sometime that weekend. She says, I am really sick of being his victim.
Tomorrow's stream will be starting 15 hours from now, 15 hours from now. So if you aren't good at doing the math on figuring out different time zones, 1 p.m. California Chino time is 15 hours from whatever time it is now where you live. 15 hours from now, tomorrow's stream.
That was always her perception. No matter what, she was the victim. What she decided was, I'm not going to be his victim anymore. I'm going to make him mine. And she was all prepared. She had the gun. She had the keys. She had the bullets. She had the kids. They were home. The time was right. And she made them her victims. When you decide this case, you need to think about the facts that can't be ignored, no matter how much rationalization is thrown at you. The fact is that that morning, Dan and Linda weren't doing anything but sleeping in their own bed, in their own house. The fact is that it was Elizabeth Broderick, and only Elizabeth Broderick, who decided to go over to their house with a loaded gun, with killing on her mind. She was going to kill somebody, and hate in her heart. That it was Elizabeth Broderick who broke into their house when she knew she had absolutely no right to be there, and had all sorts of other options that morning. That it was Elizabeth Broderick who gave them absolutely no chance to respond, to talk, to tell her they'd give her what she wanted, to protect their lives, to plead for their lives. It was Elizabeth Broderick who shot them. shot them in the back, and left them for dead. It was Elizabeth Broderick who the very next day was describing to Dr. Robinson that she was happy and relieved. It's Elizabeth Broderick who's even bragged to Maria Peralta about what a good shot she'd been when she'd shot them. Ladies and gentlemen, if that isn't murder, I don't know what is.
Wow.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. Take our morning recess at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be in recess until 25 minutes to 11. Please remember the admonition.
Okay, so I think this is where it's going to cut to... We see Mr. Early, but we're not going to see Mr. Early in this video. Now it's going to cut to the American Justice contemporary documentary. This was probably made a couple of years after the trial, because it definitely contains information about the results of the trial and some retrospective interviews.
Could see no light at the end of the
Maybe
tunnel.
this is a different one.
An ex-wife's bitter jealousy may have...
So what I'm going to do is post the link to this right now in the chat, and you guys can go to the 3-hour mark of this video if you want to continue watching that. I'm not going to be going away right away. You can see the timer still has another 10 minutes on today's video. So while Daniel Siobhan and anyone else who's just joined may feel like they've joined late, you've actually joined just on time for the community segment. So if you like to talk to the community and just be part of unpacking what we've seen over the course of 7 hours today, you've shown up at the perfect time. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I'm going into the, let's go into my intermission-y screen there. That's a little bit more, that's like the post-game screen, showing off my studio here. My TV's up here, back there. Yeah, okay. Turn down the volume a little bit. Okay, the Dan D studio is in the shot. I'm going to... Oh, we do have a little bonus coverage as well, so let's just... No, we're going to stay here. I'm going to go into my live stream, post the link that I said I would post so I don't forget about it in my clipboard. At publicly, that's me. Post it. That link there is a link to the video we've been watching. If you skip to the 3-hour mark, you'll get to the video that was included by the original uploader. I'm not going to show it because it's copyright creative material and I don't have a lot to add on to it, as opposed to the trial, which obviously I do have a lot to say about. What a great day in chat today. Chat went from, it was on fire, it was a little fiery, and then everyone kind of came together. We sang Kumbaya, we all had marshmallows down by the campfire. It was a really good time. And then everyone just kicked in for the second half of the stream. Like, here we are at 8 hours. 8 hours. Worth noting. Here we are at 8 hours, and everyone's having a really good time. We've got just as many people here as we've had at any time in the stream. We have Danielle Siobhan popping in. So what you've missed is a fantastic closing argument from Carrie Wells. I imagine we're going to start with a mediocre closing argument from Jack Early based off of his mediocre cross-examination of Dr. Park Dietz. Then we'll have a probably really good redirect argument from Carrie Wells. It's a full-length video tomorrow, so I imagine it's going to be a 6-hour stream. We are going to yoga. I haven't forgotten yoga, Candace. Let me just actually pull up the yoga screen. Copy the same link that I had going in the chat, and then we'll change that to the view screen. Goodbye, Betty. Hello, Mr. Cacciatore. So Mr. Cacciatore, this has nothing to do with the case we're watching, but he leads these people through yoga. It's just a class of random people. And he stretches and bends over and, does different exercises. So we'll just let that play in the corner. The If you don't know who Mr. Cacciatore is, he was the assistant DA who prosecuted Sarah Boone, led some very key questioning, and you can see that he has great body control and breathing control. So this is what he does in between prosecuting people like Sarah Boone. And yeah, the chat voted for 1 minute, and rather than doing 1 full minute of full screen, I might just talk my way over the final few minutes of shared screen, and we'll set up our stream for tomorrow. So we know we're starting in about 15 hours. I can take a quick look at, oh, look at that. He's very flexible. Detective Wolbethit points out that if Mr. Cacciatore pointed his toes, he would have better balance. Carolina Hurtado says, awesome live stream, but remember to like. Thank you very much for your likes. Didn't say to remember, just assume that people were doing it. There's been a really good crew of people. I think they are doing it. We've got 36 likes for 27 people in the chat, so that's really good. Yes, Danielle Chavon. If you remember this was from, there's a bit of a butt shot. His butt just ate his shorts there. This I first saw watching Summa Cum Loudmouth, who was streaming this during a really long stream too, and this was a bit of a reward for the viewers, a bit of a palate cleanser, if you will. It's a reminder to us, if you've been sitting here watching the stream for 8 hours, do a few stretches. Let's get down, a little gratitude, a little thank the sky, kiss the floor, all those good moves. We've been doing our pet reels. Our pets do these stretches all the time. They don't need to be told. If you do have pets that you'd like to see on the Betty Broderick stream, post them to the Dan D community tab. Always interested to add more pets to the montage, and they will be a part of the permanent record of this trial. I don't imagine we're going to have as many slow spots where we totally need the pet montage, but I can at least open with it and just have it in the back pocket whenever we need to keep chat from getting out of sorts, because everyone goes, "Aw, look at cute Oliver there with Max." How can I be mad at anyone when we all have such cute pets? Let's see for our goodbyes. We're coming back in just under 15 hours. That's not going to be the finale. Tomorrow's show is going to be the end of the closing arguments and the beginning of the jury instructions. It says verdict in the video title, but I don't see, maybe. But the next video says verdict and sentencing. So if they do get to the verdict at the end, maybe they repeat it in the next video. In any case, Saturday at 11 a.m. my time, which will be 2 hours earlier than the stream that's happening tomorrow, that'll be our finale stream. The raw video is shorter, so what I might do is just cut that stream, and then we'll do a post stream wrap up where we watch all the associated videos or bits of the videos that I found about Sarah from other creators. Give you a chance to, look at the playlist yourself. You can watch whatever you want for more content beyond it. I'll take a well-deserved 5-day break before my next Friday night ramble, and we'll probably just watch some body cam videos of Karen's getting arrested, and give me a chance to laugh without adding too much, because I need a fun break. Nana4 had a good time here. That's fantastic. Nana4, if you're still in the chat, how did you find out about the stream? Was it something that you followed the case originally and just got brought here because YouTube knew that you'd be interested, or was there another creator that suggested? I'm quite curious how new people are finding this content. If you have the time to let me know. Thank you to all the mods. We did get some discussion over what's expected from mods in this community, and realistically, it's not much. I don't have banned words. There's some obvious stuff. If somebody's spamming, if it's like advertising that has nothing to do with it, that stuff can go. But somebody who wants to be contrary, who wants to argue points that, aren't the popular points, that's fine. If somebody wants to even engage with me, not so diplomatically, let's say, that's even fine. As long as there's room for discourse and discussion, you can leave. You can just put your feet up and enjoy having a shield next to your name. If you're a member and you want to have a shield, just let me know. I'm happy to change that. But a lot of people got upgraded to mods just for following this chat. And my hope is that going forward, as the community grows, everyone who is able to be a part of these daily streams helps represent the diversity of this community. And you guys are going to be the backbone of building this community larger. Zeitgeist Amy was worried that as fun as this is, what's going to happen when the community gets so big that we can't have chats. And it's a real concern, and you guys are going to be what keeps that going. If there's 20 of you that are mods right now and the chat is 10 times as big as it is now, you guys might have to split it up, and one of you's talking to new person Bob while another person's talking to new person Cindy, and you guys are filtering up the best of those conversations. Hey Dan, this was a great comment by new member Bob, and through your help, it'll still be an inclusive community where people feel like their opinions are being shared, and we can cover all kinds of stuff so we don't get bored. I'll always be doing Sarah Boone coverage. Not always, but I've got at least a year and a half more of Sarah Boone coverage that's in the tank, that's on my mind map of things. If she never said another word, not another peep, she could just sit without another peep, and I've got a year and a half more Sarah stuff. If she continues peeping, then, it's unlimited. We'll just keep going. Cowboy Criminology, we'll be doing some collaborations together now that I'll have more time following this. I've got some surprise projects that are on the back burner, so those are awesome. Beth of a Salesman asks, what if a new member makes a shitty comment? Shitty comments are fine. We've actually been discussing the amber turdening of the court system. So, sometimes shit talk is exactly on topic. So no problem with that. It was funny earlier, we were discussing the community standards, and Beth of a Salesman up to this point thought that respect for members was optional, but personal attacks are mandatory. And, that's totally out of whack. That's, cattywampus to the guidelines. And we lost Beth for a little while after that. I think she was like, oh, if I can't do that, I don't even want to be here. Why would I even be here if you guys aren't going to let me give personal attacks? But so we've grandfathered or grandmothered Beth of a Salesman on the personal attacks. If you receive a personal attacks, it's more of a professional fuck you. Like, hey, Scott, fuck you. Don't take it personally. It's just the way we do things. Just how we talk to each other. You don't understand. You all are assuming that's just how we talk to each other. Just how we do it. Okay, I've kind of milked this a bit. I think we're all having a good time. I feel bad going because I know you guys are really enjoying this. What else? Let me just go through the chat and make sure I'm not missing anyone. Kitten Pusher's been enjoying this. So yeah, tomorrow, close and redirect almost certainly in its entirety. I don't expect the verdict. I think maybe they'll get to verdict. That said, I didn't expect closing today, and we got the closing arguments from state. Carrie Wells did a really good job. Salesman, Disney the pet montages have been very popular. I can't put on the pets to compete with Mr. Cacciatore's yoga, but know that any new pets that get posted to my community tab will get added to the next. I think I've used enough of Mr. Cacciatore's yoga too. Let's do another pause and put that in the chat for people who would prefer to watch that than whatever comment I just pinned. Yoga. Did I end it? No, I just paused it. Okay. Go back to Betty Broderick. We'll take a look at how tomorrow starts. Remember, the previous link is to a 45-minute bit of a documentary piece. Oh, the one thing I will look for, let's see if it's in here. I think you get Betty kicking and screaming from the hotel, or from the hotel, Hotel Chino, from her prison cell. And it wasn't included in the trial. That is from first trial. And screaming Betty. No, maybe we don't get it.
Her testimony is different. She specifically remembers 5 shots.
I remember the real loud noise 5 times.
She has embellished her story. She has tried to make it sound better because it wasn't quite good enough last time.
In her closing statement, Wells tells the jury that in every way.
Okay. Don't want to jeopardize this screen with too much coverage from the big 3 news outlets of the day. So we will stop that there. But you can watch more of it by watching the link provided on Criminal Conversations. Skip to tomorrow's video. Take a look. We'll turn off the sound because we know they've got their Menendez brother promo. That's an interesting look at Betty there at the beginning too. Not a common picture. There we go. She was probably a lot of fun before she went super crazy. Are playing, okay. Criminal Conversations, in addition to hosting this trial, does have the whole Menendez brothers second trial. So if that's something you're interested in watching without commentary, or this trial for that matter, Criminal Conversations with a Z. Got the audio muted until something happens. It looks like something's going to happen now.
And read all the instructions in this case. We are going to ask you to look at all the evidence.
Okay, you're going to be fucking annoyed by this. I'm glad to pre-warn you. So when we start tomorrow, Mr. Early's going to start a metronome, and it's just going to go. And the point of this is going to be, it doesn't drive you crazy at first, but after a while, and every time something new happened to Betty, and which one of these ticks of the metronome is going to be the one that drives her to go and do what she did. So yeah, this is the metronome close. Wow, there's a lot of chats I missed scrolling back to talk about chats. You guys are really enjoying the goodbyes. This is a great time for a goodbye. But yeah, I'm sorry, the metronome close is coming tomorrow. I don't know how long he leaves the metronome on, but he talks for over an hour and a half, 2 hours. He talks for about 2 hours and 10 minutes. I really hope that metronome is not on for the whole 2 hours and 10 minutes, but, you know, full disclosure, I'm not going to lie to you, and then you get here, and then it's like 2 hours of metronome. That wouldn't be good of me, so fair warning, you might have that. It might be a stream that you just hang out in the chat and watch on the closed caption. That's what we're starting with tomorrow. At 2:15 is when Carrie Wells looks like she's giving her redirect. And that continues. It looks like for just over an hour and 15 minutes of or state rebuttal close. Then there's some jury instructions. The judge talks for 15 minutes to close out the feed, and that's how we'll close out tomorrow. So with 4 hours of footage, I think 6 hours of stream, we did a great catch up today to get back on schedule. and have a fun finale where we're not going to be pressed for time. We can spend the whole day. Daniel Siobhan, we're starting tomorrow. I guess I've talked enough that it's no longer 15 hours from now. 14 and a half hours from now will be the stream. Because I know Danielle is in my time zone, that is 1 p.m. California Chino time. Chino is where Betty Broderick is still housed and will be until at least 2032 when her next parole hearing comes up. Betty's children are divided on parole, 50-50. Our chat's been divided up to 50-50 on parole at some times. So it's amazing. So yeah, Danielle Siobhan, you want to join us? Anyone else in here that wants to join us? If you're on Pacific time, look for 1 p.m. tomorrow. If you're not on Pacific time, 14 and a half hours from now, then the Saturday finale stream will be 2 hours earlier than that stream starts at 11 a.m. California Chino time. I'll be scheduling it within 5 minutes of this chat closing, so you can always just check me in your notifications. We've mentioned a lot of great creators today. I might need to timestamp all of the shout-outs we've done. We'll close with a shout-out for Daniel Siobhan. I've got so many of your videos on my to-watch list because between doing 6 hour streams and sleeping about 6 hours a day and working 12 hours a day half of the weeks, I've got a huge buildup of DC that is going to be part of my days off and just relaxing by the pool. So I've got that to look forward to. I don't know what you guys are looking forward to, but I think you're fine. I think I'm Dan D. And I've remembered that I can't just end the stream right away because it gets cut off. So I'm fine. You're fine. I'm Dan D. And this is 10 seconds from the end of the live stream. The chat will stay open for 2 to 3 minutes. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. We're not starting on the half hour. Right now it says 10:30. Nana 4, not 2:30. We're starting on the hour. It'll be 1 p.m. So if it's 14 and a half, yeah, don't get that wrong. Okay, that's it. Mary's in purple. Mary. Zuzu's petals. Oh, Mary, it's a miracle. 1. Countdown's over.